Chapter 1290. Because Ling Xiao had been sucked into the chaotic burial space, Yin Mengqi and Euro Fei both thought that it would be very difficult for Ling Xiao to come out again. They had already made preparations to go in and find Ling Xiao once their strength reached a higher level. Regardless of whether they lived or died, they would accept it. Their feelings for Ling Xiao were equally deep. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had returned, and they could finally laugh happily. At night, Ling Xiao pulled them into his room to chat. In truth, the three of them had spent a lot of time chatting together, but they didn't have much time to talk in the same room at night. The two women seemed to have thought of something and wanted to refuse, but after not seeing Ling Xiao for so long, they finally went into the room with Ling Xiao. Sure enough, Ling Xiao brought them in, and in addition to talking about their yearning for each other over the years, he also pulled them to sleep together. They had a wonderful spring night dream of a dragon playing with two phoenixes, causing others to be envious. Ling Xiao also told the two women about his experiences over the years on the bed, causing the two women to feel scared as they listened. Ling Xiao took out some top-grade divine object from the spatial rings he had obtained and gave them to the two women, so that they could advance faster in the future and have more life-saving means. Of course, he had to leave most of these resources for the soul race, so he couldn't use them all. After all, this was a huge divine treasury that Hun Feng had collected for countless years. That's right. Why don't I see father-in-law? Ling Xiao asked Euro Fei. Foster father is a person who can't stay still. He left Dragon Gate a few years ago, saying that he wanted to cultivate outside so that he could advance faster. Euro Fei said. In fact, she also knew that it was impossible for her foster father to stay by her side and let her take care of him for a lifetime. After all, her foster father's goal was the same as Ling Xiao's, pursuing the pinnacle of martial power. The next day, the news of Ling Xiao's return to the sect immediately spread throughout the Dragon Gate. The people of Kim people were all extremely excited. With Ling Xiao in charge, their new generation of God Kings felt a lot more at ease. After all, not only was Ling Xiao powerful, he was also a divine apothecary, which was enough to make many people admire him. On the other hand, the people of the Divine Body faction all looked worried, mainly because they had lost a lot of face because of what happened yesterday. Bad news travels 1,000 miles. The next day, the news of Yigong and Gong Sun Yang being slapped and kicked by Ling Xiao immediately spread throughout the Dragon Gate. Have you heard? Divine Master Ling returned to the sect yesterday. Those rumors should be dispelled by now. That's right, there must be some people who want to use this opportunity to cause trouble, but I think it's really possible that he entered the chaotic burial space. I heard that Divine Master Ling's strength has already reached the high-level God King realm, and he even kicked Elder Yigong and the new Divine Master Gong's son out of his peak. No, it can't be. Divine Master Ling has become so powerful. Wasn't he just a low-level God King before? Even if he could jump 2 levels in a short dozen years, it's impossible for him to jump 2 levels in a row, right? Even if he really can jump 2 levels, he can't challenge Elder Yigong of Sinjin of Goguryeo, right? A lot of people saw this. Half of Elder Yigong's face was slapped off, and he said that he wanted Divine Master Gongsun to take over Divine Master Ling's peak. When Divine Master Ling came back, he didn't say anything and dragged them off the peak. Then doesn't that mean that Divine Master Ling also has the strength of Sinjin of Goguryeo? He's also a divine alchemist. Doesn't this double identity make him the most honorable senior elder in our Dragon Gate? It seems like the chaos in the sect is about to change. In Fong Bu-er's secret room, the important God Kings of the Divine Physique faction were gathered together. They were all famous existences on the Sinjin of Goguryeo list. On the Sinjin of Goguryeo list, Dragon Gate occupied more than 300 spots. So one could imagine that Dragon Gate's countless years of accumulation wasn't something other factions could compare to. Fong Bu-er crushed the 10,000-year-old jade cup in his hand, then glared at Yigong and shouted, "Yigong, what's going on?" Everyone's gazes fell on Yigong. All of them were indignant. Yigong was slapped in the face, but it wasn't just him who was slapped in the face, but also everyone present. Gong's expression didn't look good either. He frowned and said, "That little bastard's strength isn't the same as before. I'm not his match anymore." "Bullshit, what's your strength? What's that kid's strength? Even if he improve a lot, how can he fight against a peak god king like you?" Fongbuer didn't believe Gong's words at all. Gong was also a little angry. "Do you think I'm suffering and let him bully me as he pleases? You're the one who got slapped." This was Fongbuer's first time being contradicted by Gong, so his expression turned gloomy. At this time, the other Sinjin of Goguryeo said, "Stop cursing. Gong, tell us the situation. How strong is that kid? If I'm not wrong, he should be a high-order god, but I'm afraid his true strength isn't just that. Otherwise, why didn't I even have a chance to resist? I really suffered for nothing," Gong said angrily. Ever since he became the Sinjin of Goguryeo, he hadn't been bullied like this for many years. Moreover, he was slapped in the face by a god king who was weaker than him. This was worse than death. At that time, he wanted to go back and fight a few hundred rounds with Ling Xiao, but he was afraid of causing more trouble, so he ran away with his tail between his legs. So he's not just a low-order god? Don't tell me he jumped 2 ranks in a short dozen years? That's impossible, Fongbuer said in disbelief. Didn't Shadow and the others say that he entered the chaotic burial space? Maybe that kid obtained a great opportunity. Otherwise, how could he come out? Gong replied. As soon as he said this, everyone fell into silence. They all accepted Gong's guess. What a blunder. I already said that we shouldn't provoke those people too obviously. They will definitely seize the opportunity to make things difficult for us, a Sunjin of Goguryeo said with a sigh. No, it's still uncertain who will make things difficult for us. That little bastard actually dared to beat up his elders. He really has no respect for his elders. Fongbu said with narrowed eyes. For someone like him, he could turn white into black and black into white. He was indeed very, very arrogant. However, no one present agreed with his words. Because Ling Xiao had become so strong, it made them feel uneasy. If it was said that Ling Xiao only suppressed those juniors before, making them feel a little ashamed, then now Ling Xiao easily defeated Gong. This strength was already enough to make them take him seriously. If Ling Xiao set up an arena to challenge them, these old fellows like he did a dozen years ago, then it would be troublesome. If he won, they would be fine, but if he lost, then it would greatly reduce their prestige. Motherf **, a bunch of cowards. Looks like I still have to take action personally. If I don't get rid of this kid, I'm afraid it'll be hard to do things in the future. Fongbu cursed in his heart. At the same time, he was calculating in his heart how to eradicate Ling Xiao. He absolutely cannot give up like this. At this time, Gong seemed to think of something and said, "At that time, I was injured by him. It seems that the kid seems to know how to attack the divine soul with a strange power, causing me to be careless for a moment. That's why I fell for it. Power that attacks the divine soul." Everyone was stunned. Soon after, their expressions turned ugly. They looked at each other and softly exclaimed, "Could he be someone from the Hun clan? Impossible. He has already been confirmed to be a member of the Kim people. How could he be a member of a Soul clan?" Fongbu immediately denied. There was no doubt that Ling Xiao was a member of the Kim people. This was something that the entire sect knew. It was impossible for a member of the Kim people to recognize a member of the Soul clan as their descendant. This was something that Fongbu firmly believed. Right, it must be because of the divine hoop on his head. Gong shouted as he thought of the key point. Everyone looked at Gong, wanting to hear what he was talking about. I've never seen that little bastard wear a headband before, but this time he came back with a black divine hoop with dragon and phoenix patterns on his forehead. Maybe it's the power of this divine hoop that can attack the divine soul. That's why I fell for it. Gong confirmed, his old eyes exuding a strong sense of greed. Everyone knew just how terrifying the soul race was in ancient times. They might not seem very strong on the surface, but their soul power attacks were impossible to defend against. It was also because of this that the Soul clan became so terrifying. If Ling Xiao's divine hoop really had the power to attack the divine soul, countless people would probably fight to get their hands on it. Everyone present revealed an obscure look of greed, and their hearts began to move. Dragon Gate held a meeting of senior elders. Those who could be conferred the title of senior elder were all distinguished existences in the sect. Each of them was either a member of the Senjin of Goguryeo or a divine apothecary. This senior elder council included the sect master, Ling Chun, and there were over 100 people in total. Some of the Senjin of Goguryeo didn't have the qualifications to be selected. However, there were only 50 to 60 people present at this meeting, and most of them were either in seclusion or out. Dozens of Dragon Gate's upper echelons sat at the table, and all of them wore solemn expressions. Ling Chun sat at the head of the table, and his gaze swept across the crowd. Next, I will announce an extremely vile internal conflict. Divine Teacher Gong Sun stepped forward. Gong Sun Yang glanced at his senior brother, Gong Tanjan, from his seat, and then walked out to greet Ling Chun. Greetings, Sect Master. Gong Sun Yang is here. A few days ago, you came to Ling Zhao's Divine Teacher Peak and tried to forcibly occupy Ling Zhao's peak. You even injured people. This is a blatant disregard for the sect's rules, and your crime is punishable by death. Since this is your first offense, and you are also the sect's seventh divine apothecary, I will remove you from your position as a senior elder and take back the peak bestowed upon you. You will be worshipped for 100 years, and you will receive 1,000 divine staffs. Do you have any objections? Ling Chun coldly looked at Gong Sun Yang. Gong Sun Yang panicked. It didn't matter if he lost his position as a senior elder and worshipped, but the 1,000 divine staffs could take his life. He bowed and cried out, Sect Master, I'm innocent. I didn't forcibly occupy Divine Teacher Ling's peak, and I didn't injure anyone. Chapter 1291. Gong Sun Yang truly felt wronged. He truly didn't want to take over Ling Zhao's peak. It was all because of Gong's instigation that he didn't hit anyone. All he did was say a few overboard words, yet he was slapped a dozen times and lost quite a few of his front teeth. I'll give you a chance to explain yourself. How are you being wronged? Ling Chun asked. Generally speaking, any sect would treat a divine alchemist as an honored guest and wouldn't make things difficult for him over a small matter. It was just that Gong Sun Yang's success rate was too low. It was already quite good if he could refine 1 out of 10 divine materials. A divine alchemist like him was only acknowledged within the Dragon Gate, but not by the Alchemy Union's badge. His status was only a bit more respected than an ordinary great Saint Master. As such, Ling Chun didn't mind using him as an example. Of course, he would love it even more if he could bite out someone else. Gong Sun Yang glanced at Gong, hoping that Gong would speak up for him. However, Gong closed his eyes and pretended like he didn't see anything. Gong Sun Yang was infuriated and cursed to himself. You want to leave after using me? Not a chance. Just as Gong Sun Yang was about to speak, a voice spoke up. Divine Alchemist Gong Sun is truly wronged. The one who hit him was someone else. Divine Alchemist Gong Sun was only an accomplice. The speaker was none other than Ling Zhao himself. It was rare for him to participate in such a high-level meeting, so he had to show his face no matter what. He had already been bullied by others. If he didn't retaliate, everyone would think that he was easy to bully. Gong Sun Yang followed along with Ling Zhao's words. Yes, yes. I'm truly wronged. Gong didn't think that Ling Zhao wouldn't let it go. He had already been beaten. What else did he want? He stared at the divine hoop on Ling Zhao's forehead, and his eyes flashed with fear, but also greed. Ling Chun glanced at Ling Zhao and said, Divine Master Ling, you are the person involved. Tell me, who do you think is the one who hurt a fellow disciple? Ling Chun was asking a question he already knew the answer to. He didn't dare to drag Gong out to talk about this directly, as he was afraid that he would arouse the strong dissatisfaction of the Divine Body faction. However, it was different if it was brought up by Ling Zhao. However, the punishment would not be so severe. Ling Zhao glanced at Gong and said faintly, There are many witnesses to this. Elder Gong, if you don't come out and admit your mistake, when are you going to do it? What did I do wrong? Divine Teacher Ling, please don't slander me. Gong stood up and shouted. Ling Zhao sneered and said, Elder Gong, you don't think you're wrong? Don't tell me that my men were beaten up by you for nothing. I admit that Divine Master Gongsun and I went to your peak, but we just wanted to discuss the matter of exchanging peaks. It's fine if you didn't want to, but you actually attacked us. If you want to talk about the wrongdoers, then you are the ones. Gong said righteously. Then he turned to Ling Chun and said, "Please punish Divine Teacher Ling. Divine Master Gongsun and I were beaten out of the peak by him. This kind of behavior cannot be easily forgiven." Gong was really courageous. He actually dared to hit back. He only dared to do this because there were many people from the Divine Body faction present today. Of course, he also knew that this wasn't very convincing, but he just wanted to divert attention so that he wouldn't be involved in this. "Elder Gong, you have to be responsible for your words," Ling Chen scolded. "Of course, I won't slander anyone. I think Divine Master Gongsun will agree with me," Gong replied. Gongsun Yang quickly nodded and said, "Yes, it's just like what Elder Gong said. We just wanted to discuss with Divine Teacher Ling to see if we could exchange peaks. Originally, if he said he didn't want to exchange peaks, then we wouldn't force him. But since he attacked us, then he was in the wrong. Please help us, Sectmaster." At this time, the people from the Divine Body faction immediately spoke up for them. Fong Buer was the first to speak. "I don't believe that Elder Gong and Divine Master Gongsun would do something like snatching someone else's peak. That's right, this is definitely slander. Sectmaster can't just listen to their side of the story. Some people don't even consider the fact that they're from the same sect. I think we should severely punish these people." That's right, Elder Gong and Divine Master Gongsun are not people who don't know their limits. There must be some misunderstanding, or maybe someone is deliberately framing them. Young people are quite impulsive. They just said a few words and then started beating people up. He really shouldn't have done that. If this continues, the elders in the sect will all be bullied by him. When the people from the Divine Body faction spoke, Kim People's people couldn't help but immediately retaliate. Suddenly, the hall became extremely noisy. "All of you quiet," Ling Chun shouted angrily from the seat of honor. Every time there was an elder meeting like this, something like this would happen. They simply didn't put him, the sect master, in their eyes. This matter is witnessed by all the elders on Divine Master Ling Mountain. "Elder Gong, Divine Master Gongsun, do you still want to refute it?" Ling Chen asked. These people clearly attacked first, but they didn't admit it and even slandered them. Did they really think that he, the sect master, was just a decoration? They're all Divine Master Ling's people, so of course they're all on her side, Gong said, non-committally. "I don't think this matter is very serious." Elder Gong and Divine Master Gongsun came to cause trouble, while Divine Master Ling attacked first. "I think they're both in the wrong. Let's just punish each of them for 10 years, an old man said. This person's words seemed fair, but in fact he was on the side of the Divine Body faction. "I also think this punishment is good. Anyway, both sides didn't lose anything, so why do we have to be so unhappy? We should make peace," Fong Buer said proudly. The other people from the Divine Body faction also agreed, but Kim People's people couldn't refute it. After all, not many people saw Gong attack with their own eyes. On the contrary, many people saw Ling Xiao drag Gong, Gongsun Yang, and the others down the mountain. When Ling Chun heard this, he couldn't help but feel angry. If they really did what they wanted, then today's meeting would become a laughingstock. Now he couldn't be partial to Ling Xiao. After all, his words weren't very convincing. Ling Xiao sneered at the elders of the Divine Body faction, and finally fixed his eyes on Gong and Gongsun Yang. It seemed that they were quite proud of themselves. "Elder Gong, since you want to deny it, there's nothing I can do," Ling Xiao said with a helpless expression. Gong thought that Ling Xiao had admitted defeat, so he immediately said, "What I said is the truth. How can I deny it?" Gongsun Yang took the opportunity to say, "That's right, I was even beaten by you at that time. Sectmaster, you must help me." This fellow was a typical proud and obedient grandson. "Don't worry, the Sectmaster will definitely help you. I believe that the Sectmaster will not change the punishment just now. Of course, Elder Gong, you attacked my people, so I have to ask the Sectmaster to help me settle this matter." As Ling Xiao spoke, a recording crystal pearl appeared in his hand. When Gong saw Ling Xiao take out this thing, he instantly panicked. Ling Xiao brought the recording crystal pearl in front of Ling Chun and said, "Sect Master, here is a record of how Elder He Gong made the first move. The facts are right in front of us. Elder He Gong broke the sect's rules. Sect Master, please punish Elder He Gong according to the sect's rules. Otherwise, I will definitely not accept it." Ling Zhao's words were very heavy and also expressed his determination to punish He Gong. Otherwise, if Ling Chun admitted defeat in the end, then taking out the recording crystal pearl would be a waste. This recording crystal pearl was recorded by Sha Tian, who had been hiding in the dark. Ling Chun didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such a move. He was pleasantly surprised, but he thought to himself, "This kid seems to have a problem with me. He actually didn't give me the recording crystal pearl before the meeting." Ling Chun looked at the recording crystal pearl and immediately shouted, "Everyone look, is this what Elder He Gong said was done by Divine Teacher Ling? Simply lying through your teeth, a bunch of nonsense." Then he passed the recording crystal pearl to the other elders and said, "Everyone take a look. It is clear who attacked first. Let's see how to punish Elder He Gong." He Gong's expression was extremely ugly. He wanted to destroy the recording crystal pearl, but he didn't have the courage to do so. He didn't expect that his moment of carelessness would be recorded by others. Now, he couldn't refute it even if he wanted to. On the other hand, Gong Sanyang was slightly relieved. After all, he didn't injure anyone. On the contrary, he was the one who was beaten. I don't think it's a big deal. Maybe it was their rude words that angered Elder He Gong. Fong Buer said. He naturally wanted to help He Gong, but he didn't know to what extent. He cursed in his heart. Idiot, he actually left behind such a big tail. You guys turned black into white and white into black. Could it be that He Gong and Gong Sanyang's brains are clamped, running to someone else's territory to be scolded? I think it must be the two of them who want to forcefully occupy Divine Teacher Ling's territory. That's why they used force to suppress us. These people deserve to be beheaded. A Sunjin of Goguryeo from Kim people coldly snorted. That's right. There can be no circle without rules. Whoever breaks the sect's rules must be punished. Another person from Kim people's faction replied. I agree. Chong Haoyo's master faintly replied. His own disciple was being bullied. As a master, he also didn't look good. Now was the time to add insult to injury. The people from Kim people's faction started to speak out against He Gong and Gong Sanyang. They didn't show any mercy, because this was the best opportunity to directly attack the Divine Body faction's arrogance. How could they miss it? The people from Divine Body faction wanted to say something, but they didn't know how to refute. Elder He Gong is our sect's senior elder. We can't punish him so heavily just because he taught a junior a lesson. How are we going to teach our juniors in the future? Fong Buer said. He knew that it would be difficult to protect He Gong. He could only try to reduce He Gong's sentence. If Ling Xiao hadn't returned, even if He Gong had taken down all the people on Ling Xiao's peak, no one would have said anything. Does Commander Fong think that my subordinates can be bullied as they please? Ling Xiao asked. Chapter 1292. This was the best time to get rid of the thorn in his side, and Ling Xiao definitely did not want to miss it. Unfortunately, Ling Chun still disappointed him. He actually raised the butcher's knife high up in the air, but gently put it down. He said that Elder He Gong had worked hard and could not be punished heavily because of such a small matter. Therefore, Elder He Gong was only punished with 10 years of stipend, and was sent out to handle affairs for another 10 years. He could not return to the sect for the next 10 years. This was equivalent to letting He Gong go out to travel, and it did not cause him any actual harm. On the other hand, Gong Sanyang was punished severely. He was punished with 50 years of stipend, and was removed from his position as a senior elder. In the future, he would not be able to participate in such meetings. Gong Sanyang cried out in grievance. After all, he really did not beat anyone up. The little bit of power that he had just gained was gone, just like that. Anyone would not be happy about it. However, he could not win against the big shots, and could only swallow this bitterness. Ling Chun thought that he had punished He Gong lightly, and that he was trying to win people over. However, the people from a Divine Body faction felt that he was a coward and would not appreciate it. As for the people from the Kim people, they were all dissatisfied. Ling Chen's punishment was too hard to convince the masses. And because of this wrong decision, Ling Chun lost his position as the sect leader in the near future. Of course, no one knew that this was the result of Ling Zhao's vague response to the elders in the clan. Ling Xiao felt that such an indecisive sect leader could not be at ease, and how could he control the situation? After the meeting ended, Ling Xiao immediately returned to the Kim people and prepared to pay his respects to the elders in the clan. However, before that, he first went to see the prodigal and the 13th prince. Ever since Ling Xiao entered the chaotic burial dimension, they returned to the dragon-gazing mountain range and stayed in the depths of the mountain range. They knew that Ling Xiao was not dead, so they were not worried. Instead, they tried their best to nurture Little Gold, Muscle Man, and Dragon Horse. They were naturally overjoyed to see Ling Xiao return. I knew that boss would definitely be fine. You're the benevolent emperor that our race has chosen. The prodigal said very seriously. It was said that the humans assisted by the Qilin divine beast were all emperors born with great luck. This saying was not without reason. Ling Xiao smiled and patted the prodigal's forehead. Zazai, you're right. How could something happen to me so easily? The 13th prince said, Boss, when are you going to take us out? I'm bored to death here. 100 years will pass very quickly. The time it could spend with Ling Xiao was only 100 years. It didn't want to waste most of its time. It still wanted to explore the Qingyun realm. Well, don't worry. I'll take you out in a few days. Ling Xiao nodded. The prodigal and the 13th prince were both his capable subordinates. He couldn't let them waste their time here. Ling Xiao then noticed that Little Gold's current strength was already at the mid-stage of the 9th level. Muscle Man had reached the peak of the mid-stage of the 9th level and was only one step away from the high stage of the 9th level. The Dragon Horse had reached the peak of the 8th level and was only one step away from the 9th level. Don't underestimate their current strength. When they reached the 10th level, they would definitely have the ability to fight above their level. They were all mutated spiritual beasts and had special abilities. They wanted to follow Ling Xiao out like the prodigal and the 13th prince. However, Ling Xiao didn't have such plans for now. They were still a little weak. He comforted them to stay and see who could break through to the 10th level in the shortest time. To humans, the Divine King was a huge stepping stone. To spiritual beasts, reaching the 10th level was also a huge dividing line. If the power of their bloodline wasn't enough, it would be very difficult to reach that step. If they wanted to reach the 10th level, even if there were many beast cores for them to devour, it would take them hundreds of years or even thousands of years. After conversing with them for a while, Ling Xiao rushed to the clan to pay his respects to the elders. With his current strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to return to the Xianling continent. However, he had something important to do and had to postpone it for now. Clan leader Ling Bo, Great Elder Ling Xiu, Ling Wei, and the other elders of the Kim people were there. If it was any other junior of the Kim people, it would be an honor to be received by one of the elders. Every time Ling Xiao returned, there would be several elders waiting for him. It had to be said that even the outer sect master, Ling Chun, didn't have such great prestige. Greetings, clan leader and elders. Ling Xiao greeted respectfully. Although he had some relationship with the soul race, his bloodline truly belonged to the Kim people. This point could not be erased. And in ancient times, the Kim people had just moved over from the Xianling continent and did not have much fame. They did not participate in the war against the soul race. Therefore, the soul race and the Kim people did not have much of a grudge. This was also why Ling Xiao did not need to worry about it. Haha, there's always a surprise every time I see you. This time is no exception. Ling Bo laughed heartily on the seat of honor. Great Elder Ling Qiu echoed. That's right. This kid is really a strange talent. To be able to come out from that place safe and sound, it's really a rare event in the past 10,000 years. Ling Wei did not say anything. His old eyes were also full of praise. One had to know that Ling Xiao was of the same bloodline as them. It had been more than a decade since Ling Xiao last saw them. But in these short 10-odd years, Ling Xiao jumped 2 ranks in a row and reached the strength of a high-level divine king. This speed of advancement could definitely make everyone speechless. Even those cultivators who seize bodies, or those who obtained ancient inheritances, couldn't compare to him. This kid was simply a freak. They guessed that Ling Xiao must have obtained a great fortuitous encounter in the chaotic burial space. The way they looked at Ling Xiao was already treating Ling Xiao as the most important junior. No one could replace Ling Xiao's position in the clan. Ling Xiao had another identity as a divine apothecary. Furthermore, his bloodline power was much denser than theirs. They had no choice but to pay attention to him. And why does that divine hoop look so familiar? Ling Wei stared at Ling Xiao's headband and thought to himself. Ling Wei was the most experienced person present, so he was naturally more knowledgeable than the others. However, he didn't ask Ling Xiao on the spot. Instead, he tried his best to recall something. We old fellows have all heard about what happened in the outer sect. Ling Chun is muddle-headed. Ling Bo sighed from his seat of honor. Then he said, "You gave him such a chance to kill the chicken to warn the monkey, but he didn't know how to make use of it. It seems like he, the sect leader, has been bullied for too long and has almost become a coward." Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before saying, "Perhaps the sect leader's state of mind has really changed because of the mundane matters." His words undoubtedly affirmed Ling Bo's words and also expressed his dissatisfaction with Ling Chun. What he meant was that Ling Chun was more suitable to go back and cultivate in seclusion for a few days. It might be better to pursue a higher realm. How could Ling Bo, Ling Xiao, and the others not understand Ling Xiao's meaning? They immediately started a plan in their hearts. Perhaps this sect leader should be changed. Little Chun has been at the peak of the God King stage for quite some time. Perhaps he could try to break through further, the elder from Ling Chen's faction said. He also felt that Ling Chen's actions had caused him to lose face, so he might as well bring it up directly to make him feel a little better. And I originally thought that Ling Chun would be the fastest to take that step, but he was actually surpassed by that brat Ling Fei. It seems like the management of the outer sect is indeed worrying. Ling Xiao sighed at the side. The words of these few big shots had undoubtedly determined Ling Chen's fate. As for who would take over Ling Chen's position, it was unknown. If this news were to spread out, those people from the Divine Body faction would all be jealous, especially Fong Buer. His desire for power was the strongest. Ling Xiao was just about to take his leave. He was definitely not interested in the position of sect leader. Unexpectedly, Ling Wei exclaimed, "I know what it is." Everyone present was startled by Ling Wei's inexplicable shout. "Fourth Elder, what are you doing?" Ling Bo asked Ling Wei. Only then did Ling Wei come back to his senses. He immediately laughed dryly and said, "Ha, nothing, it's just that. I was just thinking about something and got distracted." Then he immediately changed the topic and said, "Xiao, when can you return to the Xianling continent? With your strength, it shouldn't be a problem for you to save the old ancestor." Ling Xiao revealed a somewhat embarrassed expression and said, "Great-grandfather, this matter, I'm afraid you still have to give me some time. I have some things to do. Let's wait for a few years. When I'm done with my things, I'll immediately return." Ling Xiao also wanted to return to see his family immediately, but now he had no choice but to settle the people of the soul race first. That's fine. Anyway, the old ancestor should still be safe. He can still endure it for a few years. However, the sooner you go back, the better. We don't want any accidents to happen. Ling Bo emphasized. "Yes, Patriarch," Ling Xiao replied. "All right, I heard that you taught a lesson to his son Jean of Goguryeo called Higong." Ling Bo asked again. Teaching him a lesson is already too light for that kind of person. If it wasn't for the fact that he's a member of the sect, I would definitely not let him see the sun tomorrow. Ling Xiao revealed a sharp killing intent, as he said. That's right. To deal with those kinds of people, we must beat them until they are afraid. Only then will they not dare to cause trouble again. Sometimes, killing them to warn the others is more effective. Ling Xiao agreed. "Aha, that's right. We Kim people are not afraid of anyone. If anyone wants to make life difficult for us, we will make it even more difficult for them. Ling Bo echoed and said, "It seems that you already have the strength of a Sinjin of Goguryeo. In 2 years, the seal of God's altar will open once every 100 years. At that time, you can go and verify your ranking. Having the identity of a Sinjin of Goguryeo will only be good for you. There won't be any disadvantages. You can also experience the strength of the peak god kings of other influences." The investiture god altar had 2 lists. One was the Sinjin Kingdom Goguryeo list, and the other was the Supreme Incipient God list. Those that could be recorded on the Divine Seal altar would become famous in their region and become the most respected figure in their region. Ling Xiao thought about it and said, "All right, I'll go there if I have time." Chapter 1293. To be honest, Ling Xiao really didn't have much interest in this Divine Seal altar. After all, with his current strength, it would not be difficult for him to casually kill 1,000 Divine King. At that time, wouldn't the Divine Light of verification come? Why do you need to spend so much effort to join the investiture of the gods? Sure, Yin wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, he agreed. He knew that some ancient families in seclusion would send some juniors to challenge the ranking list. And in the Sky Dragon area, some ancient families used to attack the Soul Clan. Although they had left the stage of history, their foundation was still there. It was just that they didn't show it in normal times. After the rise of the Kim people, they didn't participate in worldly affairs anymore. Thus, ordinary people didn't know about their existence. However, they occupied a lot of people on the ranking list of the Sinjin of Goguryeo. From this, it could be seen that their hidden competence wasn't weaker than the super forces. Ling Xiao had inherited everything of Soul Wind, and he could be Soul Wind's reincarnation. He had to take revenge for the grudge against the Soul Clan. Of course, he hoped that the descendants of the Soul Clan would take revenge. That would motivate them to cultivate crazily. Anyway, he didn't mind killing some outstanding juniors of those races to pave the way for the descendants of the Soul Clan. After Ling Xiao bid farewell, he wanted to find Ling Fei. He heard that his brother had been in seclusion ever since he was relieved of his general position more than 10 years ago. However, he heard that he had come out of seclusion 2 years ago and had reached half incipient God realm. He was the first warrior of the Kim people to reach half incipient God realm in the last 3,000 years. Following his breakthrough, his position in the clan rose a lot. Unfortunately, by the time Ling Xiao found his residence, he had already been told to leave. Ling Xiao could only sigh and return to his place. However, when he returned to his house, Ling Wei was already waiting for him. Ling Xiao couldn't help feeling a little strange. They had just met. Why did his great-grandfather rush over again? Could it be that there was something he hadn't explained clearly? "Great-grandfather, why are you here?" Ling Xiao asked politely. Ling Wei stared at the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop on Ling Xiao's forehead and said, "This is a divine hoop. Did you get it from the chaotic burial space?" Ling Xiao understood that his great-grandfather had recognized the origin of the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "That's right. Do you recognize it, great-grandfather?" Ling Wei sighed enviously and said, "How could I not recognize the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop, one of the famous supreme artifacts of ancient times? It's just that I couldn't remember it at first. You're really lucky." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "You probably don't care about the Sinjin of Goguryeo because you own it, right?" Ling Xiao was taken aback for a moment before he replied, "Since great-grandfather has recognized it, then of course it is." The Dragon Phoenix divine hoop was focused on defense, but it could also unleash soul power attacks. However, Ling Xiao did not use the power of the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop to injure Higong. After all, Higong was not worthy of using its divine ability. Haha, good. Such an important treasure has been obtained by you. No wonder you were able to come out of the chaotic burial space. Ling Wei laughed loudly. Then his expression turned serious as he said, "But you should still take it out. If you wear it on your head all day, If someone discovers it, I'm afraid it will bring about a fatal disaster." Ling Xiao understood the reason behind Ling Wei's words. After all, there weren't many ancient god equipment like this in the Heaven Realm, and every single one of them was a sect protecting treasure of the various great powers. For Ling Xiao to carry such an ancient godly artifact on his head all day long, it would be hard for him not to be noticed. However, Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to remove it in a short time." "What is it? Can't you control it?" Ling Wei said worriedly. If he was controlled by an ancient godly artifact, that would not be good. After all, weapons that had become divine artifacts would all have artifact souls, and some powerful artifact souls could even control a person's mind and take over their body. Although this type of artifact soul was rare, it still had to be guarded against. After all, what was above Ling Xiao's head was an ancient god artifact, and the artifact's soul inside was abnormally powerful. Ling Wei was also worried that Ling Xiao had been controlled by the artifact's soul. If that was the case, it would be troublesome. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Great-grandfather, you're thinking too much. I'm currently in the period of getting used to it. I believe that it will disappear from my forehead before long." This Dragon Phoenix divine hoop was different from ordinary divine artifacts. It was forged by Han Feng, and it would only choose a descendant of the soul race as its master. Since Ling Xiao was Han Feng's chosen successor, it was perfectly normal for it to automatically recognize Ling Xiao as its master. However, when Han Feng became a top-notch sovereign, he injected a large amount of soul power, divine power, and spiritual energy into the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop, causing the artifact's soul inside to fuse with him. It could be said that this Dragon Phoenix divine hoop was equivalent to a part of his body. Therefore, Han Feng always wore it on his forehead, and over time, he developed a feeling of flesh and blood connection with it. It was also because of this that Ling Xiao had this feeling when he wore the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop. However, because of this, removing the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop was equivalent to removing a piece of his flesh, and it was not easy. Unless Ling Xiao's soul power reached the level of a top-notch sovereign, he would not be able to remove the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop at will. Otherwise, the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop would be worn on his forehead for the rest of his life. This was also the will of the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop to protect Ling Xiao's life. It could also be said that it was the will of Han Feng. After all, with the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop, as long as he didn't encounter a top-notch ancient god artifact, Ling Xiao's head wouldn't have any problems, and he would be able to protect his life first when he encountered any danger. Ling Xiao's words were only perfunctory to Ling Wei. He didn't know how long it would take for his soul power to reach the level of a top-notch sovereign. Fortunately, the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop's appearance was very cool. If it was ugly, Ling Xiao would have taken it off even if he was beaten to death. That's good. Then try your best to fuse with it and avoid being recognized by others. That will be quite troublesome, Ling Wei reminded. Although Kim people did not participate in the soul extermination battle, they all knew about that battle. The soul race had committed a great taboo, which was why all the races had joined forces to exterminate them. If Ling Xiao's Dragon Phoenix divine hoop were to be found out by those people, even a sovereign would come out to kill Ling Xiao and snatch it away. After all, such a Dragon Phoenix divine hoop was equivalent to a life-saving treasure, and it could also attack someone's soul in a surprise manner. It was also a great help in killing enemies. Afterwards, Ling Wei gave some instructions to Ling Xiao before leaving. Ling Xiao stayed in the sect for a few days, concentrating on refining a batch of low-level pills. He was prepared to give them to the soul race people. Their physiques were too weak, so he had to first improve their physiques and increase their physical strength. He also had to clean up their meridians and acupoints and raise their cultivation speed. At the same time, he refined another batch of divine pills. A portion was left for Kim people, and a portion was given to Dragon Gate to buy their hearts. Of course, these materials had to be accounted for by the clan and Dragon Gate. He wasn't so powerful that he could provide divine pills to others for free. Half a year later, Ling Xiao brought the prodigal and the 13th prince out of the clan and returned to the outer sect. Just as he returned to his mountain peak, he noticed that there were many unfamiliar auras there. Ling Xiao thought that something had happened again, so he hurriedly went to the main hall. It turned out that these people weren't here to cause trouble, but to pay their respects to him, the divine apothecary. Some of them wanted him to refine pills for them, while others wanted to join his mountain peak and work for him. Ling Xiao had to personally receive them. After all, they were all elders of the same sect, so he had to give them some face. After a long while, Ling Xiao finally sent these people away. With his current popularity, he wouldn't dare to say that he was #1 in Dragon Gate, but he was definitely in the top few. He had already become a legend in Dragon Gate and the idol of all the younger generation disciples. Many disciples wanted to worship Ling Xiao as their master, but Ling Xiao didn't accept any of them. It wasn't that he was arrogant, but he was too busy now. When he could calm down, he would plan to accept more disciples. Ling Xiao stayed on his mountain peak for 2 days, then went to Dragon Gate's book collection pavilion to look for some ancient records. He wanted to understand more about the ancient races, as well as where they were hiding, so that it would be easier for him to act in the future. One had to know that the Soul race had many enemies, and they were from all the major regions, not just the Sky Dragon region. Therefore, Ling Xiao had to find out how many races they had survived and where they were living now. After a few days, Ling Xiao came out of the book collection pavilion. When he returned to his mountain peak, Ling Gang had already returned from an errand. He had long known the news of Ling Xiao's return, but when he saw Ling Xiao again, he was shocked speechless. Anyone who saw a person soar to high-level Divine King realm from low-level Divine King realm in a short dozen years would be greatly shocked. Needless to say, Ling Gang could guess that Ling Xiao obtained a big lucky chance in the chaotic burial space. While he was envious in his heart, he was also filled with reverence. Recalling back then when his uncle Xiao was low-level, he slaughtered Sinjin of Goguryeo and did not even place Sinjin of Goguryeo in his eyes. Now that he reached this strength, coupled with his combat power, he probably had the confidence to face Sinjin of Goguryeo head-on and win. After Ling Xiao and Ling Gang exchanged pleasantries, Ling Gang told Ling Xiao a piece of news. It turned out that this time, Ling Gang was searching for the whereabouts of the Shadow Assassination Group's leader, Shadow. It said that over a dozen years ago, the Shadow Assassination Group was annihilated, but that leader only escaped with heavy injuries and was not killed. As long as he caught Shadow, then the culprit who harmed Ling Xiao back then could be found. It was just a pity that Ling Gang did not find Shadow on this trip, making him return disappointed. However, Ling Xiao found out from his mouth that the last place Shadow appeared was actually the place he was preparing to head to. That place was precisely where the Soul race's ancestral land was located. If I can catch that guy and prove that it was Fongbu or Higong and the rest who instructed to assassinate me, then I can get rid of them openly and justifiably, Ling Xiao secretly thought in his heart. Chapter 1294. The ancestral land of the Soul clan was between the Sky Dragon area and the Sky Sparrow area. It was called the Devil Soul area mainly because it was the territory of the Soul clan. However, after the Soul clan disappeared in the long river of history, the Soul clan's territory was renamed. Now it was called the Swordland. Why was it called the Swordland? The biggest force in this area was the Sword Cleansing Manor. All the forces that relied on them were part of the Sword Cleansing Manor. That was why it was called the Swordland. Of course, the Sword Cleansing Manor wasn't located in the ancestral land of the Soul clan. It was just not too far away. Ling Xiao's goal this time was to go to the so-called Swordland. This time, he brought his 2 women, his master, the demonic emperor, Fengqing, Xu Ziqian, Lu Piapiao, Ling Gang, Mo Inyo, and the others. There were around 30 people in total. Each of them had the power of a king god. Ling Xiao didn't want to bring so many people. However, Ling Gang didn't dare to let Ling Xiao move alone. He had to protect Ling Xiao. At the same time, Ling Gang wanted to come and see if he could meet Gloomy Shadow. Although Gloomy Shadow wasn't one of the Sinjin of Goguryeo, he wasn't any weaker than the Sun Jin of Goguryeo. According to the investigations, Gloomy Shadow could be a member of the Dark Shadow clan. This was because the Gloomy Shadow secret technique he used was a secret of the Dark Shadow clan. However, the Dark Shadow clan had declined. In the Antiquity time, they were one of the strongest clans among the 100 clans. However, they had participated in the war against the Soul clan. They had invested the most manpower and resources. In the end, they were almost destroyed by the Soul clan. As a result, after so many years of recuperation, they didn't have any outstanding juniors. They couldn't show the prestige of the ancient clan anymore. It was said that the Dark Shadow clan lived not far from the ancestral land of the Soul clan. However, that place was hidden. Moreover, it was surrounded by many dangerous mountains. It would be troublesome to find them. Of course, this was all speculation. It couldn't be confirmed. In other people's eyes, the Dark Shadow clan was a declining ancient family. However, Ling Xiao didn't think so. Actually, before the Soul clan had risen, the Dark Shadow clan had existed. The Dark Shadow clan often bullied the Soul clan's warriors. The relationship between the two clans wasn't good, but the Soul clan was the weaker one. Later on, the Soul clan became stronger and had the competence to compete with the Dark Shadow clan. Large and small-scale battles often broke out between the two races. Eventually, when the Soul clan gained the upper hand, they prepared to massacre the entire Dark Shadow clan. However, in the end, the Dark Shadow clan had saved a lot of forces and escaped. Because of this, the Dark Shadow clan had started to contact the great ancient clans to deal with the Soul clan. Although the Dark Shadow clan had suffered a big loss in that battle, they must have left some inheritance. At this moment, the warriors of the Dark Shadow clan shouldn't be weak. Perhaps they had been recuperating and waiting for the moment to rise again. Of course, some of the higher echelons of the forces guessed that the sword-washing manor had something to do with the Dark Shadow clan. Eventually, after many investigations, they found that the two had nothing to do with each other. Thus, they didn't make wild guesses anymore. When Ling Gang came here, he also wanted to check the Dark Shadow clan. Unfortunately, he didn't have a good excuse, so he had to do it. After a long time of traveling, they finally arrived at the Swordland. When they arrived at a city, the evil emperor said that he wanted to part ways with Ling Xiao. It was because the evil emperor wanted to take Shu Ziqian to the Shu family to solve the matter between him and Shu Ziqian. This was something that the demonic emperor had discussed with Ling Xiao beforehand. Little Xiao, let's stop here. We have to go through 2 more cities to reach the Shu family city. After we're done, I will find you, said the evil emperor. Ling Xiao said, Teacher, how about this? We will go with you. The evil emperor smiled. What? Are you afraid that I can't control the situation? Don't worry and go do your thing. I can solve my problem. Ling Xiao knew that his teacher cared about his reputation, so he didn't force him. However, he still asked some elders of Dragon Gate to follow the evil emperor to prevent the Shu family from being too arrogant. The evil emperor didn't oppose this. With the Dragon Gate's people following them, he believed that the Shu family wouldn't dare to say anything even if they were bold. After Ling Xiao bid farewell to the evil emperor, he took the others to continue their journey. Demon Soul City was a city built by the Soul clan in the Antiquity time. Although the Soul clan had been exterminated, the name of Demon Soul City had never changed. Demon Soul City used to be under the jurisdiction of the Sword-Washing Manor, but the Sword-Washing Manor didn't dare to control it. Others might not know who was behind the Demon Soul City, but the Sword-Washing Manor knew that this was the Dark Shadow clan's territory. This was the only property that the Dark Shadow clan had shown to the world. They didn't dare to provoke them. Ordinary people only knew that this was a free trade city. It was guarded by the peak god King Yingfeng. Normally, no one dared to cause trouble here. Ling Xiao and the others arrived at this ancient city with a long history. This ancient city was no less lively than the other famous cities. After all, one could trade freely here. After paying a certain entrance fee, they could deal with their own goods. They didn't need to worry about any management fees. Many of the items that the roving bandits robbed would be traded in this city. Moreover, this place was close to the Sky Sparrow City and all the territory gates. It could be said that the border between these two places had a unique advantage. If it were in the past, Ling Xiao would definitely find some good treasures in this place. However, he didn't have the mood to do so now. When he stepped into the ancient city, he actually felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had returned to his hometown. The dragon phoenix divine circlet on his forehead also let out a cheer that only he could hear. Seems like I didn't find a wrong place. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. After entering the city, they found a relatively luxurious restaurant. Ling Xiao planned to have a drink with his people before deciding on anything else. During the meal, Ling Gang told Ling Xiao about the gloomy shadow. This person had disappeared in this city. He suspected that the gloomy shadow had a relationship with the city master, Ing Feng. They should both be members of the Dark Shadow clan. The Gloomy Shadow Assassination Group could be a team that the Dark Shadow clan had sent out to collect money. Or they wanted to probe the situation first and were preparing to come out again. After hearing this news, Ling Xiao had a plan. Whether this news is true or not, I have to investigate it carefully. At night, although Ling Xiao slept with the two women, his god soul clone quietly left his sea of consciousness and flew towards the city master's mansion. Ling Xiao's divine soul doppelganger had already reached the soul concealment stage. If he didn't want others to notice his doppelganger, no one would be able to. Even ordinary supreme martial artists wouldn't be able to sense it. After all, Ling Xiao's god soul had reached the half-incipient god realm. His power was not the same as before. The city master's mansion was heavily guarded. It was almost as if there were 3 guards and 5 sentries. It was not easy for ordinary people to sneak in. However, to Ling Xiao, no one would be able to sense him even if he flew directly above the city master's mansion. Ling Xiao scanned the area with his divine consciousness and found that there were many hidden god king auras. However, none of them could pose a threat to him. He observed the surrounding situation. After confirming that there were no large-scale formations, he dove towards the brightly lit main hall. When he arrived at the entrance of the main hall, there were many people drinking to their heart's content. There were also courtesans singing and dancing. It was a lively and joyous scene. The middle-aged man sitting on the main seat should be the city master of Demon Soul City, Ing Feng. This person had a dignified appearance and had a domineering aura. He had the demeanor of a city master. However, there was another middle-aged man with a cold and gloomy aura sitting on the same level as him. He was actually sitting on his left. It seemed that this person's status was not lower than Ing Feng's. Ling Xiao, who was outside the door, recognized this person immediately. It was Hidden Shadow, whom Ling Gang had been searching for. Ling Xiao had seen his portrait from Ling Gang before. Although there were some discrepancies, he felt that he could not be wrong. "Brother, I told you not to do that. Sooner or later, you will get into trouble. When I heard that you were killed, I was worried for you." Ing Feng said to Hidden Shadow, "Brother Feng, if I could be like you and be ranked as a city master by the clan, I wouldn't have to work so hard. Damn, I didn't expect those fellows from Dragon Gate to be so untrustworthy. They thought that I wouldn't be able to guess who they were just by changing their appearances. They actually tortured and killed hundreds of my brothers. If I didn't use a secret technique to escape, I would have lost my life. Damn it." Hidden Shadow said angrily as he gulped down a mouthful of wine. "In your line of work, there's a high income, but there's also a high risk. Right now, the Heavenly Dragon sect is fighting amongst themselves. If you sell the news of them bribing you to the Jin clan, I believe they will have a good show to watch," suggested Ing Feng. "I also intend to do that, but I'm afraid that my matter will bring trouble to the Kim people. It won't be good if it causes trouble for the clan," Hidden Shadow said with some concern. "You don't have to worry about this. Although my clan has declined, it has not declined to the point where others can bully us. But you are right, let's talk about this later." Ing Feng replied, following which, he said, "In the future, you will temporarily stay by my side. I will naturally explain things to the clan." "Thank you, Brother Feng," Hidden Shadow replied with a smile. Then, he looked at the courtesan who was twisting her body. With a wave of his hand, he pulled the courtesan over. "Come, beauty, drink with me," Hidden Shadow said as he hugged the courtesan. At the same time, The hand that was hugging her had already touched the courtesan's half-naked chest. Yingfeng knew Hidden Shadow's character, so he didn't say anything. He only said a few words and retreated to the backyard. Seems like I was right. It should be Feng Buer who bribed the Hidden Shadow assassination group. Ling Xiao had already confirmed his guess after listening to the conversation between the two of them. When he was chased by the Hidden Shadow people, it was the work of a mole from Dragon Gate. Chapter 1295. Ling Xiao didn't expect to bump into the person he was looking for. This saved him a lot of effort. Since Hidden Shadow was drinking with the beauties, he would let him enjoy himself for a while. Otherwise, people would say that he was heartless. Ling Xiao quietly followed Ying Feng's direction. He turned to the front of a pavilion. There were many people guarding here. After Ying Feng entered his room, Ling Xiao heard obscene sounds coming from inside. Ying Feng was probably even more lustful than Hidden Shadow. He immediately started doing it the moment he returned to his room. This really made Ling Xiao depressed. He really wanted to rush in and kill that Ying Feng immediately, but when he heard those humming sounds, his body started to heat up. Without a choice, his real body couldn't wait to enjoy the two beauties beside him. Just as Ying Feng was about to reach the peak of his excitement, Ling Xiao's figure disappeared through the window. He saw two glistening white bodies intertwining nonstop. It was very eye-catching. "Sir, you're awesome. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die." That beauty kept making obscene sounds. Ying Feng's attention was completely focused on this woman. He kept sprinting while saying, "Have fun. This city lord can make you feel like you're in heaven every night." Ling Xiao didn't have time to admire them. He moved like the wind and slashed at their necks. At this moment, Ying Feng seemed to have sensed something. His lower body's movement slowed down. Unfortunately, he only suspected that someone had entered. He didn't know that his opponent's attack had already reached him. "Pu Pu." Ling Xiao used his hand as a knife. He didn't hold back at all. The heads of the two bodies were immediately chopped off. The two souls rushed out in panic and wanted to escape. However, before they could escape, Ling Xiao had already captured them and devoured them. Ling Xiao did all this in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that no one could detect it. With a wave of his hand, Ling Xiao sent out an intense, baleful death qi to corrode the two corpses. Ling Xiao kept the spatial ring. He was not in a hurry to leave, but continued to sit there and digest Ying Feng's memories. Sure enough, Ying Feng was the spokesperson of the Nether Shadow clan on the surface. That Nether Shadow was a cousin of Ying Feng, and the title of Nether Shadow was just an alias. Of course, Shadow was nothing in Ling Xiao's eyes. Later, he would catch him off guard and place the soul-locking curse on him. After that, he would control this person to go to the Dragon Gate as a witness. That would be the time to kill Feng Buer, He Gong, and the others. The reason why Ling Xiao had killed Ying Feng was that he wanted to know the current situation of the Dark Shadow clan. He wanted to know the next step of his plan. According to Ying Feng's memory, the Dark Shadow clan couldn't be compared to the Kim people. Although their clansmen were much more than the Kim people, not many of them could cultivate the Nether Shadow secret technique. The most important thing was that in the antiquity time, 70 to 80% of the supreme experts of the Dark Shadow clan and incipient God Realm and God King God Realm experts had fallen. The inheritance and resources they had left behind were even fewer. Although they had been developing for so many years, as the other forces had risen, the Dark Shadow clan couldn't show the mighty prestige of the ancient clan anymore. Thus, they had chosen to hide and accumulate their forces first. Later on, they would rebuild their prestige. Today, the Dark Shadow clan had 2 supreme experts and some half-incipient God Realm experts. The number of God King God Realm experts wasn't less than those super forces. The Sinjin of Goguryeo also had several of them. The reason why the Sinjin of Goguryeo didn't have that many people was that they didn't send their warriors to compete for the rankings. Otherwise, they wouldn't be weaker than those super forces. Anyway, not everyone cared about the reputation of the Sinjin of Goguryeo. As long as they were strong enough, they would be respected wherever they went. Knowing this situation, Ling Xiao thought that it wouldn't be easy to destroy the Dark Shadow clan and take back the territory of the Soul clan. Although his cauldron had dozens of gods' corpses and demon corpses to help him, he didn't have the real experts at the supreme level. He only had 2 half-incipient God Realm experts. If they had a fight, they wouldn't even be enough to fill the gap between their teeth. Of course, it wasn't the reason why Ling Xiao had to back off. At this moment, he didn't need to eradicate the Dark Shadow clan immediately. He wanted to find a remote place for the Soul clan's warriors to stay. He would tell them that this place was their ancestral land. If they wanted to take back everything that belonged to them, they had to work hard to cultivate and increase their competence. As long as they controlled their behaviors and kept a low profile, they wouldn't expose their identities as members of the Soul clan. Then, they wouldn't be in any danger. Of course, Shiyan had to consider this later. Ling Xiao quietly left Ying Feng's room. When he returned to the hall, he found a room full of obscene scenes. The people who were drinking at the scene had already stripped the courtesans naked and pressed them down on their crotches, using all their strength to penetrate. Each of their movements was extremely difficult. It was really a living erotic scene. Ling Xiao cursed under his breath. A bunch of perverts. Ling Xiao observed. Besides Gloomy Shadow, sitting in the upper seat, the others weren't weak. It wasn't hard for him to kill them all. Ling Xiao didn't want to watch more. His figure dashed and attacked the groaning King God Realm warriors. His half-incipient God Realm power wasn't just for show. His power was many times stronger than the King God Realm warriors. Adding his wind attribute speed, his body was extremely fast. Puff puff. Except for Gloomy Shadow, the others were all killed in just a blink of an eye. Gloomy Shadow, who was in the middle of his penetration, immediately sensed the situation. His lower body was so scared that it shriveled up. He was a peak God Realm warrior, but he didn't know that someone had sneaked in and killed everyone here. It wasn't hard to imagine how intimidating that person was. Cold sweat trickled down his back. He threw away the courtesan he was hugging and shouted, "Who is it? Get out here." "Ha, guess who I am?" Ling Xiao smiled sinisterly, approaching Gloomy Shadow step by step. Gloomy Shadow scanned around, but he couldn't find Mao Ying. He used his soul consciousness to scan the area several times, but he couldn't find any aura. He thought that he was seeing a ghost. Is it an elder of our tribe? Gloomy Shadow thought. The Gloomy Shadow clan could cultivate a secret technique that could hide their tracks. Ordinary people couldn't find them. Gloomy Shadow had cultivated this secret technique to the Great Realm, so it wasn't hard for him to hide himself. However, as he was being targeted, he couldn't run away even if he wanted to. Who is it? Don't play tricks. Is it Ghost Shadow's 7th uncle? Or is it Elder Ying? Gloomy Shadow already had the divine weapon in his hand. He looked around and shouted. His expression was filled with anxiety. He had always been the one to hide and scare people. Today, he was being threatened by someone else. It really made him feel very scared and angry. Hee, guess who I am? Hee, guess who I am? Ling Xiao had the intention to scare this assassin leader who had sent people to hunt him down before. He laughed sinisterly. This voice reverberated throughout the hall, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. That courtesan fainted from the shock of this voice. Gloomy Shadow was furious. If this continued, he would be at a loss for what to do. Show yourself, Ying shouted in shock. He waved the divine sword in his hand, and a gale of sword light instantly filled the hall and blasted it to pieces. Rumble, rumble. Gloomy Shadow couldn't care less. He instantly soared into the sky, planning to hide first. His motive was to attract Ying Feng's attention so that the people in the City Lord's mansion would come to help. Ling Xiao had long been prepared for this move of Gloomy Shadows. However, he wasn't worried about causing any commotion. He didn't think that there would be anyone here who could detect his presence. The experts in the City Lord's mansion were all alarmed. They didn't know what was going on. Then, a panicked voice was heard. Not good. Lord City Lord has been killed. As soon as this voice came out, everyone's expression changed. The strongest person here was their Lord City Lord. He actually didn't know that he had been killed by someone else. Many experts flew toward the building where the city lord was located one by one. Gloomy Shadow was scared out of his wits. Yingfeng's strength was about the same as his, but he was actually killed by someone silently. He couldn't help but think, could it be that a supreme martial artist has made a move? Thinking of this, he became even more worried. Without thinking, he immediately fled into the distance. Perhaps he would only feel safe if he returned to his clan. Trying to escape? No way. Ling Xiao laughed coldly and immediately chased after him. Before Gloomy Shadow could fly far, he felt a pain at the back of his head. He immediately fainted. Ling Xiao didn't want to lose such a puppet helper. After he returned, he would control him and get him to go to the Dragon Gate and say that Fong Bu'er had bribed him with a heavy crystal. At that time, it would be the time for him to openly kill someone. Ling Xiao brought Gloomy Shadow back to the restaurant and settled him down. When the sun rose, his divine soul doppelganger and his real body would merge, and he would be able to use the soul lock curse on Gloomy Shadow. On the second day, the news of the Demon Soul City Lord being killed spread throughout the city like a plague. The number of guards in the city had doubled compared to usual. They were constantly interrogating the martial artists coming and going here, causing everyone to be on tenterhooks. When the Dark Shadow clan heard this news, the entire clan was shocked. Demon Soul City was a city that they used to accumulate wealth on the surface. It was relatively important. Hence, they sent a peak divine king like Yingfeng to guard the city, just in case. But now he was killed by someone else. They couldn't help but pay more attention to this matter. They sent a half-incipient God Realm expert to investigate this matter. When these people investigated Ling Zhao's team, Ling Gang revealed his identity as a member of the Dragon Gate. Immediately, they didn't dare to question him. However, this had aroused the suspicion of the Dark Shadow clan. After all, Yingfeng's competence was there. The person who could sneak into the City Lord's palace and kill him must have a terrifying competence. Moreover, Ling Gang, the Sinjin of Goguryeo, had coincidentally appeared here. They suspected that Dragon Gate had done this. However, although they were suspicious, they didn't dare to randomly accuse others. Chapter 1296. Yingfeng, the city master of the Demon Soul City, was killed. Who did it after all? How daring! After the Dark Shadow clan's warriors left, Ling Gang asked Ling Xiao with a puzzled expression. As Ling Gang was Kim People's man, he naturally knew who Yingfeng was. The Dark Shadow clan usually kept a low profile. Most of them just wandered around Demon Soul City. Yingfeng wasn't weak, but he was killed so easily. Ling Gang was surprised. Haha, maybe he stole someone else's woman and was killed by them, Ling Xiao said with a smile. He wouldn't go back and announce this. He didn't want Ling Gang and the others to worry about him. After staying in Demon Soul City for several days, the Dark Shadow clan couldn't find the murderer. They could only relax their vigilance and let the people in the city resume their freedom. They didn't continue to investigate. However, the security of the city master's palace was much stricter than before. Ling Xiao and the others didn't stay any longer and left the city. Ling Xiao seemed to be aimlessly flying around the village outside Demon Soul City. The others didn't know what he wanted to do, but they were too embarrassed to ask. They just followed him around. In fact, Ling Xiao wanted to find the place where the Soul Clan used to live. With his memory and the changes in the past tens of thousands of years, that place wasn't easy to find. After half a month, Ling Xiao still couldn't find the slightest sense of familiarity. Today, Ling Xiao and the others stopped at a mountain peak to rest. Ling Gang couldn't help but ask, "Uncle Xiao, what are you looking for?" His question was a little presumptuous, but he just wanted to share some of Ling Xiao's worries. Ling Xiao hesitated for a while and said, "I want to find the Demon Soul Valley." He believed that Ling Gang was one of his own and would never spread the news. Demon Soul Valley? What does it have to do with Demon Soul City? Ling Gang asked. As soon as he said this, Ling Xiao knew that he didn't know where that place was. Of course, the word must was passed down from ancient times. Ling Xiao wasn't sure what name it had changed to. He had looked through many ancient records, but he couldn't find any relevant information. Furthermore, He couldn't find any information about this from Ing Feng's memories. Logically speaking, as an ancient race, the land of the soul race should be very famous. But now, it had become an unknown place. This made him quite depressed. "Forget it, I'll walk around again," Ling Xiao said as he waved his hand. A few days later, according to Ing Feng's memory, Ling Xiao arrived at the largest ancient mountain closest to Demon Soul City. This ancient mountain range was known as the Ghost Mountain Range. It was said that there were remnants of ancient ghosts in this mountain range. If a normal person were to enter, their soul would be devoured and they would die. It was also said that there was a strange spirit beast that could attack the soul, and this spirit beast was known as the Horn Soul Beast variant Spirit Beast. Ling Xiao wondered if the Ghost Mountain Range was where the Demon Soul Valley was located. From ancient times until now, many landforms had undergone tremendous changes due to the war. It was normal for Ling Xiao to not be sure. If it really didn't work, he could only settle the people of the soul race at the outskirts of the Ghost Mountain Range. After all, if there was a Horn Soul Beast in the Ghost Mountain Range, it would be more suitable for the soul race to use as a mount. The two of them would complement each other. Ling Gang had some understanding of this mountain range. He reminded Ling Xiao, "Uncle Xiao, there are many holy beasts here. You have to be careful." I know what I'm doing," Ling Xiao replied, and chose a place to land. He didn't plan to explore the situation here himself. He thought of a better way to understand if the Ghost Mountain Range was related to the soul race. After everyone landed, Ling Xiao sent the prodigal boy to the side. He wanted the prodigal boy to find a few old holy beasts and ask them if this was the old land of the soul race. After all, holy beasts had a long lifespan. As long as they didn't die, they could live on forever. Furthermore, they usually lived in their own territories and rarely moved. A few days later, the prodigal boy finally found out some news. He found out from a stage 10-3 scaled armored beast that there were indeed humans living here a long time ago. However, after a shocking change, no humans came here to settle down. After these years of changes, this place had become an ancient mountain range, the true territory of the spirit beasts. After hearing this news, Ling Xiao was pleasantly surprised. It seemed that he had found the right place. As long as this was the ancestral land of the soul race, it was fine. There was no need to find the original place, as that place had probably been destroyed and became the residence of the spirit beasts. If the people of the soul race lived there, it would be inconvenient. They were still very weak, and it was not suitable for them to live in a more dangerous place. After Ling Xiao had scouted many places, he finally chose an inconspicuous place in the Ghost Mountain Range as the base for the soul race to return to the heaven realm. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't want anyone else to know about this. After choosing a place, Ling Xiao brought Ling Gang and the others back to the Dragon Gate. He said that he wanted to cultivate in seclusion here for a period of time. Ling Gang didn't agree at first, but he could guess what Ling Xiao couldn't let them know. He could only helplessly bring them back. Ling Xiao's strength was no longer the same as before. As long as he didn't meet a Ji Zun, he believed that nothing would happen to him. Looks like it's time for me to leave. Lu Piapiao watched Ling Gang and the others leave and sighed softly not far from Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at the woman who was known as the #1 beauty in the Sky Dragon region with some reluctance. He thought to himself, "I've neglected her these days. Big sister, where are you going?" Ling Xiao asked with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Any man would want to take this beautiful woman for himself. Although Ling Xiao didn't care about this, he couldn't deny that Lu Piapiao's beauty had attracted him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spared her life in the chaotic burial space. "I'm looking for my master. I also want to cultivate in seclusion for a period of time to see if I can go further," Lu Piapiao said faintly. She had also obtained some opportunities in the chaotic burial space. He believed that as long as she could meditate for a period of time, there would be a possibility for her to go further. "Then, I wish you a safe journey. Remember to come and see me when you have time," Ling Xiao said. Then, divine material appeared in his hand. "This is the wind and moonflower. I believe it will help you when you break through." The wind and moonflower was an incipient god realm material that was closest to the land of moonlight. It was one of the most precious materials that Ling Xiao had obtained from those space rings. For Lu Piapiao, who cultivated wind attribute, this was definitely a supreme divine material that was very tempting. Lu Piapiao hesitated for a while, but still took the divine material that Ling Xiao gave her. Her beautiful eyes looked at Ling Xiao without blinking. There was an inexplicable emotion in her eyes. She said, "I will come and find you again." After that, she disappeared in front of Ling Xiao like a light breeze. "I hope you can keep your word." Ling Xiao sighed with a bit of melancholy. Now, Ling Xiao only had Yun Mingqi, Yuro Fei, Sha Tian, Imo Inyo, and Hidden Shadow. Of course, the prodigal and the 13th prince were also here. Ling Xiao had already told Yun Mingqi and Yuro Fei everything that he had encountered in the chaotic burial space. Thus, he didn't mind letting them stay. As for the others, they were under his control. He didn't need to worry that they would reveal any secrets. Ling Xiao released the people of the Soul Clan from the Divine Cauldron. The people of the Soul Clan felt the different spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the heaven realm. They were all pleasantly surprised. There were more than a dozen people who were stuck at a bottleneck. When they felt the rich spiritual chi of heaven and earth, they were actually about to break through at this moment. Yin Shifu, Yin Li, and the others led a group of people and knelt before Ling Xiao and said gratefully, "Thank you, Ancestor, for bringing us back to the ancestral land." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Get up. Since I am your ancestor, it is my duty to bring you back to the ancestral land to live. However, in the future, you must redouble your cultivation and improve your strength as soon as possible. Don't cause trouble." Ling Xiao said a lot of principles in order to make them remember that the soul race was a very feared race. They must never let others know of their identity. Their current identity was that of an ordinary villager. They began to live here and adapt to this land. In addition, Ling Xiao also told them that many enemies were in this world. They were tens of thousands of times stronger than them. They had to turn hatred into strength and strive to have the strength to take revenge as soon as possible. Ling Xiao said this so that they could work hard and become stronger as soon as possible. Ling Xiao's words were very effective. His identity as the reincarnation of the ancestor made the people of the Soul Clan listen to him. They had also seen Ling Xiao's strength, so they naturally did not have the slightest doubt. Ling Xiao let them cut wood to build their own houses so that they could have the feeling of taking root here. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to bring the youths of the Soul Clan to a nearby town for a few rounds so that they could gradually integrate into the life of other humans. The descendants of the Soul Clan had always lived in that narrow space. They had never seen a civilized place where other humans lived. All of them were extremely curious and happy. Ling Xiao also took the opportunity to teach them the conditions to survive in the heaven domain. He let them know about the existence of Xian crystals, top-grade Xian crystals, divine crystals, and other currencies. He also told them some other survival rules. Ling Xiao even bought a large amount of resources for them to survive, including basic necessities such as clothing, food, and shelter, as well as some ordinary records. After Ling Xiao brought them back to the place where they had settled down, he had Yin Mengxi and Yuro Fei take turns to impart other survival concepts to the descendants of the Soul Clan, so that they could quickly catch up with other people's lives. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to hide the God's Corpse demons tens of thousands of meters underground around the place where the Soul Clan lived. He also set up an illusion. It would not be easy for anyone to find them. These God's Corpse demons were to be used in case anything happened to the Soul Clan in the future. Of course, Ling Xiao taught the method to summon the God's Corpse demons to a few of the stronger elders of the Soul Clan. Chapter 1297. About half a year later, the people of the Soul race finally got used to life here. They were also brought by Ling Xiao to the nearby towns many times to see the world. This made them even more determined to cultivate. During these days, Ling Xiao had also handed over many resources to them, allowing them to improve their physiques and speed up their cultivation. Of course, the Tianbin of the soul race was the heavy soul. Only by making good use of the heavy soul, Tianbin, could they become different. Ever since Ling Xiao imparted the soul-controlling art to all of them, people finally sensed the existence of mental power. There are also a few outstanding people who could use mental power to attack. Seeing this situation, Ling Xiao was very gratified. If this continued, the soul race should be able to reach the ordinary standard of others in 100 years. 1,000 years later, they should be able to stand out. As for when they could take revenge, this was a bit far away. However, Ling Xiao would help them get rid of some obstacles in advance. In the following days, Ling Xiao focused on nurturing the youths of the soul race. They were all in the best cultivation period. They were the cornerstone of the future of the soul race. They were not like the others who were past that age and had limited growth. Among these youths, Ling Xiao naturally focused on nurturing his disciple, Yin Tian. Yin Tian's Tianbin was the most outstanding among them. His sea of consciousness was also more advantageous than the others. Yin Tian did not disappoint Ling Xiao. He cultivated abnormally diligently. His advancement speed was also the fastest among these youths. Ling Xiao was quite satisfied with this disciple. He was sure that the future leader of the soul race would be him. When he came out of the space, Yin Tian was still cultivating in Ling Xiao's divine cauldron. When he was released from the cauldron, he had already reached the cultivation of a high-level mystic cultivator. Now that another half a year had passed, he broke through to Spirit Master cultivation. He transformed all his Xian energy into spirit energy and built a more solid foundation. Coupled with the mental power attack that he knew how to use now, he could even kill an intermediate Spirit Master. Yin Tian, come here for a moment. Ling Xiao called out to Yin Tian, who was still cultivating. Now that the soul race had settled down, it was time for him to leave. Master! Yin Tian's movements were rather nimble as he arrived before Ling Xiao and said respectfully. After more than a year, Yin Tian's body had become even more sturdy and strong. His temperament had also changed, and he seemed to be even more confident. You've been cultivating very well these past few days. Master is very satisfied. Ling Xiao first praised Yin Tian, then continued. In the future, you still have to cultivate diligently. Don't let down Master's expectations of you. In the future, the pillar of our clan will still be yours to pick, understand? Master, don't worry. I will work hard. Yin Tian replied very seriously. Then he said, Master, are you going to leave? Ling Xiao rubbed Yin Tian's head and said, That's right, I still have a lot of things to do, so I can't always stay here and watch you guys grow up. In the future, you must restrain your brothers and sisters. Don't let them cause trouble, and don't easily reveal your identities. Furthermore, don't go deep into the mountain range. I'll come see you guys when I have time. Yin Tian's eyes became a little misty as he said, Master, I know what to do. He saw Ling Xiao as his idol, and Ling Xiao's strength had long been deeply ingrained in his heart. Now that he had received Ling Xiao's personal guidance, he really couldn't bear to leave Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's expression became dignified as he said, Men bleed and don't cry. Put away your tears. If I see you crying again in the future, you won't be my disciple. Yes, Master, Yin Tian instantly said with a serious expression. Ling Xiao gave Yin Tian a few more words of encouragement before imparting the second stage of the soul-controlling art to Yin Tian. Yin Tian had to at least reach the Earth Sovereign tier before he could cultivate it. Ling Xiao also gave Yin Tian plenty of resources so that Yin Tian would not have to worry about materials when he reached the early stages of the Mystic Arch realm. It was impossible for Ling Xiao to give him two precious materials. He was still a youth after all, and he couldn't let him cause any trouble. Before he left, Ling Xiao still gathered all the people of the soul race and solemnly gave them many instructions before he left. However, after he left Mo Inyo and Shak Tian behind, asking them to protect the people of the soul race in case anything happened. They could return to the Dragon Gate in time to ask him for help. The reason why Ling Xiao abandoned these two great generals was mainly because he no longer needed their help with his current strength. In addition, He also told the prodigal boy to warn some of the high-level spirit beasts here. He must not let them take the initiative to attack the people of the soul race. After making thorough arrangements, Ling Xiao brought Yin Mengqi, Euro Fei, and Shadow back to Demon Soul City. In the future, if the soul race wanted to become stronger, Demon Soul City was the first city they had to take back. However, before that, Ling Xiao still had an obligation to help them eliminate some threats. After Ling Xiao had killed Ing Feng, the defense of the City Master Palace had doubled. Although the City Master looked like an ordinary King God Realm expert, he had a half-incipient God Realm expert hiding in the dark. Ling Xiao had investigated this a long time ago. This time, Ling Xiao returned to Demon Soul City because of that half-incipient God Realm expert. Killing a half-incipient God Realm expert could make the Dark Shadow Clan have one less expert who could reach the Supreme Realm. This was significant. When he reached the true Supreme Realm, he would capture the two supreme experts of the Dark Shadow Clan to pave the way for the descendants of the Soul Clan. When Ling Xiao's team arrived near Demon Soul City, they didn't go in. Instead, they stopped at a barren mountain in the suburbs. Yimingqi looked puzzled. Xiao, why did he go in? Only Demon Soul City had a space formation to leave this place. She didn't understand why Ling Xiao didn't want to go in. We're not going in, said Ling Xiao. The two women looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. They didn't understand what Ling Xiao meant. Ling Xiao explained, Tonight I'm going to hunt. You guys shouldn't stay here. Go ahead and wait for me. If something unexpected happens, I won't be able to help you. No, we won't stay and help you. Yin Mingqi refused resolutely. From Ling Xiao's words, he was going to kill someone. Moreover, the opponent wasn't weak. She didn't want Ling Xiao to take risks alone. Euro Fei added, Yeah, although we're not as strong as you, we won't drag you down. Today, Euro Fei was ahead of Yin Mingqi. She was at mid-level King God Realm, while Yin Mingqi was at the peak of low-level King God Realm. The main reason was that Euro Fei had taken the King God pellet that Ling Xiao had given her. That was why she could advance one level. Yin Mengqi, on the other hand, didn't need pellets to break through. Thus, she was one step behind. Ling Xiao hesitated for a while. This time, my opponent is a half-incipient God Realm expert. I'm afraid that you guys will distract me. Half-incipient God Realm? The two women screamed in fear. Yin Mingqi grimaced. Xiao, are you crazy? Do you know how strong someone at that level is? How could you risk your life to deal with him? Yeah, what kind of person can make you want to kill? Why don't you wait until you're a bit stronger? Euro Fei said nervously. They knew that Ling Xiao had the competence to fight higher realms. However, what kind of existence was a half-incipient God Realm expert? How could a King God Realm expert resist him? They didn't want Ling Xiao to do such a dangerous thing. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Don't be nervous. Don't you understand me? How could I do something I'm not sure about? As soon as he finished, his God's soul clone appeared in front of the two women. They all knew about this doppelganger. It was no different from Ling Xiao's real body. They were both made of flesh and blood. My God Soul clone has the competence of a half-incipient God Realm expert. Do you think I'm not sure about killing an existence at the same realm? Ling Xiao said to the two women. The two women had a gleam of admiration in their eyes. They didn't think that their man could be that strong. Yin Mingqi hugged Ling Xiao and kissed him on the cheek. I didn't think that the guy who was a few realms lower than me could surpass me now. I'm not convinced. Back then, Ling Xiao was only a high-level profound practitioner, while she was already a spirit master. Moreover, her speed of cultivation had always been extremely fast, to the point that even she felt it was slightly inconceivable. However, compared to Ling Xiao, her god body had to retreat. The stronger Ling Xiao was, the happier she was. It proved that her vision wasn't wrong. It was rare for Ling Xiao to kiss Yin Mengqi proactively. He immediately hugged her and pulled Euro Fei into his embrace. He kissed both of their soft, jade-like cheeks and said softly, Don't worry. I don't care about a half-incipient God Realm expert. 2 against 1. It's easy to take him down. I'm doing this for the sake of the Soul Clan. The two women's faces were flushed red, and they were so beautiful that everything else in the surroundings paled in comparison. Then you must be careful. Don't force yourself. You're still young. Wait until you become a real supreme expert. I believe that no one in this heaven territory will be your opponent, said Yuro Fei tenderly. Her beautiful eyes had the utmost confidence in Ling Xiao. Since she had accompanied him from mysterious spirit continent to the heaven territory, she knew how terrifying Ling Xiao's competence was. That's right. Sister Ro Fei is right. Don't force yourself. Even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for us sisters, said Yun Mingqi. Okay, I understand. You guys, Zizai and 13th, can wait for me in the front. I'll catch up with you guys soon. Then, we'll leave from another place, nodded Ling Xiao. The two women didn't say anything more. They took the 13th prince and little prodigal and left. Ling Xiao said to Gloomy Shadow, I don't care how you do it. Go and trick your ghost shadow, 7th uncle, to come here. Gloomy Shadow nodded and replied, Yes, master. Then he flew towards Demon Soul City. Chapter 1298. The others didn't know Shadow's identity, but how could Ling Xiao not know? When they were in the City Master Palace, he could sit on the same level as Ying Feng, which proved that his position in the Dark Shadow clan wasn't low. Moreover, he had used the name of the Dark Shadow clan to establish the Shadow Assassination Group. He didn't need to worry about the clan's investigation. All of these proved that Shadow's identity wasn't ordinary. Actually, his name was Ying Ao. He was the youngest son of the current chief of the Dark Shadow clan. Since he was young, he had been outstanding in Tenbin. The clan thought highly of him and wanted to train him as the future chief. Ying Ao didn't fail people's expectations. Today, he was around 8,000 years old, but he had the peak King God Realm cultivation base. It was really intimidating. Normally, King God Realm warriors who could reach this level before 10,000 years old had the possibility to break through to the Great Master Realm. However, after 10,000 years, it would be much more difficult to break through to the Great Master Realm. Ying Ao was a wild man. He didn't want to stay in the clan's territory all day. He wanted to make a name for himself in the outside world. He wanted to train his state of mind so that he could break through to the Great Master Realm in the future. In the past 100 years, the Shadow Assassination Group he had established had completed many perfect assassinations. He had collected a lot of wealth. Unfortunately, he was too bold. He had even accepted the mission of the internal strife of the Dragon Gate. That was why he had ended up like this. Because of Ying Ao's special identity, Ling Xiao spared his life. He could use him to lure that half-incipient God Realm expert out. That half-incipient God Realm expert was Ying Ao's 7th uncle. People called him Ghost Shadow. He was famous for his speed. He could disappear without a trace. He was a tough opponent. If Ling Xiao couldn't kill him in one strike, once he escaped, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to capture him. Thus, Ling Xiao had to lure the snake out of the hole and then slowly deal with him. He couldn't let him leave this place alive. Before nightfall, Ying Ao flew over from the Demon Soul City with a person in tow. That man was a short-haired old man. He looked lean, with sharp light in his eyes. He clasped his hands behind his back. His body moved like the wind, giving people a vague feeling that he had merged with heaven and earth. Just from his movement technique alone, Ling Xiao could tell that this person's movement technique had already reached the pinnacle of perfection. Guiying didn't seem to suspect that Ying Ao had tricked him into coming out. Instead, he spoke with an abnormally angry expression. It could be seen that he was very concerned about Ying Ao. Xiao Ao, just who is it that wants to kill you? 7th uncle, he's a member of Dragon Gate. My assassination group has already been destroyed by them. Now, they still don't want to let me go. Please help me, 7th uncle, Ying Ao said. Although he was under Ling Xiao's control, his consciousness was still there. From the outside, no one would be able to tell that he had become someone else's puppet. So what if they're Dragon Gate's people? Since they are in our territory, they can't be arrogant, Guiying said in an unyielding manner. Soon, The group arrived at Ling Xiao's location. Seventh uncle, that's him. Ing Ao pointed at Ling Xiao and said. Guiying only glanced at Ling Xiao and immediately became suspicious. His divine will immediately swept the surroundings, wondering if there was an ambush. In the end, he discovered that there was no one around. However, why was this high-level God King so bold as to wait for them here? You are a member of Dragon Gate? Guiying asked condescendingly. Guiying was aware of Ing Ao's strength. A peak God King was actually being chased by a high-level God King. He couldn't believe it no matter what. He felt that something was wrong, so he had to be cautious. That's right, I am Ling Xiao of Dragon Gate. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and responded. Then, he looked at Ing Ao and said, You actually found a helper. Do you think that this can save your life? What a big tone. Don't think that just because you are from the Heavenly Dragon sect that you are amazing. With your strength, I can crush you with one finger. Now scram. In the future, you're not allowed to kill my family Xiao Ao. Otherwise, even if your Heavenly Dragon sect master is here, I will still kill him. Guiying did not wait for Ing Ao to speak and immediately shouted. His half-incipient God realm power pressed down on Ling Xiao. Many twisting space forces pressed down from above. To Guiying, a mere high-level God King will be forced to suffer serious injuries when facing his pressure. However, when his aura arrived in front of the other, he found that the other was still standing there casually, as if nothing had happened to him. This made Guiying pay more attention to the other's competence. He thought to himself, This kid is a little strange. I don't care who you are. You'd better get lost now. The one I want to kill is the one standing next to you. He dares to bring people to assassinate our Dragon Gates men. He must be tired of living. Ling Xiao held the golden dragon spear in his hand, pointing at Ing Ao and shouting, You don't know what's good for you. My nephew isn't someone you can kill. Guiying shouted. He didn't want to be polite to the other. Instantly, he sent 2 palms towards Ling Xiao. The power of the 2 palms was really strong. It was as if this part of the world was about to collapse. Even a peak God King couldn't bear this attack. However, at the instant Phantom made his move, someone else also made their move at the same time. However, this person wasn't Ling Xiao. It was Ing Ao behind Guiying. The divine sword in his hand slashed towards Guiying's nape. Ing Ao was a peak God King. Of course, his attack speed and power were 1 level higher than others. However, at this critical moment, Guiying disappeared in front of Ing Ao. Ing Ao's sword missed. Xiao Ao, what are you doing? Guiying gave up his attack on Ling Xiao. His figure swept behind Ing Ao as he shouted in fear. He couldn't believe that his nephew would sneak attack him from behind. If he hadn't been vigilant, he wouldn't even know how he was killed. Seventh uncle, I was also forced. Ing Ao replied. Just as Spirit Shadow was about to say something, a series of invisible soul power attack waves rushed towards his divine soul. A god soul, a half-incipient god realm, was already very strong. Naturally, the defensive ability it possessed was extraordinary. If Ling Xiao's god soul was only at the peak God King realm, then this soul power attack naturally couldn't cause much damage to Guiying. However, Ling Xiao's god soul was at the same level as Guiying's. Moreover, this soul power attack was extremely powerful. It wasn't easy to defend against it. Guiying gave a muffled grunt. His entire body instantly disappeared from this part of the world. Even though his god soul was injured, he could still use the gloomy shadow secret technique to avoid Ling Xiao's sight. It was indeed amazing. Ling Xiao thought to himself, worthy of being an ancient clan's character, but you still can't escape. After getting hit by Ling Xiao's god soul attack, Guiying naturally couldn't use his fastest speed like usual. Ing Ao was a direct descendant of the Dark Shadow clan, so he had a good understanding of the gloomy shadow secret technique. The moment Guiying dodged, Ing Ao slashed at a spot in the void with all his strength. Boom, boom, boom. Then a figure flew out from that spot and cursed, Ing Ao, you're crazy. Ling Xiao seized this opportunity to attack with another wave of soul power. At the same time, he raised his golden dragon spear and stabbed at Gui Ying. However, this time, Ling Xiao's soul power attack missed completely. It didn't hurt Gui Ying at all. So you're a remnant of the Soul Clan. That's great. Gui Ying shouted in surprise. His figure surged and pounced at Ling Xiao. A gust of wind palm shadow blasted at Ling Xiao. Each of his palms contained terrifying spatial power. His wind attribute accelerated the speed of these attacks. In an instant, they reached Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. His divine soul clone instantly appeared and completely blocked these attacks. What? Gui Ying shouted in shock. Although Gui Ying knew that this kid in front of him wasn't ordinary, it was impossible for him not to be shocked that Hui Yuhao could block his all-out attack. Although he didn't use a divine weapon, his strength was enough to kill any peak god king. Moreover, he knew some of the Soul Clan's secret techniques. The Dark Shadow Clan had a certain understanding of the Soul Clan soul power attacks. However, he didn't think that Hui Yuhao's soul power could block his attack. Ling Xiao's divine soul clone already hid. While Gui Ying was startled, it already rumbled over towards Gui Ying. When Gui Ying detected danger, he instantly deployed his most powerful defense to protect his figure. Bang! Bang! Ling Xiao's dragon, subduing palm imprinted on Gui Ying's body ruthlessly, slapping until muffled sounds rang out repeatedly. Gui Ying was sent flying, but his vital parts weren't hurt, because he already had an additional set of divine armor on his body. What's going on? Could there be someone from our Dark Shadow Clan? Gui Ying actually didn't discover the person who attacked him. He became incomparably terrified in his heart. He even suspected whether it was someone from his clan who joined hands with the other party to kill him. He had never done anything wrong to the clan before. Furthermore, he didn't offend anyone either. No matter what, he felt that his strength was already insufficient to deal with this situation. He had to escape. Gui Ying's god soul was hurt a little, but he could still resist. He didn't hesitate to turn around and flee. How could Ling Xiao let him do as he wished? His divine soul avatar had already locked onto Gui Ying's aura, and a series of storm-like attacks blasted towards Gui Ying. The hidden soul was the invisibility of the real body. It was similar to the Dark Shadow secret technique of the Dark Shadow Clan. However, it was more elusive than the Dark Shadow Clan's invisibility technique, because when he attacked, he was still invisible. The Dark Shadow Clan's invisibility technique could only be used to escape or ambush. Once he launched an attack, the other party would immediately detect him. Gui Ying didn't know which direction the other would attack from. Immediately, he was bombarded so many times that he didn't know which direction the other was going to attack from. However, he wasn't bad. He forcefully used a tyrannical attack that swept away everything around him. He didn't believe that anyone could continue to attack him. He seized the chance and instantly fled into the void. You want to run? It's too late. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. His god soul clone returned to his sea of consciousness. Finally, he used the power of the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop on his forehead for the first time. Swish! Chapter 1299. The Dragon Phoenix divine hoop was a top-notch ancient god weapon. Although it was just an ancient god weapon famous for its defense, it had a powerful amplification effect on soul power attacks. How much of this amplification attack could be exerted depended on the strength of its master, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao knew that Ghost Shadow might have a way to deal with soul power attacks. Thus, he didn't want to reserve any of his soul power. He wanted to strike with all of his power, hoping that it would work in one strike. Otherwise, the news that he was a Soul Clan member would be spread out. Then it would be troublesome. In just a blink of an eye, Ghost Shadow had fled a long distance away. At this distance, even the Holy Emperor would need 2 or 3 days to catch up. However, to Ling Xiao, this distance was still within his attack range. The Dragon Phoenix divine hoop radiated dazzlingly. Shadows of dragons and phoenixes hovered above Ling Xiao's head. Right after that, an invisible golden dragon spear shot out from the origin crystal in the middle of the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop. Although it didn't radiate any light of any attribute, nor did it emit any immense, cold energy. It caught up with Ghost Shadow in just a blink of an eye, directly entering his sea of consciousness. Ghost Shadow had a secret technique that could sense the existence of soul power, so he could react accordingly. However, the power of this strike was too formidable. It had far surpassed the soul power of a half-incipient God Realm expert. It had reached the soul power attack of a true, supreme expert. When Ghost Shadow sensed it, the golden dragon spear made of soul power had already barged into his sea of consciousness, stabbing his god soul. Ah! Gui Ying let out a shrill scream, and his whole body fell from the ninth heaven. At this moment, Ying Ao dashed out, hugged Ghost Shadow's body, and returned to Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ling Xiao's face was so pale. He looked like he was about to collapse. It was obvious that the previous strike had consumed a lot of his soul power. Normally, even if he used all of his power, he wouldn't become like this. However, the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop consumed a lot of soul power. He had used all of his power to urge the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, but it had almost sucked all of his soul power. That was how he could launch such a formidable strike. He could kill a half-incipient God Realm expert in just a blink of an eye. How terrifying was his power! Ling Xiao had reason to believe that even a true supreme being would be seriously injured by this soul power attack that had been amplified. The might of an ancient god artifact could not be underestimated. It had lived up to its reputation as a top-notch supreme artifact. Ling Xiao didn't have time to heal his wounds here. He believed that the news of Ghostly Shadow's death would reach the Dark Shadow clan soon. He had to leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if he had 10 legs, he wouldn't be able to escape if the supreme expert came. Ling Xiao put away Ying Ao and Gui Ying's corpses, then drank the Ghost God Spring and activated his wind attribute, raising his movement technique to the limit, and quickly retreated from this place. Fortunately, the most powerful person in Demon Soul City was Ghastly Shadow. No one expected that something would happen to him. When the news reached the Dark Shadow clan, Ling Xiao had already taken Yun Mengqi, Euro Fei, and the others to another city through the space formation to leave this dangerous place. Ghostly Shadow was killed. The entire Dark Shadow clan was shaken. Instantly, the Demon Soul City became the most tense city. The Dark Shadow clan had issued a ban. No one was allowed to leave the city. They had to find a murderer before they would stop. It should be known that a half-incipient God Realm expert could be a true supreme expert in the future. However, he was killed inexplicably. They had no choice but to mobilize a large force. Moreover, another peak divine king was killed earlier. All of this made them smell the scent of a conspiracy. The Dark Shadow clan had even sent a true supreme expert to investigate this case. The incipient God Realm experts were the strongest existences in the Heaven territory. Each of their moves could affect people's hearts. If they were enraged, corpses would scatter everywhere, and the mountains and rivers would be destroyed. Thus, the Heaven territory had an unwritten rule that any supreme expert had to go out of the 9 skies to fight. Otherwise, once the other supreme experts found out, they could join hands with the other supreme experts to suppress them. Of course, if a supreme expert wanted to kill someone below the Great Master Realm, it wouldn't happen. After all, if a supreme expert wanted to kill anyone below the Great Master Realm, he didn't need to use much energy to crush them. Of course, it wouldn't cause too much damage to the Heaven territory. Sovereigns possessed unfathomable abilities that even divine kings could not imagine. One of them was the ability to use their essence blood to reconstruct some remnant images. What was a residual image? It was the scene of an event that had happened in a certain place. With this method, the supreme expert could understand everything that had happened in a certain place. It was also based on the strength of the supreme expert. The time it took to restore the scene was different. Normal supreme experts could restore what had happened within 10 years. The top supreme experts could even restore what had happened within 1,000 years. Of course, it was just a vague feeling. It was impossible to see the original appearance of everything. After all, this was a deduction that a supreme expert used his blood to connect with all things in the world. It consumed a lot of energy. Under normal circumstances, no supreme expert would use this kind of divine ability. Every drop of their blood was the foundation. But now, near the place where Ling Xiao killed Gue Ying, there was a supreme expert of the Dark Shadow clan using his blood to restore the scene that had happened in the vicinity. This supreme expert was Gue Ying's twin brother. Gue Ying was suddenly killed. How could he not be furious? He had to use his own blood to find out who the murderer was. When a drop of his blood essence scattered in the air, a series of blurry images flashed through his mind. Although his eyes were closed, the killing intent on his body kept rising. It formed an aura that could destroy everything in the surroundings. It twisted the air in this part of the world into nothingness. If there were any god kings nearby, they would be turned into mincemeat by this killing intent. Bastard! This supreme martial artist squeezed out 2 words from the gaps between his teeth. That majestic and awe-inspiring killing intent was truly frightening. He didn't continue to stay here. He knew that the murderer had already escaped. He wouldn't be able to find him even if he chased after him now. He disappeared into the sky. In the next moment, he returned to the Dark Shadow clan's territory. Then, another supreme expert who was even stronger than him appeared beside him. He faintly said, "Did you find something?" "Sai, I really didn't expect that there would be a traitor in our clan." The original supreme expert sighed. Then, he told the old chief about the scene he had seen. "What? You're saying that Ng Ao kid is an accomplice?" The old chief of the Dark Shadow clan exclaimed. "I'm not wrong. However, I suspect that he has been controlled by someone. That kind of descendant has reappeared." The supreme expert replied. "Which kind?" The old chief of the Dark Shadow clan hadn't reacted yet. Then he seemed to think of something. His pupils slightly shrank as he said, "The Soul Clan?" "That's right. The Dragon Phoenix magic hoop in the clan's records has reappeared. It was because that thief wore that magic hoop that he killed Xianxia." The supreme expert replied. "The others called the Divine Hoop that Ling Xiao wore the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop. However, in the eyes of the enemies of the Soul Clan, it was also called the Dragon Phoenix Magic Hoop. Weren't they annihilated? Did they leave behind an orphan?" The old chief of the Dark Shadow clan had a solemn expression. After pondering for a while, he said, "It seems that the continuous attacks weren't a coincidence. He wants to attack our Dark Shadow clan. However, he only dared to ambush us. It seems that he is alone, or perhaps he has just obtained that person's inheritance. He doesn't have any other helpers. As long as we can find him, we can immediately eliminate him. We won't leave any future troubles." "I think so too. However, you know that clan is cunning. Ordinary people can't deal with him. We have to think about this carefully," the supreme expert said. The old chief of the Dark Shadow clan nodded. A thick murderous light flashed in his eyes as he said, "Seems like we need to let the others help us. It wasn't just our clan that attacked them that year. No, I think we should solve this ourselves. That magic hoop is a top treasure." Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know that because he wanted to solve this matter quickly, he had revealed his identity. That had brought him a great disaster. At this moment, he had left Demon Soul City and was heading towards the Shu family city. The Shu family city. He had come to the Shu family city to support his teacher. The Shu family was an alchemist family, but they only had one divine alchemist. However, there were many saint alchemists in their family. Because of this, they were one of the biggest subsidiary forces of the Sword Cleansing Manor. They had a small reputation in the Sky Dragon domain. They were definitely not weaker than the Snake Righteous sect that Ling Xiao had destroyed. In fact, they were even more famous. At that time, the evil emperor and Ling Xiao had parted ways. The evil emperor had brought Shu Ziqian and Feng Qingyuan to the Shu family's territory to solve the problem between him and Shu Ziqian. The evil emperor didn't want Shu Ziqian to have any regrets and follow him. However, who knew that after they returned, they would be placed under house arrest by the Shu family. The evil emperor was instantly enraged. He wanted to bring the 2 women and force their way out. However, The Shu clan seemed to be determined to make them stay. They even asked the Shu clan's old ancestor to make an appearance and make them stay. As for the people from the Dragon Gate, they weren't troubled by the Shu family. They could leave at any time. Their duty was to protect the evil emperor and the others. Now that the evil emperor and the others were under house arrest, they naturally didn't dare to leave. Fortunately, Ling Xiao suddenly changed his schedule and went to the Shu family city. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known that his teacher and teacher's wife were in this situation. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know about this when he arrived at the Shu family city. It was only when he met the few followers of the Dragon Gate in the Shu family city that he found out about this. Peak Lord, I heard that the people from the Sword Cleansing Manor had arrived here yesterday. I'm afraid that the evil emperor and the others are in a bad situation. A branch elder of the Kim people, Ling Zhong, reported. Ling Xiao immediately revealed an angry expression after hearing this. It seems like the Shu family really thinks that they are some ancient family. They even dare to place my teacher and teacher's wife under house arrest. Chapter 1300. The Shu family was dependent on the Sword Cleansing Manor. They were famous for refining pellets. Their forefather was a half-incipient God Realm expert. It wasn't a problem for him to force the evil emperor's team to stay. The evil emperor could fight against a half-incipient God Realm expert, but it was impossible for him to protect the two women. Thus, they had to be imprisoned separately. Dozens of years ago, because of Shu Ziqian, the young master of the Sword Cleansing Manor, Zhuang Jiansheng, was tortured by the Dragon Gate until he became a lunatic. Even though the Sword Cleansing Manor had tried everything they could to stabilize his condition, his mind had become demented. This incident had shaken the entire Sword Cleansing Manor. The Shu family was scolded and scolded. They were almost massacred by the Sword Cleansing Manor. Fortunately, Zhuang Jiansheng wasn't popular in the Sword Cleansing Manor. When he became like this, his second brother, Zhuang Jianren, could take over. Zhuang Jianren thought that he had picked up Ping Yi because of the Shu family. That was why he had protected the Shu family. After all, he couldn't blame the Shu family. The Shu family was safe, but they were still restless. They were thinking about when they could bring Shu Ziqian back to the Sword Cleansing Manor. However, after many investigations, they knew that Shu Ziqian had joined the Dragon Gate, so they didn't have to worry about her anymore. After more than 10 years, Shu Ziqian had come back. Although she used to be the young lady of the Shu family, to ensure the Shu family could continue to be valued by the Sword Cleansing Manor, they had to keep her. They also sent someone to notify the Sword Cleansing Manor so that they could deal with her. When Ling Xiao got the news, he was so worried. The Shu family was so powerful. They didn't even put the Dragon Gate in their eyes. It seemed like they needed to wake them up. Ling Zhong, take me to the Shu family's territory. Ling Xiao ordered Ling Zhong. Peak Lord, this is their territory. Should we go back and bring some people here? Ling Zhong suggested. After all, they had a half-incipient God Realm expert. Even if they had the Sinjin of Goguryeo, they had to avoid them. He knew that Ling Xiao was powerful, but he didn't think that Ling Xiao had the strength to challenge him. Cut the crap. Just lead the way for me. I'm not afraid of them overturning the heavens. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. Ling Zhong sighed, gently inside before leading the way for Ling Xiao to the Shu family with the other God Kings of Dragon Gate. The Shu family resided in a majestic mountain range on the outskirts of the Shu family city. That was the territory of the Shu family, and ordinary people were not allowed to approach it. Just as he approached, he could smell a strong medicinal fragrance. It was indeed worthy of being an alchemist family. The disciples of the Shu family had always been exceptionally arrogant in this territory. As alchemists, they had the qualifications to be arrogant. When Ling Xiao and the rest rushed over, the disciples of the Shu clan happened to be out, and there were also some elders guarding behind them. "Who dares to intrude our Shu family's territory?" shouted an elder at the peak of Holy Emperor Realm. He stood in front of Ling Xiao and shouted in fear. This time, Ling Xiao didn't travel at full speed. He needed to know more about the Shu family from Ling Zhong. But suddenly being shouted at like this by someone else, the anger in his heart immediately soared. Scram! After all, those people were his master's wife's fellows. They were lucky that Ling Xiao didn't kill them immediately. However, a young leader of the Shu family stood out, his face extremely arrogant. He pointed at Ling Xiao and said, "You've got guts. You don't put our Shu family in your eyes. Today, I will show you how the word death means." Before he could finish, Ling Xiao waved his hand impatiently. "Shut up." Boom! That young man was hit by a palm, and he fell from the sky. He let out a blood-curdling scream that resounded through the sky. "You got guts." The peak of Holy Emperor cried out. The people behind him all took out their weapons and summoned their holy beasts. However, Ling Xiao and the others no longer had the patience to waste time with them, so they charged right through them. The spatial energy of a God King was so immense that it instantly scattered the group of people, causing them to cry out in pain. Only now did they realize how terrifying this group of people were. They all thought of the two words, God King. They had actually blocked the path of a God King. Fortunately, that they didn't kill them, or else they would have already been reduced to dregs. When they thought of this, they all broke out in a cold sweat. The pain on their bodies didn't feel so bad anymore. Between being injured and dying, they naturally hoped for the former. Ling Xiao and the others released their auras and charged to the Shu family's mountain gate. A group of people led by a God King had already appeared there. The strongest person in this group was only a mid-stage God King. There were also a few low-stage God Kings. The rest were all at the level of the Holy Emperor. Not everyone had as many God Kings as the Heavenly Dragon sect. The Shu family didn't even have 100 God Kings in total. This strength was already very impressive to other factions, but in front of a super faction, it could only be considered a vassal. "It's you guys again. Didn't I tell you to go back? Do you really think that our Shu family doesn't dare to do anything to you?" The mid-stage God King recognized Ling Zhong and shouted. This person was called Xianxia. He was a generation older than Shu Ziqian and was one of her uncles. "What big words? Could be that you don't even place our Dragon Gate in your eyes?" Ling Zhong shouted. As members of Dragon Gate, they would be treated as esteemed guests no matter where they went. However, this tiny Shu family actually relied on the name of Sword Washing Manor to not place them in their eyes. It was truly infuriating. If it wasn't for the fact that they had so few people, they were prepared to cause a huge ruckus in the Shu family. "It's because you guys are for Dragon Gate that we let you go. If it was anyone else, they might not be able to leave as easily as you guys," Xianxia said arrogantly. He felt that this was their territory after all. What could a few Heavenly Dragon sect people do to them? He really didn't believe that Dragon Gate would mobilize an army to deal with the Shu family just for one person. Just when Ling Zhong wanted to say something, Ling Xiao spoke first. "Is that so? It seems like our Dragon Gate's face still has some use." Xianxia shifted his gaze to this extraordinary young man who was wearing a headband. He suddenly felt a suffocating and uncomfortable feeling assaulting his heart. His aura weakened as he said, "This, of course, our Shu family isn't one to bully others. You guys should leave quickly. Our sword washing manners people are here. If you guys continue to cause trouble, don't blame us for being impolite." "Hee, I really have to enter your Shu family today. I wonder how you guys are going to be impolite." Ling Xiao sneered. Another God King from the Shu family stood out and shouted, "Do you really ignore our words? Your Shu family's hospitality is really good," Ling Xiao said indifferently. Then he said to the others, "Let's go in." Ling Xiao ignored the people in front of them and directly led them forward. "Impudent. My Shu family's territory isn't a place you can barge into," Xianxia shouted. He waved his hand at the people behind him, signaling them to be on guard. "Boss, this guy really talks a lot of nonsense. I'll teach him a lesson for you," the prodigal shouted unhappily. Then, he disappeared from Ling Zhao's side and rushed towards Xianxia. Xianxia only saw a blur in front of him. A young man was already in front of him. A fist was flying towards his lower abdomen. Xianxia wanted to retreat, but it was too late. His abdomen took a solid punch. "Ah!" The prodigal didn't hold back in this punch. Xianxia directly vomited blood. Bastard! The people behind Xianxia cried out in alarm. They all raised their weapons and rode their holy beasts, ready to attack Ling Xiao and the others. At this moment, the 13th prince, who was beside Ling Xiao, rushed forward and roared. Roar! The terrifying sound waves swept forward like a tsunami. One by one, the god kings vomited blood and retreated. Many of the holy emperor's people died. Many of the holy beasts were so frightened that they cried out and fell from the sky one by one. Such an army of more than 100 people couldn't withstand the 13th prince's roar. They were instantly scattered. These people's faces turned extremely pale. Why did that person look like a peerless dragon to them? It was too terrifying. They finally realized that the helper dragon gate found this time was quite powerful. Otherwise, why would he dare to attack their Shu family so boldly? Following this roar, everyone in the Shu clan heard the commotion. Waves of aura rushed out from all directions. Who dares to be so impudent in my Shu family? An angry roar was the first to be heard. Shu Pengsheng led the other god kings to form a huge force and instantly arrived in front of Ling Xiao and the others. There were a total of 60 to 70 god kings. Among them, there were 2 to 3 peak god kings. Ling Xiao had seen the high-level god king Shu Pengsheng before. When he brought people to capture his master's wife, Shu Ziqian, he was taught a lesson by Ling Xiao. When Shu Pengsheng saw Ling Xiao, he was shocked at first. However, he quickly calmed down and shouted, "It's you. How dare you barge into my Shu family? Do you really think there's no one in my Shu family?" Shu Pengsheng had seen how powerful Ling Xiao was. However, this was the Shu family's territory. There were several existences stronger than him by his side. He wasn't too afraid. "Pengsheng, who is this young friend?" A peak god king asked Shu Pengsheng. This person was called Shu Tang. He was one of the Shu family's guardian elders. He had once tried to ascend to the Sinjin of Goguryeo. Unfortunately, he was only half a step away from ascending to godhood. However, he was the strongest person apart from the Shu family's ancestor. He's from Dragon Gate. A dozen years ago, young Manor Master Jiansheng was made into such a state by him. Shu Pengsheng said with some apprehension. Shu Tang frowned slightly. He knew that this matter had become troublesome. It would have been fine if this person hadn't come knocking. In any case, that matter was already in the past. But now that he had come knocking, if they didn't take him down, it would be hard to explain to Sword Cleansing Manor. "Invite my master, Demonic Emperor, and my 2 masters' wives out. I don't have time to waste with you." Ling Xiao crossed his arms in front of his chest. Chapter 1301. Ling Xiao didn't want to mess with the Shu family. Saving his teacher and his wife was his priority. The Shu family's warriors rubbed their fists and feet when they saw Ling Xiao being so arrogant. They all want to go there and teach Ling Xiao a lesson. Shu Tang hesitated for a moment, then instantly revealed a cordial smile and said, "Friends from afar, our Shu family will naturally welcome you with open arms. Heavenly Dragon Sect's esteemed guests are not usually invited. If those people offended you, please be magnanimous and forgive us." Shu Tang gestured to invite them. It seemed that he wanted to invite Ling Xiao's team to visit his family. The Shu family's warriors didn't know why Shu Tang wanted to do that. However, the smart ones thought that Shu Tang wanted to invite them into the trap. Wouldn't it save a lot of effort to catch the turtle in the jar? If Ling Xiao's team didn't dare to enter the house, it would weaken Dragon Gate's prestige. It would damage Dragon Gate's reputation. If they entered the house, they wouldn't be able to get out. It was a tough choice. They praised inwardly, "Guardian Elder, you're so smart." Ling Xiao sneered and said, "If our master invites us, of course, we have to give him face. It's my wife's maiden family. We have to give them face even if we don't want to. Please lead the way." No matter what the Shu family wanted to do, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of them. In front of absolute competence, no matter what schemes they had, it wasn't a problem. Ling Zhong was worried as he sent a message to Ling Xiao. "They have a half-incipient god realm, old man. Peak Lord don't act rashly. Don't worry. They won't dare to touch us. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Zhong, trying to reassure him. Ling Xiao was bold and talented, so Ling Zhong couldn't say anything. After all, Ling Xiao had sent He Gong a Sinjin of Goguryeo, flying with one slap. Ling Zhong had seen it with his own eyes. It wouldn't be easy for the Shu family to deal with Ling Xiao. Moreover, he knew Ling Zhao's position in the family. Otherwise, why would he arrange Ling Gang, the Sunjin of Goguryeo, to protect him? If the Shu family detained Ling Xiao, not only the Shu family would have to bear the flame of wrath of Dragon Gate, but also the sword-cleansing village. Thinking of this, Ling Zhong felt relieved and followed behind Ling Xiao with his chest puffed out. When Shu Tang led Ling Xiao and the others into the guest hall of the Shu clan, the current head of the Shu clan, Shu Pengyi, and the ancestor of the Shu clan, Shu Yi, were already waiting for them. Both of them wore alchemist costumes to show the tradition of the Shu family's alchemists. However, although their costumes were similar, Shu Yi had a shining badge on his chest, which was the most dazzling one. Because the people with such a badge were the existences that everyone in the heaven domain admired and respected. This badge was the symbol of the Apothecary Guild's certified apothecary. Shu Yi was the pillar of the Shu family. He had the half-incipient God Realm cultivation base and was a true apothecary. Besides the two of them, there were some king gods in white clothes. They all carried long swords on their backs, giving people a unique murderous aura. Among them was a handsome young man wearing a noble golden costume. He was the second young master of the sword-cleansing village, Zhuang Jianren, who had taken over the young master position of Zhuang Jianxing. After Shu Tang entered the hall, he immediately introduced Ling Zhao's team to Shu Yi, Shu Pengyi, and Zhuang Jianren. Ling Xiao also took the chance to scan through the crowd. He found that besides Shu Yi, who was a half-incipient God Realm expert, the old man standing behind Zhuang Jianren was also a half-incipient God Realm expert. Although that old man had concealed himself well, he couldn't escape Shi Yan's perception. Ling Xiao thought, that's impressive. He brought a half-incipient God Realm expert to protect him. Ling Xiao was highly valued by the Kim people, but they had only sent a Sinjin of Goguryeo to be his protector. However, the second young master of the sword-cleansing village had a half-incipient God Realm protector. It was really eye-catching. Actually, Zhuang Jianren didn't want to show off. After his big brother got into trouble, the master of the sword-cleansing village had to pay attention to the safety of his successor. He couldn't afford any more mishaps. I wonder what brings you to the Shu family? Shu Pengyi asked, even though she already knew the answer. It was true that he was Shu Ziqian's father, but he cared more about the benefits of the Shu family. His daughter had almost destroyed the foundation of his ancestors. His anger hadn't subsided yet. Ling Xiao didn't talk nonsense with him. He went straight to the point. Invite my master, the evil emperor Shu Ziqian, and Feng Qingyuan out. I want to take them away. Do you know that Shu Ziqian is my daughter? How can you take her away just because you say so? Shu Pengyi said with a dark face. I don't know if she's your daughter or not. I only know that she's my master's wife. If you don't let them go, don't blame me for being rude. Ling Xiao shouted impolitely. What a big tone. Do you really think that there's no one in the Shu family? Shu Yi shouted unhappily. Just as his voice fell, an invisible aura instantly enveloped Ling Xiao and the others, wanting to give Ling Xiao a show of strength. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao met his aura and said, It's not that there's no one in your Shu family. It's that you're so arrogant that you even dare to detain our Dragon Gate's people. You must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. Ling Xiao turned hostile just like that, instantly causing the entire hall to become tense. How dare you? How can you represent the Dragon Gate? With this old man's identity, even if your sect leader sees me, he would have to be courteous to me. What an ignorant junior. Shu Yi roared at Ling Xiao. As an alchemist, they all cultivated the fire attribute, and this kind of person usually had a fiery temper. Shu Yi was no exception. Ever since he became a divine alchemist, he had always felt that his status was superior to others, and he had a sense of pride and arrogance that looked down on all heroes. After all, there were many divine pills in the sword cleansing manner that needed his help to refine. Although the Dragon Gate was powerful, a strong dragon couldn't suppress a local snake. He didn't think that the Dragon Gate would mobilize so many people to deal with them because of this matter. Haha, what's your identity? I really don't know. Ling Xiao purposely stared at the badge on Shu Yi's chest. He paused for a moment and said, "Hey, this badge is especially exquisite. It seems that I also have an identical one." Shu Yi instantly burst into laughter, and the others in the hall also followed suit. This brother is really humorous. You don't even recognize the badge of a divine alchemist verified by the Medicine Alliance, and you still dare to say that you also have one? You're really amazing to be able to say such words. This young master really admires you. Zhuang Jianren of the Sword Cleansing Manor echoed with a sneer. "Ignorant junior," Shu Yi shouted disdainfully. However, just as he finished speaking, his old eyes instantly burst out with 2 rays of disbelief. His old eyes stared closely at the shiny badge in Ling Xiao's hand and discovered that it was actually the same as his own. The only difference was the name recorded on the back. "You, how could you have it?" He couldn't even follow up with his words. Not everyone could have the badge of a divine alchemist. Only those who had passed the divine alchemist examination were worthy of it. This badge was recorded by the Medicine Alliance. At the same time, this badge would be dripped with the divine alchemist's blood. Even if this badge was stolen, it would disappear at any time and return to the hands of the divine alchemist. No one else could take it. And if the divine alchemist was unlucky enough to die, then this badge would also disappear and no one could use it. Therefore, if the badge in Ling Xiao's hand wasn't his own, then it was a fake. However, based on Shu Yi's senses, that badge's energy waves were the same as his own. That special resonance power couldn't be faked. This was definitely the real divine alchemist badge. That was why Shu Yi was so shocked. He didn't believe that this young man could have this badge, but the truth was right in front of him. He had no choice but to believe it. Suddenly, a piece of information flashed through his mind, and he became even more shocked. You're the new divine alchemist for Dragon Gate, Ling Xiao. You're currently the youngest divine alchemist in the Medicine Alliance. Shu Yi immediately knew that Ling Xiao's identity was real through the information transmitted by the badge. Haha, so divine alchemist Shu also knows about a nobody like me. Ling Xiao smiled at Shu Yi. Didn't Shu Yi just say that his identity could make the sect master of Dragon Gate given to him? So now that Ling Xiao was a divine alchemist like him, what did that mean? Could this thing be fake? Zhuang Jianren said with disdain. It can't be fake. I can still tell this. Shu Yi hurriedly replied. At this moment, the way he looked at Ling Xiao was very different. If he had only treated Ling Xiao as a junior in Dragon Gate before, then now he had to treat Ling Xiao as someone of equal status. Moreover, he could imagine that Dragon Gate had such a monstrous genius alchemist. His position in the sect would be very high. If he really offended him, then the Shu family might have a lot of trouble in the future. Zhuang Jianren felt as if a fly had been stuffed into his mouth. He was just laughing at Ling Xiao for not knowing his stuff, but in the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao took out a divine alchemist badge. It was a great mockery to him. This brat is really King annoying. Zhuang Jianren cursed in his heart. Divine Master Shu, I don't want to have anything to do with your Shu family. Let them out, and we'll let this matter go. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to say. He really didn't want to make a big deal out of this. After all, this was his master's wife's family. Shu Yi hesitated for a moment and said, Other than Ziqian, I can let you take the other 2 away. But there is one more thing I need you to explain to the young sect master. Which one is the young sect master? Our Dragon Gate's young sect master hasn't been chosen yet. Ling Xiao pretended to be puzzled. What a joke! How could the people of Dragon Gate call the successor of another force the young sect master? Wouldn't that be acknowledging someone else as their master? Sharp tongue. Zhuang Jianren snorted coldly, then slammed the table and said, I heard that my big brother Xianxia was injured by you, causing him to become an idiot. You must give our sword cleansing manner an explanation for this. Xianxia was turned into an idiot, but there was no way for him to take revenge. This was the shame of the sword cleansing manner. Now that the enemy was in front of them, this debt had to be settled. Chapter 1302. I've injured at least 800 people, if not 1,000. I don't know who Xianxia is. Ling Xiao answered indifferently. He thought that Xianxia was arrogant and thought that the sword-cleansing manner was more domineering than Dragon Gate. Ling Xiao didn't buy it, even though he was in Dragon Gate. If people didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend them. If people offended him, he would pay them back tenfold. Ling Xiao was a typical person who could be persuaded by reason, but not cowed by force. He would be wilder than anyone else. You? All right, I'll tell you. Others might be afraid of Dragon Gate, but our sword-cleansing manor isn't. Lieber, take him down and bring him back to the manor to be punished. I don't believe that Dragon Gate dares to declare war against our sword-cleansing manor. Xianxia was so angry that he shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man behind Xianxia disappeared. However, a moment later, he reappeared next to Ling Xiao and grabbed Ling Xiao's shoulder. The people around Ling Xiao didn't even have a chance to react. However, Ling Xiao was different from the others. He had been guarding against this old man for a long time. With his god soul at half-incipient god realm, he could immediately sense the direction of the old man's attack. However, he didn't need to take action now. The 13th prince next to him moved first. The 13th prince punched the old man's claw. Boom! The 13th prince was forced back a few steps, while the old man paused in surprise. He hadn't expected that someone on the other side would be able to stop his attack. You want to catch me? Let's see what you're capable of. Ling Xiao shouted coldly. His aura reached its peak instantly. A dazzling, peerless dragon roared in the hall. People of the Jin clan. Everyone at the scene instantly cried out in shock. If Dragon Gate was the royal family of the Sky Dragon area, then Kim people was the emperor behind the royal family. There was no comparison between the two. Although Kim people have been low-key these years, the people of the Sky Dragon area knew that Kim people didn't do anything. Once he did something, it would shake the entire heaven territory. After all, Kim people had the most supreme experts in the Sky Dragon area. Because of this, no one dared to provoke Kim people. With this, no one dared to provoke them. Furthermore, the Heavenly Dragon sect's internal strife was only limited to the Divine King's generation. Those supremes with divine bodies didn't even dare to call the metal race's descendant supremes. One could imagine how extraordinary the metal race's foundation was. If Kim people and Dragon Gate took action at the same time, they would be one of the top forces in the Heaven territory. Only the ancient clans and the strongest forces in the big areas could be compared to them. The reason why the sword-cleansing manor had always been number 2 in the Heavenly Dragon domain was because the Heavenly Dragon sect had the support of the Jin clan. That was why the Heavenly Dragon sect was able to grow to this day, forever suppressing the sword-cleansing manor. As long as Kim people were strong, Dragon Gate wouldn't fall. The sword-cleansing manor would never be able to surpass Dragon Gate. Thus, if Ling Xiao was just a disciple of Dragon Gate, the sword-cleansing manor wouldn't care. After all, this was their territory. If they could capture 1 or 2 warriors of Dragon Gate wouldn't make a big fuss. However, if they wanted to capture a disciple of Kim people's direct line, the sword-cleansing manor wouldn't be able to bear the pressure. At this moment, the half-incipient God realm expert of the sword-cleansing manor didn't dare to act rashly. Can you release my teacher and my wife now? Ling Xiao stared at Shu Yi and asked in a low voice. Shu Yi hesitated for a while, but he could only look at Xianxia. He had to listen to Xianxia. Kim people are all of the metal attribute, but the godly apothecary must be of the fire attribute. It doesn't match. Xianxia was smart enough to doubt Ling Xiao's identity. Everyone present felt that what he said made sense. The direct line of Kim people only had 1 metal attribute. They had never heard of someone with two attributes. However, they were worried that even if Ling Xiao wasn't a direct line of descent, he should be a collateral line. Otherwise, how could he create such a realistic golden dragon shadow? No matter what, they were worried. Everything depended on what Zhuang Jianren wanted to do. Harumph, our peak lord is cared for by our elders. You guys better show some respect. Ling Zhong shouted. Ling Xiao waved his hand to stop Ling Zhong. Then, he looked at the others and said, I'll ask one more time. Release him now. Otherwise, don't say that I didn't give you face. Zhuang Jianren became more sinister. He shouted in fright, Motherf asterisk her. Lei Bo, take him down. I don't believe that they can do anything in our territory. Zhuang Jianren was also enraged. He was the young master of the sword cleansing sect. How could he be scared by someone else's name? Moreover, this was their territory. Shoot, he wanted to say something, but he didn't have time. The half-incipient God Realm expert called Lei Bo had released his aura, aiming at Ling Xiao. This time, he had to capture Ling Xiao. All right. If so, don't blame me for being impolite. Ling Xiao didn't want to be like this anymore. He had to show them the power that they were afraid of. Only then would they know what to be afraid of. The 13th prince wanted to help Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao stopped him. The half-incipient God Realm expert dashed towards Ling Xiao one more time. However, this time his speed was much faster. He reached Ling Xiao in just a blink of an eye. He extended his eagle claw, aiming at Ling Xiao. This time, he had used all of his power. Even the Senjin of Goguryeo couldn't dodge it easily. Moreover, he didn't want to give the 13th prince behind Ling Xiao a chance to save him. However, if Ling Xiao dared to offend them, he wasn't afraid of them. Ling Xiao's soul power attacked the half-incipient God Realm expert. When the half-incipient God Realm expert touched Ling Xiao's body, his god soul felt a sharp pain. He couldn't help but scream in fear. Ling Xiao moved at this moment. He grabbed the half-incipient God Realm expert's neck, his eyes bloodshot. Anyone who goes against me will die. Instantly, a thick murderous aura twirled around Ling Xiao's body. His fist with tremendous power pounded on the half-incipient God Realm expert's face. No matter who it was, if Ling Xiao's fist hit him, his brain would explode and he would die. Show mercy. Shu Yi, who was sitting on the throne, was startled. He shouted and stormed towards Ling Xiao at the same time. However, the 13th prince dashed behind Ling Xiao and met Shu Yi's fist head-on. Boom, boom. This time, Shu Yi was serious. He sent the 13th prince flying, but his entire body was blocked. Moreover, the power he released caused the entire hall to shake. If it wasn't for the fact that he controlled his power and didn't let it spread out, the people here in the hall would have been in trouble. Boom! At this moment, the half-incipient God Realm expert that Ling Xiao was holding had his head blown off. His brain and blood splashed everywhere. Some drops fell on Ling Xiao's face, which made him look savage and overbearing. Ling Xiao licked the blood on his thick lips and said faintly, I told you not to force me. Look, you've made it hard for us to talk. Silence. Everybody in the hall held their breaths. Their eyes widened as they stared at Ling Xiao motionlessly, as if their acupoints had been poked. A sense of fear came from the very source of their being. They all knew that the one who had just attacked was a half-incipient God Realm expert of the sword cleansing manner. He was an expert with 1 foot in the Great Master Realm. However, such a powerful existence had actually been smashed to pieces by the opponent's mask. They couldn't believe it. However, the truth was right in front of them. They had to believe it. You. Zhuang Jianren fell off the table. He pointed at Ling Xiao and couldn't say anything for a long time. His face was pale and panic-stricken. He was scared out of his wits. He knew that labor was powerful, but he was killed in front of him. Moreover, he couldn't even fight back. He suspected that this young man in front of him was a real great master. If so, he could kill him, the young master, in just a blink of an eye. He regretted so much that his intestines turned green. He had just taken over his brother's position. Why did he provoke this evil star? Wasn't he going to follow his brother's footsteps? I'll say it one more time. Release all of them. Otherwise, I don't mind slaughtering everyone here. Ling Xiao said gloomily while suppressing his murderous aura. Ling Xiao now knew that sometimes he couldn't control his murderous aura. He hadn't been able to restrain Soul Wind's influence on him yet. In fact, at the moment he attacked, he wanted to spare his opponent's life. As long as he could intimidate them, it would be enough. However, he still killed him. At that time, he couldn't control himself. Soul Wind's murderous aura was too heavy. However, Ling Xiao didn't regret killing him. Anyway, he had already killed him. It wasn't a big deal. If they dared to turn against him, he didn't know who would suffer more. All right, Peng Yi, let them out. Shu Yi sat down on his original seat and ordered. He was surprised when he saw that Ling Xiao had the King God Realm cultivation base. Anyway, Ling Xiao was around 100 years old, and he was also a divine alchemist. Such a junior should be highly valued in the Dragon Gate. However, he didn't expect that it wasn't enough to prove the other's power. The moment his brain exploded, he was scared out of his wits. He wanted to use his half-incipient God Realm power to bully the other. If he did that, he was afraid that his head would be separated from his body. Thinking about this, he felt a chill in his head. Peng Yi was scared out of her wits. She seized this excuse to run away. In front of everybody, Ling Xiao took the spatial ring from the half-incipient God Realm corpse. His eyes looked at Zhuang Jianren. If your sword-washing manner doesn't agree, you can find me. Remember, my name is Ling Xiao. Zhuang Jianren paled. He didn't dare to answer, as he was afraid that the other would kill him. This man must be a lunatic. Zhuang Jianren cursed inwardly. At this moment, Evil Emperor, Shu Ziqian, and Feng Qingyuan were finally released. Chapter 1303. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the Evil Emperor, Shu Ziqian, and Feng Qingyuan were still dressed neatly. Master, are you all right? Ling Xiao asked. Although the Evil Emperor, Shu Ziqian, and Feng Qingyuan's powers were sealed, they knew that something had happened to the Shu family after such a huge commotion. However, they did not expect that Ling Xiao would actually come to their door. I'm fine. If it wasn't for your master's wife being held captive, master would be able to come and go freely. The Evil Emperor laughed wildly as his body emitted a series of bang-bang sounds. Flames appeared on the Evil Emperor's body and attacked the Shu family members in all four directions. The Shu family members were startled. All of them used their powers to resist, but they were still smashed into the wall by the force and vomited blood. Everyone revealed a shocked expression. They did not expect that the person who was controlled by their ancestor would be so powerful. The Evil Emperor did not deliberately make a move, but forcefully shook off the restriction seal that Shu Yi had placed on him. Who was Shu Yi? He was the ancestor of the Shu family with the power of a half-incipient God Realm, but his restriction seal was forcefully broken by the Evil Emperor. This proved that even if the Evil Emperor did not have the same power as Shu Yi, he had the same fighting power as Shu Yi. Otherwise, how could he forcefully break through the restriction seal? The reason why the Evil Emperor was willing to be controlled was because of Shu Ziqian and Feng Qingyuan. Otherwise, it would not be difficult for him to barge in and out of the Shu family's territory alone. He had been thinking about how to save the two of them, but it was a pity that Shu Yi was always here, which made him very depressed. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had suddenly rushed over. Looking at the current situation, his disciple had already solved the problem for him. Shu Yi never expected that the Evil Emperor would also have such a powerful cultivation. Of course, he thought that the Evil Emperor was just an ordinary peak divine king, but it seemed like he had misjudged him. Shower, master's wife has caused trouble for you again. Shu Ziqian looked at Ling Xiao with a face full of guilt. Because her problems had been solved by Ling Xiao time and time again, she felt really apologetic. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "As long as mistress doesn't mind me causing trouble for your Shu family, it's fine." The body of the half-incipient God Realm warrior was still on the ground. The puddle of blood was really eye-catching. Shu Ziqian knew at a glance that Ling Xiao was angry just now. She looked at Shu Yi and Shu Pengyi, then bowed and pleaded, "Old ancestor, father, please forgive Xiaoqian for being unfilial. I will only follow brother demonic emperor for the rest of my life. Please don't make things difficult for us anymore." "Mistress, why bother with this kind of heartless family that only cares about the family's interests? Let's go," Ling Xiao said disdainfully. "That's right. How can this emperor's woman be manipulated by others? If it wasn't for Xiaoqian being soft-hearted, this emperor would have taken down the Shu clan." The evil emperor was also slightly infuriated. The faces of the Shu clan members twitched, but none of them dared to say anything else. Why did they feel that this master and disciple were so similar? No, it should be said that the disciple was more overbearing. Shu Yi glanced at Zhuang Jianren, whose face was still green, then looked at Shu Ziqian and said, "Your matter. We won't interfere, but Xiaoqian, you are also a child of our Shu family. If you have time in the future, come back often." Shu Yi had already recognized the situation. If he dared to be arrogant again, he was afraid that he would die on the spot. Shu Ziqian nodded and said, "Xiaoqian understands." Although she said so, she didn't want to return to this family in the future. At this time, Ling Xiao suddenly walked towards Zhuang Jianren. What do you want?" Zhuang Jianren was so scared that he shrank back, his expression extremely nervous. The other god kings of the sword-washing manor immediately surrounded him, but all of them were very nervous. "Divine Masterling, please show mercy." Shu Yi stood up and shouted at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao turned back to look at Shu Yi and sneered, "Don't worry. I have no interest in killing this kind of coward." Zhuang Jiansheng and Zhuang Jianren were both young sect masters of the sword-washing manor. One was the former young sect master, and the other was the current young sect master. Although their identities were distinguished, in the eyes of Ling Xiao, they were worthless. He didn't understand why the sword-washing manor would choose such a cowardly person to be the young sect master. However, he couldn't be bothered to care about other people's family affairs. He just wanted to give Zhuang Jianren a good warning. He looked at Zhuang Jianren and said, "Today's matter can be directed at me, but if you make things difficult for my master's wife's maiden family in the future, then your fate will be the same as your so-called big brother. I will make you live a life worse than death." After saying that, Ling Xiao blinked his eyes lightly, and the table made of 10,000 year wood near Zhuang Jianren instantly turned into powder with a pa sound. Then Ling Xiao said to the evil emperor, Master's wives, let's go. Divine Masterling, why don't you stay?" He tried to persuade him. Ling Xiao was the youngest divine alchemist in the Alchemy Guild's records. If he could reach this level at such a young age, his alchemy, Tinbin, must be extraordinary. Perhaps he was the disciple of a supreme alchemist. Otherwise, how could he become a divine alchemist so easily? As far as he knew, there was no supreme alchemist in the Dragon Gate. He knew that he couldn't stop Ling Xiao's group from taking Shu Ziqian away, so it was better to befriend him and discuss alchemy with him. Perhaps it would be of great help to him. However, before he could finish, Ling Xiao immediately interrupted him. "I don't deserve your hospitality." He didn't have a good impression of the Shu family, and he didn't want to have any trouble with them. Moreover, if he really had a good relationship with the Shu family, the sword-washing manor would attack the Shu family first. After all, Ling Xiao had killed a half-incipient God Realm existence. A half-incipient God Realm expert was an extremely important character anywhere. Shu Yi also knew that he couldn't do this. He sighed inwardly. One wrong step, and every step will be wrong. If they didn't interfere with the relationship between Shu Ziqian and the evil emperor, the Shu family could have gained the friendship of the Dragon Gate. More importantly, they could have befriended a talented young man like Ling Xiao. He could see that Ling Xiao wasn't even 100 years old. With Ling Xiao's innate endowment, it wouldn't be a problem for him to become a supreme alchemist in the future. At that time, wasn't it just a matter of time for him to become a supreme alchemist? As he thought this through, he was still upset about what the Shu family had done in the past. However, in the future, he had to urge the juniors of his family to think more about Xu Ziqian. He could see that Xu Ziqian was a sentimental person. As long as they could maintain this relationship, perhaps the Xu family still had a chance. After Ling Zhao's group came out, they didn't immediately return to the Dragon Gate. Next, they had a very important matter to attend to. That was the reappearance of the investiture god altar that occurred once every 100 years. The vacated position of the Sinjin of Goguryeo needed new blood to fill it. The investiture god altar had one supreme and two Sinjin of Goguryeo. The supreme ranking was limited to 100 people, and it was for the entire heaven domain. In other words, these 100 supremes were the most powerful existences in the heaven domain, and the person ranked first was the undisputed number 1 in the heaven domain. These were all recorded on the sovereign ranking. On the other hand, the 1,000 God King list had a quota for each region. Each region had a quota of 1,000. These 1,000 godly monarchs represented the strongest godly monarchs in each domain. This proved that they had battle prowess that ordinary godly monarchs couldn't compare to. Each Sinjin of Goguryeo also represented the most respected representative of each faction. No matter where a Sinjin of Goguryeo appeared, they would be proud and arrogant. Thus, each godly monarch would try their best to enter the king god ranking. This was their life's goal. The Sinjin of Goguryeo's name would fill up every 100 years, but it didn't mean that these people would always occupy the Sinjin of Goguryeo's name. Some outstanding Sinjin of Goguryeo were like passers-by. They would disappear as soon as they entered the ranking, replaced by someone else. Some would break through to the half-incipient god realm or become a true supreme, so their ranking would automatically disappear and be replaced by someone else. There were also some who accidentally died in some secret domain or were killed by some ferocious beasts, so their spots would be empty. Thus, after every 100 years, the ranking would have more or less empty spots for other godly monarchs to compete for. Facing this situation, the Sinjin of Goguryeo's name became very popular. Each godly monarch who thought that they were powerful wanted to compete for this spot. Naturally, it was hard to avoid fierce battles. It could be said that the investiture of the gods' ranking could be described as earth-shaking. The Sky Dragon Zone was so vast that it had so many different forces. Although the King God Realm experts were only 1 out of 10 million people here, it was still an unusually large number. The peak god kings of each force wanted to enter the ranking. They would bring the precious treasures of their forces to challenge the ranking. This was definitely an unprecedented event that would attract tens of thousands of people. The investiture god altar was located in the center of the Sky Dragon Zone. This area was called the investiture of the God's Land. The investiture god altar was located in the void above this area. There were many challenges that the immemorial masters had set up. There were many top-grade divine treasures, and even some rare ancient god treasures and supreme materials. Warriors had to compete for them with their own abilities and lucky chances. Whoever could cross all the challenges to reach the last level and enter the investiture god altar would receive the name of Sinjin of Goguryeo. It could be said that those who wanted to obtain the position of Sinjin of Goguryeo would have to go through many life and death trials and face the slaughter of many peak godly monarchs. Although the name of Sinjin of Goguryeo was honorable and glorious, not everyone dared to challenge it. After all, how could glory be more important than one's life? When the investiture god altar was about to open, powerful auras were mobilized from all over the Sky Dragon Zone. Many people below the godly monarch level had to keep an extremely low profile during this period of time. They were afraid that they would accidentally provoke the future Sinjin of Goguryeo. That would definitely be a huge matter that could cost them their lives. At the same time, there were also many people who wanted to join in the fun and make friends with more powerful godly monarchs. They traveled thousands of miles to the investiture of the God's Land. However, those who could go there were all supreme experts at the godly monarch level and above. These people made up the least number of low and mid-level godly monarchs. Most of them were at the mid-level and above. Chapter 1304. The conferred god altar was about to open. Many divine kings had already gathered in the conferred god land, which spanned several tens of thousands of kilometers. Some of these divine kings came from super factions, while others came from regular major factions. There were even some from hidden factions. There was no lack of itinerant cultivators as well. In short, all the divine kings who felt that they were powerful or just wanted to join the fun had come. All of them rode on dazzling holy beasts and wore flowing light divine armors. They held rare god artifacts in their hands, and they surged over from all directions like heavenly soldiers. They seemed extraordinarily mighty and extraordinary. If regular cultivators came here, they would probably be dazzled by the many holy beasts and god artifacts in front of them. Those rarely seen, mutated holy beasts, and even some high-level holy beasts that were close to the level of divine beasts, flew over one after another. They raised their heads to the sky and let out long roars, bringing with them an incomparably majestic aura that shook the surroundings. Meanwhile, those divine artifacts competed with each other to shine, emitting beams of colorful divine light that illuminated the surroundings in an incomparably gorgeous manner. These divine kings who had come here had all changed their usual low-profile appearance. They all radiated with powerful auras. They wanted to intimidate some ignorant nobodies before the altar opened so that they would not encounter any trouble when ascending the altar. At the same time, they were also showing off just how powerful they were. Most of the god kings had come in groups. Their strength was at the peak of the god king realm, and a portion of them were high-level god kings. No one below the high-level god king realm would think that they were here to fight over the altar. They were just here to watch the show. They all chose their own territories and settled down, waiting for the altar to open. At this moment, an extremely imposing group of people arrived in the distance, causing the surrounding divine kings to look over. There were a total of over 20 of them, and they were the largest group that had come together. They were also the most powerful group. There were actually over 10 peak stage god kings, and the rest were high-level god kings. None of them were god kings below the high level. They were all riding holy beasts that had reached the 10th tier and above, and the person leading them was riding on a mutated leopard king. This mutated leopard king had actually reached the 10th tier. It had fur that looked like patterns, and it had a pair of snowy wings that could summon snow and freeze everything. Standing on top of the leopard king was a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance. He stood with both hands fluttering in the wind. His demeanor was extraordinary, but the most eye-catching thing about him was his pair of snow-white eyebrows, which actually reached his chin, giving him the air of an immortal. This group was from a North Snow Alliance. The white-browed middle-aged man was called White-Browed Divine King by Mushi. He was a powerful existence of the North Snow Alliance in the past 1,000 years. It was said that he had once fought to a draw with the North Snow Alliance's Sinjin of Goguryeo. Now, he of the Sinjin of Goguryeo, he only needed an opportunity to prove his strength of Sunjin god of Goguryeo of the North. In the north of the Dragon Gate, the North Snow Alliance was not as famous as the Blazing Flame Merchants, the Sun Moon Sect, the Divine Axe Gang, and other superpowers, but they had the same strength as them. The North Snow Alliances by Mushi and the others definitely had the qualifications to challenge the Sinjin of Goguryeo of the North. That's the North Snow Alliance's people. They look really imposing. It seems like they're taking the Sinjin of Goguryeo of the North Snow Alliance very seriously. Isn't that so? I've traveled around the North Snow Alliance 30 years ago, and I've long heard that the White-Brow Divine King is already invincible under the Sinjin of Goguryeo. I think this time there will definitely be a place for him in the Sinjin of Goguryeo of the North Snow Alliance. That's hard to say. 100 years ago, there were so many heroes buried in the altar. Now, there won't be a lack of White-Brow. That's right. It's hard to say who will be on the altar in the end. Don't say it too early, but there will definitely be a place for me there. Mushi was very satisfied with the people's surprised expressions when they saw him. It seemed like other than being famous in the North Snow Alliance, there were also people who knew him in other places. Just when they were about to land somewhere, a group of ferocious god kings charged over from another direction. The number of divine kings in this group was not less than the North Snow Alliance's group. In fact, there were 2 or 3 more of them. "All of you, get out of my way." Among that group of people, one of them actually blasted a move in the direction of the North Snow Alliance. Rumble. This attack was not aimed at anyone, but it prevented the North Snow Alliance's group from landing, and they took the spot that the North Snow Alliance's group was about to land. The North Snow Alliance's people were all very angry. The spot that they had chosen was actually taken by someone else. This was a matter of face. "This place is ours. Please go somewhere else." The person who attacked just now said coldly, "Bastard, how dare you?" Someone from a North Snow Alliance immediately jumped out and scolded. However, just as a conflict was about to break out, Muxia waved his hand at his people and landed in another direction. He actually did not fight with that group of people. If you have the guts, come and fight with me. I don't mind killing you in advance." That person shouted arrogantly. Thus, everyone who saw this scene was extremely shocked. It seems like the Godly Axe Gang is here. They're still so overbearing. They actually took North Snow Alliance's spot as soon as they arrived. It seems like the North Snow Alliance is afraid of them. Lower your voice. If they hear you, they will not let you have an easy time. They have always been overbearing. Some time ago, I received news that the Sun and Moon sect fought with them on the road. It was said that the Sun sect's people were almost defeated. If it were not for the Moon sect's women who arrived in time, the Sun sect's people would not have been able to deal with the Godly Axe Gang. The Godly Axe Gang Sinjin of Goguryeo has almost 50 people. They are only slightly weaker than Dragon Gate and Sword Cleansing Manor. They are faintly catching up to Sword Cleansing Manor. Yes, these are all people that we cannot provoke. We should avoid them if we can. We will deal with them when it is time to ascend the altar. After a few days, people from Dragon Gate, Sword Cleansing Manor, Blazing Flame Merchants, Sun and Moon Sect, and many other super forces arrived one after another. This piece of land was already filled with godly kings. At a glance, there were at least 38,000 of them. These people represented the most powerful existences among all the godly kings in the Sky Dragon territory. Their auras flickered unceasingly in the sky. Among these people, there were more than 10 people that people thought highly of. This was because they had been in the world for a long time and enjoyed extraordinary prestige in the Sky Dragon territory. In these people's hearts, the person most likely to ascend the altar was Dragon Gate's fire god body, Ji Tianfeng, a peak godly king. Ji Tianfeng had already become famous in the Sky Dragon territory 1,000 years ago. At that time, he was only a mid-level godly king. However, when he was fighting with other forces for a divine object in a secret realm, he fought 1 against 5. There was even a high-level godly king among the opponents, and the rest were all at the same level as him. Originally, he was bound to lose, but he was able to miraculously turn the situation around. He killed 4 of the 5 mid-level godly kings, while the high-level godly king was heavily injured and fled. Many people saw that battle, and from then on, Ji Tianfeng's name began to gain an extremely high reputation among the godly kings. Of course, that was only the battle that made him famous. After that, there were many other glorious battles that were known and spread out, which allowed him to ascend to the top of the list. The person ranked second was still someone from Dragon Gate. He was an outstanding godly king from Kim people, Ling Feiwu. He also had the strength of a peak godly king. Kim people's ancient emperor mystic technique was already well known in the heaven domain. Ling Feiwu could increase his battle prowess by nearly 30 times. He was definitely one of the strongest contenders for the position of Sunjin Kingdom of Goguryeo. The reason why he was ranked second was mainly because his battle experience was too little and he was a little low-key. It was because someone had seen him kill the slaughter gods on the slaughter god list, and those were all peak godly kings. The third was Barter from Divine Axe Gang. He had the strength of a peak godly king, and he had already condensed a 10,000 times gravitational field. He had an absolute advantage in group battles. The fourth was Su Mo from Sun Moon Sect, who was known as the future Sun Emperor. This person had already comprehended the fist intent realm to a profound level when he just entered the Godly King realm. He was almost invincible among those of the same rank. Now that he was already a peak Godly King, one could imagine how terrifying his battle prowess was. The fifth was a peerless beauty. Her beauty was said to be on par with the number one beauty, Lu Pia Piao, by the geniuses of Sky Dragon District, Xianxia. Don't be fooled by her delicate appearance, but she had a pair of strange eyes with special divine power. Whoever met her would be a very troublesome matter. It was said that she was the personal disciple of the guardian elder who guarded the territory gate to Sky Tiger District, and she also had the strength of a peak Godly King. The sixth was Zhuang Wenqi from Sword Cleansing Manor. The seventh was by Mushi from North Snow Alliance. The eighth was Lai Yin from Blazing Flame Merchants. The ninth was a mercenary king. Yinyu, in short, those who were ranked in the 10th and above were all people who were favored by the majority to obtain the position of Sunjin of Goguryeo. As for those who weren't famous, they couldn't be underestimated either. After all, many of them were very low-key. They would only reveal their true powerful battle prowess when the battle began. There was no lack of such dark horses in history. The apotheosized altar hadn't opened yet, but there were already many battles raging in this world. Among the many godly kings, there would always be some friends that they knew. Friends would definitely gather together and plan to call on each other when they entered. There were also a small number of people who were mortal enemies. Once they met, they would immediately start a battle. This was not surprising at all. Among them, there was a high-level godly king who came from an unknown force called Dingudu. He had provoked the most enemies. There were actually 3 groups of people surrounding him, and there were more than 10 of them. Among them, there were even a few peak godly kings. Anyone would think that Dingudu would definitely die before he could succeed. However, when he made his move, he immediately shocked everyone. His protective spiritual beast was actually a 10th level peak heavenly tiger. It was a high-level holy beast that was infinitely close to the white tiger divine beast. Moreover, he held a strange divine weapon in his hand. It seemed to have the power to suppress all divine weapons. Relying on this white tiger divine beast and this strange divine weapon, he was actually able to face the encirclement calmly. Moreover, he even killed 3 high-level godly kings. This was destined to make Dingudu famous in the Sky Dragon domain before he became Sunjin of Goguryeo. Chapter 1305. The conferred god altar was bustling with activity. On Dragon Gate side, their group had a total of 40 people, but these 4 people were not very united. They were actually divided into 2 teams, and each team had exactly 20 people. One team was led by Ji Tianfang. He looked very young, handsome, and was a rarely seen handsome man. He was riding an explosive flame dragon, which was a high-level holy beast that was closest to the true dragon clan like flood dragons. It had already reached the high level of the 10th step, but its true battle prowess was absolutely not inferior to ordinary peak level 10th step holy beasts. The majority of those who came with Ji Tianfang had the strength of a peak divine king, and only a few were high-level divine kings. This battle prowess was definitely a rather powerful existence, and no one dared to provoke them. The other team was led by Ling Feiwu. He was considered to be 1 generation lower than Ling Gang, and if he saw Ling Xiao, he would still have to call Ling Xiao great uncle. The number of peak divine kings by his side was 3 less than Ji Tianfang's side, and 3 more high-level divine kings. But don't look down on such a force. If they really fought, Ji Tianfang's side might not be able to withstand it, because there were quite a few direct descendants of Kim people who came with Ling Feiwu, and they all possessed divine might that could raise their battle prowess. The reason why outsiders thought that Ling Feiwu was inferior to Ji Tianfang, but both of them were clear that the 2 of them were actually evenly matched. After all, they had fought together 3 times in Dragon Gate. but neither of them was able to do anything to the other. The only thing they could compare was that Ji Tianfang was younger than Ling Feiwu by 200 years, and he had the advantage in this aspect. Although the two groups belonged to two different factions, they wouldn't let outsiders see that they were at odds with each other. Ji Tianfang was currently chatting with Ling Feiwu, and people who didn't know would think that the two of them were very good brothers. Senior brother Ling, I heard that Divine Teacher Ling is coming to participate in the battle. Why don't I see him coming? Ji Tianfang asked Ling Feiwu indifferently. The Divine Master Ling he mentioned was undoubtedly Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's name had already shaken the Dragon Gate. Although Ji Tianfang had always been wandering outside, he had recently returned to the Dragon Gate and heard all kinds of deeds related to Ling Xiao, so he paid special attention to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was actually able to suppress Yigong, the Sanjin kingdom of Goguryeo, who was ranked in the 800s, with a single move. This ability was not something an ordinary person could do. Moreover, Ling Xiao had such an achievement at such a young age. Ji Tianfang felt that Ling Xiao might be a body snatcher of Kim people. Of course, he wanted to see Ling Xiao in order to verify whether Ling Xiao's strength was worthy of the name. Was he really that powerful? Ling Feiwu said with a faint smile. My great-uncle went out to handle some matters, but I heard from my uncle Gang that he will indeed come here to ascend the altar. I believe you will have the chance to see him. Ling Feiwu naturally understood Ji Tianfang's thoughts, and he also hoped that this legendary great-uncle of his, Ling Xiao, really had some skills so that he wouldn't lose the reputation of their Kim people. Ling Feiwu and Ji Tianfang were about the same. They usually didn't stay in the sect, and if they wanted to become an independent expert or obtain more fortuitous encounters, they couldn't just stay in the sect. Only by going out to search for secret realms would they be able to grow faster in the midst of danger. Therefore, it was not surprising that Ling Feiwu had never seen Ling Xiao until now. I hope he can make it in time. Otherwise, it would be a pity. Ji Tianfang said with a hint of arrogance. Although he said this, his expression had already betrayed him. From the start, he didn't think that Ling Xiao had the chance to become the Sanjin kingdom of Goguryeo. However, Ling Feiwu's following words caused Ji Tianfang to be shocked. I heard from my uncle Gang that Granduncle Xiao should have been the Sanjin kingdom of Goguryeo a long time ago. It's just that Granduncle Xiao didn't know that it was the divine light of verification and forcefully dispersed it. Ling Feiwu spread his hands and said, Ling Gang had already told Ling Feiwu about Ling Xiao's glorious deeds in the snake loyalty sect. His goal was to let Ling Feiwu know that Ling Xiao wasn't as simple as he seemed on the surface, so that he wouldn't neglect this great uncle of his. At that time, when Ling Feiwu heard Ling Gang's words, he felt that it was inconceivable. Now, when he saw Ji Tianfang's shocked and disbelieving expression, he felt extremely refreshed. Senior brother Ling's joke isn't funny, Ji Tianfang said with a faint smile. The people behind Ji Tianfang also started to jeer and ridicule one after another. Junior brother Ling's joke is indeed not funny. We all know that Divine Master Ling's battle prowess isn't weak, but I really don't believe that he really has the strength of the Sanjin kingdom of Goguryeo. That's right, we admit that Divine Master Ling's alchemy level is very high, but he's still very young. I think it's most suitable for him to participate in this competition in a few hundred years. I agree with this. Divine Master Ling is a high-level elder of our sect. There's no need for him to risk his life to obtain the name of the Sanjin kingdom of Goguryeo. His identity as a divine alchemist is not weaker than the name of the Sanjin kingdom of Goguryeo. Perhaps Divine Master Ling wants to have it both ways. When the people on Ling Feiwu's side heard these mocking words, their expressions all became ugly, but they couldn't refute them. On the contrary, Ling Feiwu said with certainty, At first, I also thought so. My great-uncle Xiao has only been a divine king for a short period of time, so how could he have such great ability? Later on, my uncle said that the Snaky sect was destroyed by my great-uncle Xiao, and one of the green bamboo snakes was personally killed by my great-uncle Xiao. From then on, the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo verified the descent of the divine light. As for whether it's true or not, it still needs to be tested. The Snaky sect was suddenly destroyed by someone more than 10 years ago. This had always been an unsolved case in the Sky Dragon region. Not many people knew who had the ability to destroy it. However, some of the people from the Snaky sect who escaped said that it was done by the Dragon Gate. Later on, an army of thousands of holy beasts suddenly descended and annihilated them. Some people deliberately investigated this matter, and it was indeed related to the Dragon Gate, and also to the Sanjin kingdom of Goguryeo and Lingang. However, the person who truly led the army to destroy the Snake sect was someone else. The people outside might not know who Lingang would go with, but the people from the Dragon Gate all knew that this Sanjin kingdom of Goguryeo was Ling Zhao's guardian elder. Ling Feiwu's words were not very certain, but it made Ji Tianfang and the others put away their mocking expressions, and each of their expressions became stern. Combining this matter, and thinking of how He Gong was defeated by Ling Xiao in one move, they felt that perhaps this was not nonsense. If this was really the case, perhaps Ling Xiao really had the qualifications to contend for the throne of the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo. Right at this moment, the heaven and earth started to descend. All of a sudden, tens of thousands of golden lights appeared high up in the sky, and the surrounding area within a radius of 1,000,000 miles was illuminated by multicolored light. Bursts of 9-colored divine power flickered incessantly, appearing abnormally beautiful and dazzling. Everyone was somewhat unable to open their eyes because of this divine light, but the dense origin power that shone on their bodies made them feel incomparably comfortable and refreshed, making them feel as if they wanted to break through the shackles and break through. There seemed to be an ancient stone tablet in the crack of the void, and the 9-color divine light was emitted from this stone tablet. It carried an ancient feeling, making people feel insignificant and shocked from the bottom of their hearts. There was an indescribable aura lingering above this giant ancient tablet, and it fused with the heavens and earth, suppressing all directions. There were altars around it, exactly 1,000 in total, and most of them already had a phantom sitting on top of them. Above these phantoms floated golden names, and these phantoms and names represented the identities of the Sanjin kingdom of Goguryeo. As for the remaining dozens of empty altars, they were the divine positions that everyone was fighting for. After anyone finally ascended the altar, they would be able to carve their name on the ancient tablet of the conferred god altar for all eternity. Everyone couldn't help but burst into an uproar, and every saint beast was neighing nonstop. "Quick, look, the conferred god altar has appeared. There are a total of 43 spots. Everyone hurry up and ascend the altar. Once in 100 years, we finally see it again. We've been waiting for this day for a long time. This time, this old man will definitely become the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo. Whoever stops me, I'll kill them. It's not certain who will ascend the altar, but one of the spots will definitely be mine." Many god kings cried out in surprise, then rode their saint beasts towards the spatial crack. However, many of the first batch of god kings were sent flying by the 9-color divine light before they could even enter the crack. Immediately, a series of miserable shrieks rang out, causing many to immediately slow down. Only then did they realize that this seemingly harmless 9-color divine light actually contained such a terrifying power. Fortunately, this power wasn't fatal, and it only forcibly kept out those who didn't have enough power. A portion of the god kings had already charged through the 9-color divine light and entered the spatial crack. This 9-color divine light was the first test. If they couldn't even enter the entrance, how could they proceed to the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryo's assessment? This could also be considered a humane method to preserve the lives of some god kings, lest they end up as ghosts under someone else's sword if they entered. The conferred god altar only appeared for half a month each time. Whoever could ascend the altar within half a month would be the Sunjin kingdom of Goguryu's existence. Therefore, most people were very eager to make use of this time. They absolutely couldn't afford to waste it. After all, there are still many tests waiting for them inside the space. All of you scram. A rather tyrannical group of people rushed up, and their leader, a peaked god king, directly brandished his divine axe to open a path. Wherever his axe light went, there would immediately be a bloody light, followed by a burst of blood-curdling screams. In just an instant, this person had injured more than 10 god kings in front of him. Then he himself rushed into the 9-color divine light. This group was impressively the god kings from the Divine Axe gang, and their leader was God King Barter, whom everyone unanimously favored. It was said that Barter had already cultivated the heaven-opening Pangu to the extreme and completely comprehended the power of the 82 axes, allowing him to use them. With his strength, he definitely had the power to split the heavens and earth. Ordinary people simply didn't dare to block his path, and they all hurriedly gave way. Chapter 1306. The people from the Divine Axe gang forcefully broke through the 9-color divine light and entered the crack in the void. The other great powers also rushed forward. In an instant, many terrifying powers were released. Colorful powers exploded, and miserable screams rang out. Many divine kings were killed by the other terrifying divine kings before they could even get close to the crack in the void, or were heavily injured and forced to retreat from the fight. The 9-color divine light was the first test. If they couldn't even enter here, then what face did they have to rush in to fight for the position of Sinjin of Goguryo? Many of the divine kings who did not participate in the Battle of Sinjin of Goguryo saw this earth-shattering aura and sighed with emotion. This is the guy who has the strength of Sinjin of Goguryo. All of them are extraordinary. Without any real talent, it's really difficult to rush up. Isn't that so? Fortunately, we didn't overestimate ourselves. Otherwise, we wouldn't even know what was going on even if we died. Sinjin of Goguryo. Sinjin of Goguryo, the strongest 1,000 of all the divine kings. They are all fully deserving of the title of king. If you want to obtain this title, there is absolutely no luck at all. This is only the first trial. There are still 6 more trials to pass. Every time for these dozens of empty seats, many supreme existences will die. Not everyone only wants to pursue eternal life and ease. Only this kind of glory can prove one's own value. The crack in the void would only open for 3 days. If no one could pass through the 9-color divine light within 3 days, it would automatically close and only open again half a month later to teleport everyone out. In these 3 days, the god-sealing grounds had already been sprinkled with the blood of many divine kings. Every drop of divine king's blood was the best divine liquid to strengthen one's foundation for any infant. However, no one cared about this kind of divine liquid. Everyone's goal was only the entrance to the crack in the void above the 9th heaven. Of course, many peak divine kings had fallen, and their divine objects had immediately become the objects of the other divine kings. It could be said that during the past 3 days, the battles on this land have been extremely intense. Anyone below God King would definitely die if they approached this place. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Those god kings who couldn't make it in time could only wait another 100 years before they could attempt the conferred god altar. Of course, there were also many people who didn't want to rush into the divine seal altar. The simplest method was to kill a Sinjin of Goguryo alone. That way, they could also snatch away the title of Sinjin of Goguryo. It was the least troublesome thing to do, but it was also the most dangerous thing. Usually, if you dared to make a move against someone, it would be a situation where one party would not rest until the other party was dead. How could an ordinary peak divine king compare to someone who could become the Sinjin of Goguryo? Just as the 9-color divine light was about to disappear, another group of people rushed over from the other side of the sky. Little Xiao, the divine seal altar will soon close. We must rush over at full speed." A middle-aged man said to a young man beside him. The young man nodded and said to the people beside him, "You all wait here, Master, and I will go to the divine seal altar." A beautiful woman beside the young man said, "Don't worry. You must come back safely." "Yes, we are just going to broaden our horizons." "It's nothing," the young man replied softly. Then he and the middle-aged man instantly sped up and rushed towards the nine-colored divine light. The speed of the two of them was actually 10 times faster than before. They drew 2 divine lights in the sky like 2 meteors. Their auras were extremely majestic and shocking. In their direction, there were more than 10 people who were rushing with all their might, trying to break into the 9-color divine light. However, when they felt the 2 terrifying auras rushing over from behind, they were all surprised. They didn't expect that there would be such powerful people rushing over at the last moment. However, although they felt that the strength of the 2 people was extraordinary, they were not to be trifled with. "Go back." A strong man was very dissatisfied, and he blasted at the 2 people with his saber. The saber radiance that Ling Tian slashed down was extremely powerful. It seemed that he wanted to injure the 2 people and force them to retreat. In the face of these saber radiances, even the divine kings near him felt that it was difficult to resist. However, the 2 people seemed to ignore the saber radiance and continued to rush over. "Master, let this disciple open the way for you," the young man shouted and slammed his palms like dragons. Roar! Roar! 2 peerless golden dragons suddenly rushed out from the young man's palms. These 2 peerless golden dragons were extremely powerful. They directly smashed the saber radiances into pieces. One of them even pounced towards a strong man and bit him. The strong man was shocked. He raised his divine weapon and slashed at the golden dragon. Rumble. Unfortunately, as soon as he came into contact with the powerful golden dragon light, he immediately felt the terror of this terrifying power. He was actually unable to suppress it and was directly shaken to the point that the divine blade flew out of his hand, and his entire body was swallowed by the golden dragon. The strong man was blasted 10,000 meters away. Only a wave of energy was still reverberating in the air. When the rest of the people saw this, they were so scared that they immediately gave way. They didn't even have the courage to challenge. They knew that the strong man just now was at the peak divine king realm. If they couldn't even block a single move, what ability did they have to fight against him? When the 2 of them rushed into the 9-color divine light, someone immediately shouted, "I saw the dragon subduing divine palm. Isn't this the unique divine art of the Sinjin of Goguryeo, Xiaofeng, who is ranked in the top 10? Could it be that those 2 are the disciples of the Sinjin of Goguryeo, Xiaofeng? That young man seems to be only a high-level god king, but he already has such terrifying power. He's really powerful." That's right. These 2 seem to be very extraordinary. It seems that the battle for the Sinjin of Goguryeo has really attracted all the supreme experts here. It seems like it's useless for us to go in. It can't be a coincidence, right? I've never heard of Xiaofeng taking in a disciple. There are a lot of things you don't know. Hurry up and go in. Even if we don't fight for the Sinjin of Goguryeo's name, it's still good for us to pass through this trial. We'll have a much better chance in another 100 years. After the last few people squeezed in, the 9-color divine light finally gradually disappeared from the sky. The crack in the void also began to quickly close up. Some of the god kings who couldn't make it in time wanted to rush up, but they were directly turned into blood by the power of the crack in the void. This scene scared the other god kings who had caught up later, and they all stopped in their tracks. The crack in the void had completely closed up, and it would only reopen in half a month and send everyone out. Of course, this referred to the living, while the dead could only stay inside forever. Within the apotheosis altar, there were already more than 10,000 peak god kings, and high-level god kings only took up a very small portion. To fight for one of the dozens of spots among so many god kings, one could imagine how terrifying the battle situation would be. However, after entering, they didn't immediately arrive in front of the ancient monument. Every single god king was separated and sent to different regions of space. The power in each region was different, but they were all places that tested the true strength and foundation of each god king. Only after passing the 6 tests would they have the right to ascend the altar. This was also to prevent others from entering in groups, which would definitely not give the other god kings any advantage. But now that they were separated, it was indeed fair. Everyone had to rely on their own strength to reach the final trial. Only then could one truly see a person's true strength. Those who had entered earlier had already passed the second trial, but there were also many who had been left behind. The middle-aged man and the young man who had entered later were the demonic emperor and Xianxia. They had been separated into different regions. Unless they could pass through all the trials, they would meet at the final trial. If one of them fell behind, then they were destined to have no fate with the Sinjin of Goguryeo. The region that Xianxia had landed in was a vast sea of fire. The flames in this sea of fire were extraordinary. Even the divine body would find it hard to expel them quickly if it came into contact with any of the flames. This was an extraordinary source of flames. If other god kings didn't have high-grade god armors to protect themselves, they would probably be burnt to a crisp by the time they reached the next barrier. Moreover, this sea of fire contained unknown dangers. The slightest carelessness could lead to accidental death. However, there were a few rocks floating above this sea of fire. These rocks should be an extremely rare god material, but they were completely unscathed despite being surrounded by the source of flames. Xianxia took a closer look at the rocks and discovered that they were emitting waves of restrictive divine light, isolating them from the flames. He also noticed that there were several figures standing on top of the few rocks. They were looking at the flames with hopeful expressions on their faces. Xianxia observed them and discovered that they were in a very sorry state. Some of them even had their hair singed. They looked very comical. It seems that these rocks have great life-saving effects. Xianxia sighed softly. On-the-spot observation was something that every expert had to pay attention to. Only by paying attention to every detail could they make use of the environment to create a better chance of survival. Of course, this sea of fire might be quite troublesome for others, but it was not a problem at all for Xianxia. He already had the heavenly fire bead in his sea of knowledge, so he was completely immune to the source of flames. Xianxia originally wanted the heavenly fire bead to absorb the source of flames to increase its strength, but he discovered that the heavenly fire bead could not absorb the power here. It was as if there was some kind of restriction restricting it. Xianxia guessed that this was probably a power restriction set up by the primordial supremes in ancient times, so that the spatial power in this area would remain forever and would not be destroyed. Xianxia could not be bothered to guess anything. He shot to his feet and darted towards the other side of the sea of fire. In an instant, the fiery power kept rushing towards Xianxia, trying to incinerate Xianxia into ashes. However, these flames could not harm Xianxia at all other than making him feel a little bit of pain. Just when he thought that he could easily pass through this sea of fire, the dangerous things in the sea of fire began to attack. Chapter 1307. The 7 stages of the investiture of the gods had different levels of danger. The purpose of each stage was to test the strength of a god king. Only after passing through the 6 stages and reaching the final stage within the last 3 days would the pinnacle god kings compete for the gods' altars ranking. Xianxia dashed through the sea of fire. Those waves of fire were like dragons that continuously swept towards him. The intense heat was really unbearable. If an ordinary god king was hit by this fiery energy, they would be incinerated into nothingness. Xianxia thought that he could reach the next stage as long as he passed through this sea of fire. He thought to himself, this stage isn't that hard to deal with. It wasn't difficult to pass through this stage if one was wearing a high-level defensive armor. However, just as Xianxia was about to let his guard down, an unknown sacred beast emerged from the sea of fire and pounced towards Xianxia. This fire attribute, sacred beast, appeared without warning. Its speed was absolutely impossible to guard against. Seeing that the huge mouth was about to swallow Ling Xiao alive, Ling Xiao finally made a counterattack. A huge flaming palm shot towards the sacred beast's mouth. Boom! The powerful force forced the sacred beast into the sea of fire. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to fly up. He frowned and tried to sense the sacred beast. However, he realized that it didn't come up again. However, he didn't think that the sacred beast was killed by his palm. Sure enough, just as Ling Xiao flew up again, the sacred beast attacked again. However, it learned its lesson this time. It didn't try to swallow Ling Xiao up like before. Instead, it gathered the flames together and spat out a powerful flame attack. It wanted to use these flames to break through Ling Xiao's defenses and burn him to death. Ling Xiao sneered. He opened his mouth and sucked the flames into it. He couldn't use the heavenly fire pearl to absorb the flames, but he could absorb the energy of the attack. The moment the flames entered his mouth, the heavenly fire bead glowed brightly and swallowed the flames. It sent a joyful signal to Ling Xiao, hoping to obtain more of this original flame power. Ling Xiao was happy to oblige. He did not retaliate against the holy beast that was hiding in the sea of fire. Instead, he waited for wave after wave of fire attacks so that the Skyfire Pearl could absorb more energy. After a dozen waves of attacks, Ling Xiao absorbed all of the flame energy. The power of each strike was comparable to that of a high-level God King. Furthermore, it was amplified in this sea of fire. Ordinary peak God Kings would suffer if they were the slightest bit careless, but Ling Xiao dealt with it calmly like he was playing. It was truly enviable. Ling Xiao had long since noticed that there was a Type 10 explosive flame dragon beneath the sea of flames, and it was already showing signs of transforming into a true dragon. Seeing this mighty holy beast, Ling Xiao was tempted, thinking of subduing it. However, he also guessed that none of the holy beasts controlled here would be able to subdue it. The only option was to kill it or let it go. Ling Xiao could only sigh inwardly. What a pity! The explosive flame dragon seemed to know that it could not do anything to Ling Xiao. It revealed half of its head, and its two large nostrils spewed out a few streams of flames. Then, it dove back into the sea of fire unwillingly and did not appear again. Ling Xiao shook his head and sped up towards the second trial. The flames grew stronger the further they went, and the temperature was also shockingly high. Martial artists who cultivated the three attributes of metal, wood, and ice would definitely not fare well against such flames. They were all restrained by the fire attribute, and without top-grade armor, it would not be easy for them to clear this trial. After half a day, Ling Xiao charged through all the waves of fire and arrived at the next trial. The third trial was the impact of the spatial turbulence. Tornado-like energy constantly swept over, and the rocks constantly rolled and collided. The spatial load increased by several thousand times. The energy of the turbulence was definitely something many peak God Kings could not handle. If they were struck by the rocks carelessly, they would definitely be heavily injured or even killed. This scene made Ling Xiao think of the spatial turbulence he had encountered in the chaotic burial space. This place was very similar to that, but it was not as terrifying as the turbulence in the chaotic burial space. This was because there was a strange suction force there that made it difficult for people to control their bodies, making it very easy for them to be struck. Ling Xiao was definitely more than enough to deal with the turbulence. His speed was unparalleled after all, so it was not difficult for him to use his speed to dodge the turbulence. Not to mention that his body was comparable to a peak god artifact, so he would be fine even if he was struck. He was not like the God Kings at the front who were in a rather miserable state. Some of them had even been smashed to the point that their bodies had exploded, forcing them to think of a way to retreat. Many people stopped at the third trial, which was equivalent to a morning sigh. It's too difficult to become the Sinjin of Goguryeo. The power of the turbulence here is comparable to the attacks of countless high-level God Kings. It's not a problem to deal with it for a while, but not everyone can forcefully blast through the flying rocks here. Isn't that so? This is a mid-level divine armor of mine, but it's actually cracked from the impact. How depressing. you're still considered lucky. Yesterday, I even saw two fellows get smashed into pieces. Let's just wait here for time to pass. We'll talk about it when we feel like we can pass. You, look at that young man. This speed is really goddamn godly. He's only a high-level god king, but he actually has such speed. It seems like he can pass this trial. Many people looked at Ling Xiao's graceful figure, and their faces all revealed looks of envy and jealousy. The third trial was rather dangerous for others, but for a wind tribute god king, it was a piece of cake. Half a day later, Ling Xiao successfully passed through again. 2 days later, Ling Xiao had already rushed through the fourth and fifth trials. The difficulty of these two trials was greater than the previous ones, but with Ling Xiao's strength, he passed through them without much effort. Ling Xiao's fast speed had already left the god kings who had entered before him far behind him. Ling Xiao felt that these checkpoints were indeed quite difficult for ordinary peak god kings. But for those peak god kings with rich battle prowess and the help of high-level divine artifacts, there was still a chance of passing through. If those peak god kings knew what Ling Xiao was thinking, they would probably cry and curse. Do you think that everyone is as abnormal as you? Indeed, not every peak divine king could easily pass through this endless stream of attacks. After all, these power checkpoints were filled with danger at all times. Once one entered, it would be difficult to take the opportunity to recover their divine power. It would not be easy for any peak god king to rush through in one go. When Ling Xiao passed the first 5 trials, there were already very few people in the 6th trial. The 6th trial was also different from the others. He could sense that this trial was definitely more dangerous than the others, so he definitely could not be careless. Sure enough, when he had just landed on the 6th trial, a mid-stage, 10th-stage giant python pounced towards Ling Xiao from a hidden place. Ling Xiao was already on guard, and the golden dragon spear in his hand instantly left his hand, piercing through the mid-stage, 10th-stage giant python and killing it with a single strike. However, this was just the beginning. A large army of holy beasts in front of him was constantly roaring and screaming in this space. At the very center of this space was the ancient tablet and altar. Only after passing this stage would they be able to reach the final battle. There were tens of thousands of holy beasts in front of him, and there were even some mutated holy beasts or ancient holy beasts. Every single one of them was actually at the 10th order, and there were even quite a few at the peak of the 10th order. If he wanted to carve a bloody path through the army of holy beasts and reach the ancient tablet, that would be the toughest test. F***CK this. Don't tell me that all the 10th order holy beasts in the heavenly dragon region are here. Ling Xiao looked at the holy beasts and exclaimed, his scalp tingling. It had to be known that regardless of which ancient mountain range, it was already very good to be able to reach the 9th order holy beast, and it was impossible to reach the 10th order without sufficient bloodline. In every ancient mountain range, it was already quite impressive to be able to find 110th order holy beasts. However, there were so many 10th order holy beasts in this space, as though it was a paradise for beasts. It was truly astonishing. However, the various source energies in this space were relatively dense, more than 10 times denser than the outside world. It was not surprising that so many 10th order holy beasts could be nurtured here. Anyone who entered this space would have the urge to stay here forever to cultivate, and one's cultivation speed would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Of course, there was not only the army of holy beasts in this space, there were also many holy grasses and divine herbs growing here. It was truly heartbreaking to be eaten by these holy beasts. In addition, there were many dilapidated ancient palaces sitting on the ancient peaks, exuding a simple and ancient aura. One could sense that there were definitely some remnants of divine items in these ancient palaces. It was already very difficult to pass through this area to reach the ancient tablet, and it would be even more difficult to take away the divine items from here. At this time, Ling Xiao no longer dared to be careless. He wore a set of top-grade defensive divine armor and held the golden dragon spear in his hand as he swept forward. Since he had come, The name of the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo must have a place for him. Ling Xiao had just barged in when several holy beasts in the vicinity moved out at the same time. These holy beasts all knew that there would be a turbulence in this space every 100 years. Their mission was to prevent these humans from rushing to the ancient tablet in front. Ling Xiao roared towards the sky, and he seemed to have transformed into a real dragon. He first intimidated the few holy beasts, then the golden dragon spear rushed out like a dragon, instantly blasting the huge bodies of 2 holy beasts. Large amounts of blood splattered down like rain. These holy beasts did not cower because their companions were killed. Instead, their ferocity was aroused. A 10th Order Advanced Celestial Eye Divine Condor flashed its celestial eye, and a strange divine light shot towards Ling Xiao. Chapter 1308. Screech. Screech. A series of piercing screeches rang out. Although the Celestial Eye Condor was only at the Advanced Tier 10, it was an existence that could defeat a Peak Tier 10. Its Celestial Eye Condor was truly eerie. Beams of dizzying energy attacked. Be it humans or beasts, they could not withstand this influence. Ling Xiao was instantly hit by it. He felt stars in his eyes, dizzy, and his body was no longer under his control. The Celestial Eye Condor screeched again and pounced towards Ling Xiao. A pair of claws swung down towards Ling Xiao. Those sharp claws could turn any god king into a bloody pulp. However, when the Celestial Eye Condor caught Ling Xiao, its claws were actually unable to turn Ling Xiao into minced meat. Ling Xiao only felt a pain in his body, and he instantly woke up. He roared angrily, "Die, you bastard!" The golden dragon spear in his hand stabbed towards the Celestial Eye Condor's abdomen, directly creating a bloody hole in the condor. The Celestial Eye Condor cried out and instantly flapped its wings to fly away. At the same time, it shot another eerie glare at Ling Xiao, trying to confuse Ling Xiao once more. It was just that this time, Ling Xiao was prepared. He immediately guarded his mind and activated the defensive power of the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, blocking all the bewitching energy. Behind Ling Xiao, a Tier 10 Gold Devourer rat stealthily bit towards Ling Xiao. The teeth of the Gold Devourer rat were known as the toughest divine teeth. No matter how tough something was, it could shatter under its divine teeth. Even if Ling Xiao's physical body was comparable to a top-notch divine artifact, if he was bitten a few times, he would probably really shatter. Ling Xiao did not have eyes on his back, but he could sense the danger coming from behind him. Without thinking, he turned around and blasted a palm at the Gold Devourer rat. This palm was extremely powerful, but it was unable to break through the Gold Devourer rat's defenses. Its golden skin was rather thick. Squeak! After letting out a few strange cries, a pair of golden mouthpieces gnawed at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao dodged to the side and didn't use the golden dragon spear to counterattack. Instead, he slapped out a stream of heavenly fire at it and burned it. Fire restrains metal. This is an unchanging rule since ancient times. If it was just a single type of flame, the Golden Devourer wouldn't be afraid. However, this was a heavenly flame of the origin. It was burning so much that it was in extreme pain. Ling Xiao did not plan to get entangled with these holy beasts anymore. He took a step forward and increased his speed to the extreme, flying forward. Whether it was the Celestial Eye Condor, the Gold Devourer rat, or the other sacred beasts, it was simply impossible to kill them all. As long as he could get past these sacred beasts and arrive at the ancient steel, he would be considered to have successfully passed the test. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not plan to expend his divine power on these sacred beasts. It was just that it was impossible to evade all of the sacred beast attacks. They had all kinds of elemental powers and all kinds of special abilities. Even with Ling Xiao's unparalleled speed, it was impossible to dodge all of them. Moreover, there were peak tier 10 existences among them. The degree of their ferocity was rather terrifying. However, Ling Xiao's strength was formidable. He relied on his many terrifying divine techniques to forcefully carve out a bloody path and killed many sacred beasts. The defensive divine armor on his body also had many cracks. One could imagine how terrifying the attacks of these sacred beasts were. Of course, if Ling Xiao wanted to rush over in one breath, he believed that he could still do it. However, he wanted to harvest some rare divine materials here, so his speed of advancement was naturally incomparably slow. Half a day later, Ling Xiao collected a total of several dozen stalks of divine herbs. Among them, there were even 2 stalks of top-notch divine herbs, which made his heart blossom with joy. For this, he had paid a hefty price. At this time, after Ling Xiao killed a crescent wolf king, he prepared to investigate the dilapidated ancient hall in the mountains. However, at this time, he caught a glimpse of someone who was actually the same as him, slaughtering out a path and directly skimmed into the ancient hall. However, he could tell that that person did not have it as easy as him. His sacred beasts all suffered considerable injuries. Furthermore, they were bombarded by many sacred beasts until they fell into the hall. It was also precisely because of this that Ling Xiao discovered that those sacred beasts did not pursue people who entered the ancient hall. No wonder these ancient halls could be preserved until today. Ling Xiao did not hesitate, and also rushed into the ancient hall. However, he had just rushed in when many restrictive powers instantly rushed towards him. Ling Xiao was shocked to discover that this ancient hall was actually not ordinary. It also contained great killing intent inside. Rumble. Caught off guard, Ling Xiao immediately suffered the bombardment of these powers, shaking him until he was dizzy. Fortunately, he was wearing a divine armor on his body. In addition to his abnormal physical body, under the double defense, he did not feel that it was a big deal. However, he also hurriedly retreated. "I was careless," Ling Xiao exclaimed. The power of each restrictive power here was not inferior to the power of a peak divine king's all-out attack. If it were those without the defense of a divine armor, they would definitely die after being bombarded by the restrictive power. If it was just an ordinary divine armor, even if they did not die, they would be seriously injured. These restrictive powers were set up too discreetly, making people unable to detect them at all. "Oh, he's actually fine." A surprised voice sounded in another direction. Ling Xiao looked sideways and found that it was the person who was chased by the sacred beasts just now. However, looking at his appearance, he did not enter the ancient hall at all. Instead, he landed outside the ancient hall. This person's appearance was rough and heroic. His eyes were fierce, and his body was sturdy. His exposed arms had blue veins popping out, especially abnormally overbearing. His body emitted a wild and murderous aura, giving people an invisible sense of oppression. He held a wolf-tooth mace in his hand and wore a set of dusty divine armor. There were many places on his body that were stained with blood, but his divine power was very vigorous. It could be seen that this person was not easy to deal with. If Ling Xiao could come a few days before the opening of the altar, he would definitely know who this person was. He was Yinyu, the famous mercenary king of the Sky Dragon domain, who was regarded as the most competitive Sinjin of Goguryeo by the outside world. Yinyu had been a mercenary since he was very young. Until now, it had been more than 30,000 years. In a situation where he had no background, he relied on hunting in the forest, looking for spiritual items, and finally became a mercenary king that commanded hundreds of thousands of people. It was indeed impressive. When Yinyu saw Ling Xiao looking at him, he immediately cupped his hands at Ling Xiao and said, "Little brother, you are very strong. You actually dared to barge into this ancient temple." Yinyu's voice was as loud as a large bell, and it sounded like he was a forthright person. Ling Xiao immediately lowered his guard against this strong man. He cupped his hands at Yinyu and said, "I didn't know that there was something strange here, and I almost lost my life here. That was not worth it." Yinyu found that Ling Xiao did not seem to know him and was not afraid of him, so he immediately became interested. "I am Yinyu. How should I address you, little brother?" He found that Ling Xiao only had the strength of a high-level god king, but he was able to barge all the way here without any damage to his divine power. He guessed that Ling Xiao might have a strong foundation. It was just that he did not know which faction Ling Xiao was from. So, it is Brother Yin. This little brother is Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao replied, Hee, little brother's name is very suitable for you. You must be very attractive to women. Yin Yu smiled and said, Are you interested in accompanying this brother to barge into this ancient temple? I heard that there are a lot of good things here. Ling Xiao looked at the ancient temple and said, The restrictions here have not been erased. It seems that the previous seniors were unable to pass through the restrictions here. Brother Yin, are you sure you want to barge in? Although the power here was strong, if he really wanted to barge in, he might be able to. However, he considered that the previous seniors were unable to break through the restrictions here. So, it must be very dangerous here. He must be cautious. Yin Yu laughed heartily and said, Little brother, I won't hide it from you. This elder brother is a mercenary. I've seen all kinds of scenes and gone through all kinds of dangerous places. Unless we can't break through the restrictions here, even if it is the king of hell, this elder brother will still barge in. After pausing for a moment, he lowered his voice and said, Little brother, you should know that the more dangerous a place is, the more precious treasures there are. Yin Yu seemed to want to pull Ling Xiao into the water. He actually didn't despise Ling Xiao for being a high-level god king. It was not bad for him to have this kind of vision. Since brother Yin has this kind of courage, how can this little brother shrink back? Ling Xiao replied indifferently. Although he already had divine treasures that others couldn't imagine, Ling Xiao still felt that those were divine materials that the soul race needed in the future. He couldn't completely take them for himself. Moreover, this ancient palace might have many divine treasures. How could Ling Xiao complain about having too many of them? Good, you have guts. I like to make friends with people like you the most. If we can get in there, we will split it 50-50. This elder brother won't take anything from you. Yin Yu patted his chest confidently. Brother Yin, you have the final say. Right now, we should join hands to break the restrictions here first. Ling Xiao replied. Of course. Yin Yu replied excitedly. It seemed that he was really interested in finding these divine treasures. The two of them faced the gate of the ancient palace and attacked it with all of their powers. A golden dragon and a wolf king roared and attacked the gate at the same time. Explosions reverberated unceasingly, shaking the entire place. However, the ancient palace was still as steady as a rock. The two of them had attacked more than 10 times, but they still couldn't break the restrictions on this gate. Yin Yu couldn't help but feel sad. No wonder why the previous warriors couldn't break this barrier. It requires at least the power of a half-incipient god realm to open it. Ling Xiao didn't think so. He thought that this was at least a great expert's barrier. However, after a long time, some of its power had been weakened. Brother, step aside. I will try to break it. If it doesn't work, we can only go to the next ancient palace, said Yin Yu. Then he shouted and gathered all of his energy to the peak. A phantom of a wolf king appeared behind him, looking incomparably ferocious. Ling Xiao could feel that Yin Yu's power had increased dozens of times in just a blink of an eye, and Yin Yu's body had doubled in size. Yin Yu shouted in shock and poured all his strength into the mace. Then, he fiercely smashed the mace towards the restricted area. Boom, boom. Chapter 1309. Yin Yu is worthy of being the king of mercenaries. He used to have a secret technique that could increase his fighting competence dozens of times in a short time. Coupled with the top-grade god artifact in his hand, the power he could unleash was terrifying. Even if he couldn't reach the half-incipient god realm, he wasn't far from it. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. His formidable power had hit the door 10 times, but it still couldn't break the barrier. Phew! Yin Yu heaved a heavy sigh. His figure returned to its original state, and his strength instantly weakened a lot. It's not good. Bro, seems like we can only move forward. This barrier is too hard to break. Without the half-incipient god realm, we can't break it. Yin Yu sighed. Then he sat down cross-legged to recover his god power. Using the secret technique had consumed a lot of energy. Even he couldn't endure it. Unless it was a critical moment, he would never use this secret technique. However, he didn't seem to be wary of Ling Xiao at all. He showed it in front of Ling Xiao. If someone had bad intentions, he would seize this chance to kill him and take everything he had. Of course, Yin Yu was an experienced warrior. If he dared to do that, he would have a backup plan. At the same time, he wanted to seize this chance to see if Ling Xiao was a good friend. While Yin Yu was resting, Ling Xiao's divine soul avatar quietly appeared and immediately concealed himself. Even Yin Yu couldn't see his existence. The God Soul clone was at the half-incipient God realm. At the same time, it could increase his fighting competence dozens of times. It wasn't something an ordinary half-incipient God realm expert could compare to. Destroy it for me, Ling Xiao shouted in his heart. His divine soul avatar punched out with a Nine Suns heaven-burning fist. The torrential fist intent shook the barrier and caused it to crack. Yin Yu was frightened. He thought that Ling Xiao would attack him. He hurried to retreat. However, when he saw the situation, he found that the ancient palace was shaking unceasingly. The barrier around the door was destroyed. What's going on? Yin Yu screamed in fear. Ling Xiao didn't bother to explain and beckoned to Yin Yu. Brother Yin, let's go in. With that, he took the lead and walked into the ancient hall. How could Yin Yu hesitate? He immediately rushed over and at the same time laughed and said, Brother, you're really amazing. You actually hid your strength. Ling Xiao said modestly, Brother Yin, you must be joking. You were the one who destroyed this restriction with your full strength just now. I merely picked up a ready-made one. He only spoke a few words to everyone he met. Although Ling Xiao's first impression of Yin Yu was quite good, it didn't mean that he completely trusted Yin Yu, a friend whom he had just met. He believed that Yin Yu was the same. Otherwise, how could Yin Yu escape so quickly? Wasn't it obvious that his consumption wasn't as great as it seemed on the surface? When Yin Yu heard Ling Xiao's words, he felt a little confused. Just now, he really didn't sense how Ling Xiao made his move. He thought to himself, could it be that he really picked up Ping Yi? The two of them cautiously walked inside and found that the ancient hall was even more magnificent than it looked from the outside. The 8 ancient pillars were like heavenly pillars, propping up the great beam of the ancient hall. There were dragons and phoenixes engraved on them, carrying bursts of ancient and desolate aura towards the two of them. Although all the tables and chairs in the hall were turned upside down, there was not a single speck of dust on them. It looked particularly clean. Occasionally, one could feel an inexplicable power flashing here. In the center of the hall, there seemed to be several divine objects, all emitting bursts of divine light, giving people a very dazzling feeling. Divine objects, there must be extraordinary divine objects up there. Yin Yu's eyes shone brightly as he shouted. Although Yin Yu's eyes were red, he was not in a hurry to rush forward. He had entered and exited all kinds of secret realms. The greater the temptation, the more calm he had to be. He must not be overwhelmed by what he saw in front of him. Otherwise, even a little bit of carelessness could cost him his life. Sure enough, there were strange things flashing behind the pillars. 8 figures wearing ordinary clothes walked out. They didn't have any vitality, but they still held divine weapons in their hands. It seems that they should be the guardian puppets here. Want to deal with half of them. As Yin Yu saw his targets, he couldn't wait to shout at Ling Xiao. Then, he attacked 2 of the puppets. Ling Xiao stood still at his spot. He could feel that these 8 puppets weren't ordinary at all. They were 8 half-incipient God Realm puppets. Since the barriers in this place were so powerful, the divine objects in this ancient hall shouldn't be cheap. These puppets were aiming at the center from 8 directions. Their purpose was obvious. While fighting with the puppets, Yin Yu recognized the intimidation of these puppets. He was blown backward. Brother, run? These 8 half-incipient God Realm puppets aren't easy to deal with. Yin Yu retreated and shouted. Although these half-incipient God Realm puppets couldn't use their elemental attacks, their attacking power was much stronger than a peak God King. If they wanted to fight with these 8 puppets, they didn't know whether they could survive or not. This time, Yinyu came here for the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo. He didn't want to die here because of something in this place. However, his eyes showed that he was unwilling. If there were only 2 puppets, he would have risked his life to take that divine object. Yinji, since you're here, why should we retreat? With your competence, it shouldn't be a problem for you to deal with 2 puppets. Leave the other 6 to me, Ling Xiao said. He didn't even use his weapon, directly storming towards the puppets. Ling Xiao had used all of his powers. His fighting power was dozens of times stronger than before. A peerless dragon roared above the ancient hall. Yinyu screamed in fear when he saw that. Dragon Gate. He's not from Kim people's side. Pausing for a while, he exclaimed, "No wonder he has such courage." Finally, Yinyu knew Ling Xiao's identity. After all, his surname was Ling. Only Kim people's people could enhance their fighting competence in just a blink of an eye. Ling Xiao stormed into the group of puppets, using his bare hands to fight against them. His subduing dragon palm shot out golden dragons, bombarding those puppets. The bodies of those puppets weren't weaker than Ling Xiao's. They could withstand Ling Xiao's attack and still storm towards him. These half-incipient God Realm puppets were fast, and their attacks were extraordinary. Ordinary peak God King Realm warriors couldn't resist them. However, Ling Xiao was different. He had an abnormal body, so close combat was his best fighting style. Although those puppets were half-incipient God Realm, they could only use 1/3 of the real power of a real half-incipient God Realm warrior. Without the pressure of the space power, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of them. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of their attacks. He chose to confront them directly. He turned his palm into a fist, blasting out the torrential fist intent of the 9-sun burning sky fist. The extreme yang flames directly burned those puppets. The bodies of those puppets were made of many divine materials, but their clothes were ordinary. They were burned in just a blink of an eye. When Ling Xiao's punches hit them, they left fist marks on their bodies. The heaven flames were still burning. Sooner or later, they would be burned into ashes. Ling Xiao had to pay a big price for that. His shoulders and body were hit by the puppet's divine weapons. He was blown away like a cannonball. Ling Xiao's god body was deformed. Gold light oozed out his body. Although he had the divine armor in his abnormal body, he was still hurt. Those half-incipient God Realm puppets weren't easy to deal with. If it were someone else, their divine body would have exploded and they would have died. Yinji, what are you waiting for? Ling Xiao frowned, shouting at Yinyu. Only then did Yinyu recover from his shock, and with a cry of surprise, he charged towards the other 2 puppets. He was frightened. Oh my, this Ling bro looks like he's just a high-level King God Realm warrior. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. What I just saw was the dragon's subduing palm of precursor Qiaofeng of Sunjin Kingdom of Goguryeo. And that fire fist looked like the holy sun fist of the Sun sect. They're all famous divine techniques in the Heaven territory. And this Ling bro knows all of them. It's unbelievable. Yinyu urged his secret technique to increase his power. He could deal with the 2 half-incipient God Realm puppets now. Ling Xiao seized the chance to send his God Soul clones to attack the 6 puppets. The God Soul clones immediately sneaked in front of the puppets and punched one of them. Boom! Boom! Even the real half-incipient God Realm experts couldn't detect Ling Xiao's God Soul clones, let alone these puppets. Although their bodies were tough, Ling Xiao's God Soul clones couldn't compare to them. After several punches, the 6 half-incipient God Realm puppets were blown up. Ling Xiao didn't try to be polite and collected the divine weapons in their hands. He wouldn't share these spoils of war with the others. Ling Xiao turned around to watch Yinyu and the 2 puppets fight. Although Yinyu could fight them evenly, it was strenuous for him. However, Ling Xiao didn't want to help them. He was sure that Yinyu could defeat these 2 puppets. Anyway, Yin could see that Yinyu's divine technique wasn't ordinary at all. It had a fierce and desperate power. Usually, it was a one-hit kill, aiming at the vital parts of the opponent. No matter who it was, encountering this kind of desperate fighting style, they would immediately become timid. As expected, a while later, Yin took advantage of the moment when the two puppets passed each other. He swung his club viciously at the head of one of the puppets, while his back was struck by the sword of the other puppet. Fortunately, he was wearing God Artifact, so he was only injured. He was fine. After getting rid of one, he immediately felt a lot more relaxed. After 5 moves, he blew up another puppet. After collecting his spoils of war, he immediately swallowed some pellets. However, his power had decreased a lot. It seemed that using the secret technique to increase his fighting competence had consumed a lot of God power. Yinji, let's go and see what good stuff it is. Ling Xiao shouted at Yinyu. Yinyu turned his head and saw that the 6 puppets that Ling Xiao had been fighting had all fallen to the ground. He was dumbstruck. He was now sure that it was Ling Xiao who had opened the restrictive shield outside. Right when the two of them were about to take the divine items, many people stormed in from the outside. Chapter 13:10. As Ling Xiao had the competence to fight against a half-incipient God Realm expert, it wasn't a problem for him to destroy those puppets. Yin Yu was the king of mercenaries. He had experienced many life and death battles. His fighting experience was abundant. Adding his secret techniques, he could barely deal with the 2 half-incipient God Realm puppets. After all, they were just puppets. They couldn't have the real power of a half-incipient God Realm expert. As soon as they had cleaned up the battlefield and were about to take the divine item, many people barged in from the outside. Haha, it's good that it's still here. A cheerful voice laughed in surprise. A total of 7 people landed in the ancient hall. The person who had laughed was the middle-aged man in heavy armor at the center. This middle-aged man was called Xianxia. He was strangely tall and muscular, even stronger than Yinyu. Among the people Ling Xiao had met, only Xinyu, Yi could compare to him. He had the peak King God Realm cultivation base. He held a mace that looked similar to Yinyu's. Waves of brutal aura shot out from him. There were 6 more people behind him. However, from their attire, they didn't seem to be from the same force. The reason why they were together was because they had the same goal and interest, and Xiangliao was the strongest among them. Thus, they had formed an alliance and made him their leader. Boss Xiong, don't be careless. The one in front of us should be the mercenary Wang Yinyu. He's not weak, said a skinny, short man next to Xiangliao. This man and Xiangliao stood together. One was tall, while the other was short. He was Fei Dong, also a Peak King God Realm expert. He was the oldest one in this group. He was the guardian elder of a middle-sized force. Many people knew Yinyu's name. Fei Dong recognized him at first glance. He couldn't help but feel a little scared. This kind of character was famous for his ruthlessness. Fei Dong didn't think that he was qualified to compete with the other. Fortunately, they had a lot of people on their side, so they didn't need to worry too much. If you recognize me, you can still get out of here. Yinyu frowned and shouted at the intruders. Just now, he was fully focused on dealing with the puppet, so he didn't sense someone suddenly barging in. He didn't want the meat that was already in his mouth to be snatched away by someone else. What king of mercenaries? Old Xiong, have never heard of such a thing. I'll count to 3. Scram from here, and I can spare your lives. Otherwise, I'll even take the things in your possession. Xiong Liao lightly shook the spike club in his hand as he sneered. In an instant, everyone in the ancient palace tensed up. However, there was one person who remained unmoved. It was as if he didn't see anyone else as he walked straight towards the god item. How dare you? You actually want to steal our divine item. One of the people behind Xiong Liao saw that someone was heading for the godly object. He immediately shouted and pulled out his sword to stab at Ling Xiao. This person's swordsmanship was extremely sharp, and his attack was as fast as lightning. A sword light instantly pierced forward. Xiao! A white light flashed, and an extremely ear-piercing slicing sound rang out in the air. Impudent! Yinyu was right in front of these people. How could he watch others sneak an attack on Ling Xiao? He shouted and swung his spike club to intercept the sword light. It seems that you want to refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Everyone, let's get rid of them and reduce the number of opponents for the Senjin Kingdom of Goguryeo. Xiong Liao grinned and smashed his spike club towards Yin Yu's head. Xiong Liao seemed to have infinite strength. The power of his spike club was very vigorous, causing the entire palace to shake. If it wasn't for the restrictive spell protecting the ancient palace, it would have been destroyed by his strength alone. Although Yin Yu had consumed a lot of his divine power, he had already taken a divine pill before he sensed that someone had come in. His strength had been restored, so he wasn't afraid of anyone. Clang! The two men's weapons clashed, and the two spiked clubs instantly collided, creating fierce sparks. In just one move, the two were evenly matched, and their divine power was equal. While Yin Yu was astounded by the other's competence, he roared and started to counterattack Xiong Liao. Xiong Liao wanted to kill Yin Yu, so of course, he didn't want to spare him. He shouted at the others, "You guys go kill that kid." If it was before, Yin Yu would have been worried about Ling Xiao, but now, he wasn't worried at all, as Ling Xiao could destroy 6 half-incipient God Realm puppets in such a short time. How weak could he be? Yin Yu and Xiong Liao started to attack each other. They both wanted to kill each other. On the other side, the Peak God King who had attacked Ling Xiao was attacking Ling Xiao again. His sword technique was extraordinary. As soon as he attacked, cold light shot out from different directions towards Ling Xiao. Each of his sword light was like a spirit snake getting out of its hole. It was fast and brutal with immense god power. Stinky kid, you should clean your eyes. Do you think you can touch those things? Seeing his divine sword about to stab Ling Xiao, the man sneered contentedly. He thought that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to react in time and would become a dead soul under his sword. Clank! However, when his sword fell on Ling Xiao's back, it couldn't pierce through Ling Xiao's divine armor. It's a top-grade divine armor. The man had a greedy look as he screamed in surprise. He turned his sword and aimed the nape of Ling Xiao's neck. He thought that Ling Xiao was a blockhead. He thought that Ling Xiao didn't have any room to resist. When he used the second strike, Ling Xiao had already dodged it. At the same time, he had already arrived behind the man and grabbed him by the nape of his neck. Sure, Yin didn't even bother to talk. His palm released some energy, and the terrifying murderous death Qi plunged into the man's neck. Sizzle! Ling Xiao's power broke through the man's defense, and a large amount of murderous death Qi rushed into the man's divine body. It corroded his divine body and turned it black. Half of his life force was gone. That person let out an incomparably tragic scream, causing the others to jump in fright. When the others looked at him, they saw that his god body was shriveled, which scared them out of their wits. It was important to know that their divine bodies couldn't be destroyed so easily. Even if they came in contact with the origin of heaven fire or the origin of poison, their divine bodies wouldn't be destroyed instantly. However, their companion had been caught by their opponent in an instant. He had been corroded into a dried corpse and turned into ashes. A sense of fear immediately surged from the bottom of their hearts, and they broke out in a cold sweat. Although the man just now wasn't the strongest among them, he was still a peak god king. He was a master who had passed through 6 stages, yet he had been reduced to ashes in just one move. How could they not be afraid? Of course, they didn't know that when Ling Xiao caught this man, his soul power attack had already damaged his soul. The man's divine body naturally couldn't play any role, so it was expected that the murderous death Qi would corrode his divine body. Ling Xiao took this opportunity to absorb this man's soul into his knowledge sea and put away his divine sword and space ring. He then turned to look at the others. The cold light in his eyes instantly made them feel as if they had fallen into a frigid cellar, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. Bastard, let's work together to kill him. Fei Dong shuddered as he recovered from his shock and shouted. He took the lead, and a pair of short blades in his hand stabbed towards Ling Xiao's eyes. The other 4 also knew that now wasn't the time to retreat. Only by working together to take down this person would they be able to survive. The 5 peak god kings attacked one after another. They all used their full strength, and their power instantly compressed the space in the ancient hall, causing bursts of muffled sounds to ring out. They wanted to kill Ling Xiao with this move, or else they would be the ones to die. Ling Xiao sneered, "Since you're courting death, don't blame me." Ling Xiao's soul power instantly split into 3 and attacked Fei Dong and the other 2. At the same time, the ice and fire sword appeared in his hand, and an icy light flashed. 3 blood-curdling screams resounded. 3 cold lights flashed, and 3 heads flew from their necks in an instant. The attacks of the other 2 had already reached Ling Xiao's position. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The place where Ling Xiao stood was bombarded by terrifying power, and the nearby tables and chairs were all turned to dust. "He should be dead," one of them murmured with a frown. When everything disappeared, a figure was still standing there as steady as Mount Tai, giving off an unshakable feeling. "You're actually not dead. What happened to old Fei and the others?" The other person saw that Ling Xiao was completely fine and realized that the aura of his companions had disappeared, leaving only 3 headless corpses lying on the ground, looking incomparably ferocious and terrifying. "They've already gone to report to Hades before you guys. You guys should follow them," Ling Xiao said coldly, and his figure disappeared. When the 2 of them realized it, Ling Xiao's ice and fire sword had already chopped off their heads. The blood of the headless corpses splattered wildly, and a fishy smell wafted out. Their divine souls revealed incomparable fear, and they wanted to escape in a hurry. Unfortunately, how could they escape? Ling Xiao didn't hesitate to use the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop to collect all their god souls, replenishing the god soul power in his sea of consciousness. Now, Ling Xiao didn't need to meditate to digest these god souls. With the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, he could directly absorb these god souls to replenish his god soul power. After absorbing the god souls of the 6 peak god kings, Ling Xiao's god soul power had increased a lot. However, if he wanted to reach the god soul of a true master, he didn't know how many god souls he needed to absorb. Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry. Now that he had the god soul of a half-incipient god realm, it was enough for him to kill anyone below the Great Master realm. He should learn to be satisfied. Ling Xiao turned around to look at Yin Yu and Xiong Liao, who were still fighting. He was surprised to find that Xiong Liao was actually from the Beastman clan. The Beastman clan and the Dark Shadow clan were enemies of the Soul clan. Chapter 13:11. As the king of mercenaries, Yin Yu often went in and out of those ancient mountain ranges. His combat experience was extremely rich, and he fought with his life on the line. Otherwise, he wouldn't be evaluated so highly by others. He originally thought that it wouldn't be difficult to take down Xiong Liao, but after exchanging blows, he realized that his thinking was too simple. This Xiong Liao's strength was very strong, not the least bit weaker than those 10th tier high-tier holy beasts he killed, forcing him to use his secret technique again. The secret technique that had always been successful in the past was enough to kill any opponent in the same rank. It was just that he had a secret technique, but that Xiong Liao could transform. He actually turned into a beast man with a bear's head and a bear's body. His strength had already exploded to the extreme. Yin Yu's repeated use of the secret technique had already exhausted a lot of his divine power. Now, this beastman's strength was already a head above him, causing him to retreat continuously. "You have some strength to be able to force me to this extent, but that's all," Xiong Liao bellowed angrily. The mace turned into a bear shadow, charging towards Yin Yu. Puff puff. Yin Yu continuously blocked, but his body was still sent flying far away, repeatedly vomiting a lot of blood. It seemed that he was already seriously injured. After Xiong Liao repelled Yin Yu, his vicious aura became even stronger. His strong body pounced towards Yin Yu again, wanting to kill Yin Yu. Yin Yu continuously dodged, barely managing to deal with it, but he was still bombarded until he vomited blood repeatedly. His defeat was already evident. Yin Yu wanted to summon his holy beast to help out, but discovered that his holy beast actually couldn't come out. Very clearly, this ancient temple had already cut off his connection with the holy beast. The holy beast's huge body was not allowed to cause damage in this ancient temple. Facing Xiong Liao's even more terrifying head-exploding attack, Yin Yu was already in despair. He had experienced many life and death battles, but when facing this kind of ancient race beastman of the same rank as him, his strength was also a notch lower. At the crucial moment, a figure rushed over, pulled Yin Yu away, and at the same time blocked Xiong Liao's mace attack. Clank! After the weapons clashed, the three of them instantly separated. The one who saved Yin Yu was precisely Ling Xiao, who came over with the golden dragon spear. Thank you, brother, Yin Yu said with difficulty. Hurry up and heal. Leave this guy to me. Ling Xiao responded. He pointed his golden dragon spear at Xiong Liao from afar. His strength was increased to the limit. In ancient times, many ancient clans had acted against the Soul Clan, and the Beastmen clan was one of them. In fact, the Spiritas and the Beastmen didn't have any grudges. When the Spiritas were being pressured by the other races, the Beastmen took advantage of the chaos and participated in the siege of the Spiritas to plunder their resources. This was all explained in Solwin's inherited memories. Ling Xiao stared at this bearman as his dragon eyes flickered with a dense killing intent. In his eyes, this person was already dead for sure. You're actually fine? Where are the others? Xiong Liao shook his head. He couldn't believe that Ling Xiao was still alive and had even blocked his attack. When he scanned the area with his divine will, he discovered that the people who came with him were all dead. He glanced over and saw a few headless corpses. He immediately realized something. They're already waiting for you on the Yellow Springs Road. Ling Xiao stomped his foot and rushed out like a bolt of lightning. The golden dragon spear roared as a terrifying golden dragon rushed towards Xiong Liao. Useless trash, Xiong Liao roared as he swung his mace at Ling Xiao. As soon as Ling Xiao made his move, Xiong Liao knew that he was one of Kim People's men. However, Ling Xiao was only a high-level god king. Even if he could increase his combat strength, could he compare to Xiong Liao's transformation? When he swung his mace, the power of Ling Xiao's attack was actually dispersed by him. Hee, you're only a so-so? Xiong Liao sneered and swung his mace again, smashing it towards Ling Xiao in front of him. Unfortunately, he didn't know that this was just a feint from Ling Xiao, and that the one in front of him was just an afterimage of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had already arrived behind him and ruthlessly stabbed his spear into Xiong Liao's back. The golden dragon spear was a top-notch god weapon with a dragon soul. The spear directly pierced a huge hole through Xiong Liao's god armor and stabbed into his body. Ah! Xiong Liao screamed and increased his strength, forcing Ling Xiao's golden dragon spear to retreat. He turned around and launched a fierce counterattack against Ling Xiao. One giant bear after another pounced towards Ling Xiao, trying to capture Ling Xiao and tear him apart. That terrifying bear might was enough to send chills down one's spine. Bear bite pounce. It was Xiong Liao's strongest attack, which was extremely lethal to close-range warriors. Even if he captured a half-incipient God Realm warrior, he would be torn apart. Ling Xiao's speed was unparalleled, but Xiong Liao's aura had locked him first. Since he was close to Xiong Liao, he couldn't dodge in time. Xiong Liao had grabbed both of his shoulders. Die for me. Xiong Liao's eyes reddened as he roared in fright. His bare paws seemed to be filled with endless energy, which could even break metal and break jade. Ling Xiao felt that his body was about to be torn into two halves. Fortunately, his body wasn't ordinary. He just felt pain, but he wasn't torn apart. Xiong Liao was frightened. He couldn't tear this kid in half at once. He continued to pour all of his power into his palms. Arg! However, thick heaven flames suddenly burst out from Ling Xiao's body, burning Xiong Liao's bare paws red. He screamed in pain and had to loosen his grip. At the moment he loosened his grip, Ling Xiao's free hand rose up and shot out like lightning. Boom! Xianxiao's face was hit hard by Ling Xiao. The bridge of his nose caved in, making him scream in pain. "It's really tough," Ling Xiao praised. His fists were like raindrops as he punched out. Boom! Xianxiao didn't even have the strength to resist. His bare head was smashed by Ling Xiao directly. Ling Xiao also collected his god soul. Ling Xiao swung his hand, taking away all the things on Xianxiao's body. Right after that, he swung his hand, sending some flames towards the corpses. After a while, there was nothing left of the corpses. Yin Yu by the side involuntarily swallowed his saliva when he saw this scene. He discovered that his body actually became a little weak. Just what kind of strength does this boy have to be actually so freakish? Yin Yu sighed with emotion in his heart. His strength was not invincible among those in the same rank, but it was also absolutely among the best. But seeing Ling Xiao blow up Xiangliao so neatly and tidily, Yin Yu felt that Ling Xiao should be a peak divine king, while he was just a high-level divine king. The two's strength had to be exchanged for balance. "Brother Yin, are you all right?" Ling Xiao asked with concern. Yin Yu hurriedly shook his head and said, "In nothing, just a little overdrawn. I'll be fine after a rest." Ling Xiao nodded his head and said, "That's good. I'll go over and see what's over there. We'll divide it evenly later." No, that can't do," Yin Yu hurriedly said. "The matters here could be said to be settled by others. How could he have the qualifications to divide equally with others?" Ling Xiao smiled and didn't say anything. He then walked towards the desk in the center of the ancient hall. His face was tense as he knew that these divine treasures wouldn't be easy to get. There must be some restrictions in front of them. Ling Xiao walked 2 meters in front of the desk and saw some divine treasures. Surprisingly, there was a set of yellow divine armor, a giant crescent divine sword, 3 arrow feathers placed randomly, some ancient books, and some bottles. Ling Xiao gazed at the 3 arrow feathers and screamed in astonishment. "Are the divine Bodhi arrow feathers?" Looking at the 3 wooden arrow feathers, Ling Xiao had a very familiar feeling. He felt that it was very similar to the divine Bodhi bow he used. If they were really the divine Bodhi arrow feathers, his divine Bodhi bow wouldn't have any flaws anymore. When combined, it would be a complete ancient god weapon. At that time, with the divine Bodhi bow in his hand, even with his current competence, he could directly kill a half-incipient god realm expert. If he used a half-incipient god realm expert to launch a sneak attack, even a supreme expert wouldn't be able to withstand it. It should be known that the divine Bodhi bow was a mid-grade ancient god weapon. It wasn't something ordinary ancient god weapons could compare to. Ling Xiao suppressed his impulse. He raised the golden dragon spear in his hand towards the desk. However, before his golden dragon spear could stab into the counter, a burst of powerful rebounding force swept over, and a burst of restriction power fluctuations instantly flashed 1 meter in front of the counter. Indeed, it's not that easy. Ling Xiao sighed. He could only let his god's soul clone out. The god's soul clone wielded the golden dragon spear and attacked the restrictions. Boom, boom, boom. The ancient hall shook unceasingly, as if it could collapse at any minute. Yin Yu, who wasn't far from them, was startled. He didn't think that Ling Xiao would create such a big commotion. Ling Xiao continuously attacked more than 10 times, but he couldn't break the restrictions. He couldn't help but feel anxious. He shouted in fear. The God Soul clone increased all of its power to the limit. Then it used all of its power to attack again. Crack! The restrictions finally couldn't withstand Ling Xiao's powerful attacks and shattered. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He waved at Yin Yu and said, "Brother Yin, come here quickly. We should split the loot and leave this place quickly." Yin Yu hastily waved his hand and said, "No need. This is what you deserve. Brother Yin, you don't treat me as a friend, do you? When we came in, we agreed to split the loot. How can you let me go back on my word?" Ling Xiao said. Yin Yu saw that Ling Xiao didn't seem to be joking. He gritted his teeth and said, "All right, since you're so kind, it would be impolite for me to refuse." Yin Yu came before the desk and looked at the divine objects. He couldn't help but reveal a look of joy. He could see that these were extraordinary. How about this? I'll choose the arrow feather first. It's useful to me. As for the rest, Brother Yin, you can take whichever you like. Ling Xiao said very generously. Towards friends that could be made, Ling Xiao would never be stingy in the slightest. Chapter 13:12. Yin Yu's body trembled, and he exclaimed, "No, no, little brother, you think highly of me. This is already a great honor for me. You should first choose what you need. If there are any that you don't like, then leave it for me." No matter what Ling Xiao's actions made, Yin Yu feel that Ling Xiao was indeed a very good friend, and in his heart, he already had the intention to befriend him. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "Big brother Yin, at first I thought that you were a very straightforward and courageous person. Why did you suddenly become so sentimental? If I tell you to take it, then take it. Otherwise, Ling Xiao, will not be a friend." Hearing this, Yin Yu was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed out loud. "Good. Then I won't be polite." He looked at the divine objects, and in the end, his gaze landed on the divine skills. He discovered that these were divine skills that had been lost since ancient times. Once they were cultivated to large success, their power would definitely be terrifying. In the end, he picked up a divine skill that was suitable for him to cultivate and said, "All right, there are so many good things. Only this divine skill is suitable for me. The rest are all yours." Ling Xiao smiled and did not say anything more. He kept the other divine objects, but left behind a jade bottle in his hand. The words "Supreme Pill" were written on the jade bottle, and there was a pill inside. Ling Xiao handed the jade bottle to Yin Yu and said, "Come, big brother Yin, this is yours." It turned out that there was a powerful restriction isolating the divine objects here. So Ling Xiao was not worried that the medicinal properties of the divine pills in the jade bottle would spoil. This supreme pill was the most tempting item among them. There were only 3 of them, and each of them took an unknown amount of divine materials to refine. Its value was definitely above all the divine objects. For Ling Xiao to be able to give a supreme pill to Yin Yu, this kind of courage was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Yin Yu also suspected that he was dreaming. How could there be such a good person in this world? Ever since he was young, Yin Yu had suffered. God knows how much hardship before he broke through from a lowly and lonely youth to the current peak divine king realm. He was used to the fickleness of human nature. He was used to being stabbed in the back. He was used to the law of the jungle. Although he appeared to be very forthright with others on the surface, he always had a very strong sense of vigilance in his heart. He would never make friends with invincible people for no reason. Previously, he had thought that since Ling Xiao was able to pass 6 stages consecutively as a high-level god king, he should have quite an impressive trump card. Thus, he wanted to join forces with Ling Xiao to pass the ancient tablet. Only now did he realize that Ling Xiao was really a good friend and a good brother. He was actually able to give such a precious thing to him without even blinking his eyes. He was really at a loss. It was only after Ling Xiao stuffed the pill into his hand that he came back to his senses. "Brother Ling, you are my Yin Yu's blood brother in the future. In the future, if you need elder brother's help, feel free to ask. Be it a mountain of swords or a wok of oil, elder brother will never refuse." Yin Yu said very agitatedly and solemnly. Yin Yu had traveled far and wide these few years, experienced countless slaughters, and also obtained quite a number of fortuitous encounters. But he also fell into many hidden injuries because of this, which consumed a lot of his foundation. Furthermore, he was already over 30,000 years old. Wanting to rely on his own strength to assault the supreme deity realm was virtually impossible. Now that Ling Xiao gave him the supreme pill, it undoubtedly gave him the possibility to go a step further. In his heart, he was infinitely grateful towards Ling Xiao. It really could not be expressed clearly using words. Ling Xiao patted Yin Yu's shoulder and said with a smile, "It's not so serious. I just feel that big brother Yin is a good man and is worthy of me Ling Xiao to be a brother. This is nothing at all. Let's go to other ancient halls to see if there are any good things. Sometimes, being a person is not just about making strong enemies everywhere, because you have something to rely on. This is simply a strenuous and unrewarding thing. If you meet a friend who is to your liking and is worthy of being a close friend, it is a very comfortable thing. Yin nodded and put away the supreme pill. In his heart, he had already remembered Ling Xiao's kindness. After they looked around again and found that there was nothing else, they left this ancient hall and rushed towards another ancient hall. Just as they left the ancient hall, many holy beasts once again rushed towards them. If the two of them only wanted to rush to the ancient monument, they believed that after a round of fighting, they would be able to reach it very quickly. However, they had already tasted the sweetness, so naturally, they would not rush to the ancient monuments so easily. They took turns to kill those holy beasts, and at the same time, did not forget to take away the divine grass under the territory of these holy beasts. Of course, the one who put in the most effort was still Ling Xiao. His divine power seemed to be endless and inexhaustible, which made Yinyu admire him from the bottom of his heart. Brother Ling Xiao is the one among us who is most likely to obtain the position of Sunjin of Goguryeo. No, it should be said that he already has the qualifications to become the Sunjin of Goguryeo. It's just that I don't know what rank his battle prowess is. Yinyu secretly thought in his heart. As they killed along the way, their bodies were stained with blood. They did kill many holy beasts, but there were also many wounds on their bodies. They were not completely unscathed. The two of them rushed into another two ancient halls. Unfortunately, the divine objects in these ancient halls had already been taken away by the people in front of them. The two of them had no patience, so they could only continue to harvest some divine grass outside. These were also very rare divine materials. When they arrived at the fourth ancient hall, they immediately sensed that there was an intense fight going on inside. You've gone too far. I'm from the Blazing Flame Merchants. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and scram. Otherwise, I won't let you go even if you flee to the ends of the earth in the future. A clear and beautiful voice came from inside the ancient hall. It was obviously coming from a woman. Everyone has a share of the divine objects in the ancient hall. Don't tell me you want to monopolize them? Another cold voice replied. Isn't that right? Don't tell me that all the things in this ancient hall belong to you Blazing Flame Merchants? How about this, you service brothers? If you make us happy, you can pick one of these divine objects. Another person said with a lewd smile. After Ling Xiao and Yinyu landed, they saw three men besieging a woman in the ancient hall. The woman was obviously at a disadvantage and could be killed by the three men at any time. The woman was an outstanding beauty with an enchanting and alluring figure. The tight-fitting divine armor outlined her sexy parts, making people feel as if their blood vessels were about to burst. This was a typical charming and mature young married woman. Her flashing and jumping figure exuded a moving charm. When the people fighting sensed that Ling Xiao and Yinyu had walked in, they immediately stopped fighting. One of the men wanted to take the opportunity to rush towards the place where the divine objects were placed. He wanted to take all the divine objects away. However, before he could touch the divine objects, he immediately screamed and was sent flying by the restriction. Damn it! I forgot that there was a restriction here. That man couldn't help but curse after being severely injured by the restriction. If he hadn't reacted fast enough, the power of the restriction would have immediately blasted his divine body into pieces. Haha, it's really lively here. So there's good stuff here. Yinyu laughed. What, you guys also want to join in? This is the divine object that we found first. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and scram. One of the three men said with a frown. This person held a large blade and wore a divine armor. His body was surrounded by waves of blue light. His strength was already at the peak divine king realm. His name was Lan Jing. The other two were his friends. The one holding the ink-colored divine sword was called Zhou Zijie, and the one holding the meteor hammer was called Wang Leiyuan. The young married woman from the Blazing Flame Merchants was called Lai Hongying. She was also at the peak divine king realm. She was good at using a long whip and was a direct descendant of the blazing flame merchants. Those who knew her would know that she was actually the younger sister of the blazing flame merchants, Lai Wudi. If Lan Jing and his two brothers knew Lai Hongying's identity, they probably wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous. Once Lai Hongying escaped, even if the three of them became the Sinjin of Goguryeo in the future, they definitely wouldn't be able to escape the pursuit of the blazing flame merchants. What? Everyone who sees this has a share. Could it be that we can't take it? Yin sneered. Lan Jing stared coldly at Yin. The divine blade in his hand constantly flickered with a fierce light. Just as he was about to make a move, Zhou Zijie said from the side, "Your Excellency is the mercenary King Yin. Haha, it turns out that I have a bit of a reputation. Since you guys know it's easy, my brother and I have taken a fancy to the things here. I won't make things difficult for you guys. Get lost immediately." Yin laughed. As the mercenary king, Yin was already used to taking things by force. In any case, didn't these three guys want to snatch the divine object that the woman found first? He didn't feel that there was anything wrong with getting involved. Others might be afraid of you, Yin, but we aren't. You guys leave now. Treat it as us making friends with you. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Lan Jing snorted coldly. He had also heard of Yin Yu's name. However, since they were able to rush all the way here, their strength wasn't just for show. Moreover, the three of them were peak divine kings. The young man who came with Yin Yu was only a high-level divine king. Therefore, the advantage was still on their side. When Yin Yu wanted to say something, Ling Xiao spoke first. "The three of you get lost immediately. Otherwise, you can die for me." Although Ling Xiao didn't know Lai Hongying, he would help her just because she was from the blazing flame merchants. "Brat, this daddy will tell you what is called a loose tongue." Wang Leiyuan had just been injured by the power of the restriction and was holding his breath. Hearing Ling Xiao being so arrogant, he was very angry in his heart. His whole body bounced up, and a meteor hammer in his hand rushed towards Ling Xiao like a 10,000 caddies mountain. This seemingly simple hammer strike had the terrifying power to smash dozens of mountains into dust. That hammer instantly reached the top of Ling Xiao's head. However, Ling Xiao didn't dodge. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked coldly at that meteor hammer. He muttered, "What's the use of a pile of scrap iron?" After saying that, he raised his fist and directly punched towards that meteor hammer. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.